Alright, hey folks. So, as the title of the video implies, this is a 10 to 70 Dark Iron Dwarf Windwalker slash Brewmaster. I don't know exactly what the title says, but it's a 10 to 70 speedrun, and I'm hoping to get a really fast time. Now, if this run goes well, the title will probably have the words world record in it, so, fingers crossed for that. But obviously, I'm recording this before the run starts, so I have no way of knowing, but I have a lot of new strat changes that I do think will save a lot of time, so I am hopeful. I've never actually done a full 10 to 70 run. I've done a lot of 10 to 60 runs and a bunch of 60 to 70 runs, but never one all in one sitting. And it is actually quite different. So you might think, oh, it is just one or big run where both runs are kind of combined together, but there are some nuances. It's mostly the same as like a 10 to 60 run, but then the 60 to 70 part actually has a few adjustments because it's very different going in to Dragonflight on a brand new character than it is going in on a character that already has like full Sepulchre, the first one stuff, and you're able to basically one-shot everything. Very different experience in that case. So, gonna have to do a bit of routing changes. I hope I worked it out. I'm also not gonna sit here and talk for a while. I am just gonna jump into the run, but I do want to quickly note, the beginning of the run, especially for Alliance and with the changes I've made, is extremely technical. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on. It's kind of that way with every speedrun, but especially with some of the stuff that I have to do right now, there are so many like little tiny things that I need to remember to do. And if it goes wrong, I'm effectively just going to have to restart. And I can't really do that because it's really time consuming to restart. I had to mail myself a million items and it took like 30 minutes before I actually started this. So I can't fuck this up, which means I won't be talking much. So I'm going to try to explain everything I've done after the fact when things have settled down. But, just so we're aware, next 5 minutes or so, it's going to be fairly low commentary. So I'm going to enter world. So here we go. The start for Dark Iron Dwarves is in their little racial capital. The way the timing here works is the timer starts the moment I do any UI interaction or camera movement or something like that. But it auto-skipped the cutscene, great. So timer isn't started yet. Just going to make sure to get my bearings. Okay. I'm going to go over here, start the timer, and the first thing I'm going to do immediately is swap to Brewmaster. Now, the reason I'm swapping spec early instead of just running is because by doing this, I get Tiger's Lust very quickly. My binds start all messed up, and that way I can immediately Tiger's Lust. It effectively makes up the time loss of having to press that button. But I have to choose my spec at some point anyway, so it's kind of a moot point. Now, real quick, I'm going to head over to the mailbox. As with any speedrun like this, the first thing you need to do is pop over to the mailbox, and it did not go correctly. Looks like, yeah. So if I hit open all, it is going to open in the correct order, okay? The mailbox is just showing things a little bit weird. So I need to do this, this, get my bags all set up. This one I need to manually equip, large red sack, move this here, delete this. Then I can just start opening my mailbox. And I've structured everything in my mailbox in such a way, fuck it, I need to turn on, I need to do a lot of stuff right now. I think I can't mess around while I'm opening the mail. This needs to be my first priority. I'm going to do a bit of adjustment here. Some of the stuff is... That's good. 4 would be there. Control 1 there. This is Shift 4. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that I need to get out of my mailbox. I've kind of ordered it, right? You can see loosely here. I don't know why Simple Flower is in the wrong spot. That's a little bit annoying. Kind of screws up the order that I'm trying to do things in. I can... This is 66. This is still 66. So then I can do this, no. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, slightly recovered that. And I think that's all the items, right? Yeah, that's everything. All right. First things first I need to do before anything else is options, interface, or action bars, and then enable this. Now, I know somebody's going to say in the comments that you can do all this stuff before starting. you can do some of it. So a bit of my UI was done before I actually began the run. So do that, leave queue. I did that wrong. I need to Burning Crusade dungeon, do this, return to the present timeline, yes, leave queue, and then it should not work. Okay, that's great. I love when I test things ahead of time and then the end result is just the complete opposite. It's great. We're still this seems slow, right? I know you're gonna think like, why is he doing all this random shit? He's not actually leveling. Trust me, this is part of the run. There is a lot of dead time at the very beginning. The cooking trainer is in some different location. Okay, it's just pure chaos. And then I need to take this, put this here. Gonna learn blacksmithing. Want to become a blacksmith? Yes. Then I'm going to press gun shoes, take this, put that there, put that there. My UI is being sabotaged by the profession pop-ups. The hardest part is always the start. Like I said, anybody who's watched the speedruns before will of course know this, because this is pretty standard, except this one, with all the new tech, it's like, with the other speedruns, I have the advantage of at least having done, a lot of the routing a million different times. This is a lot of completely brand new elements in the route, and as a result, it is very difficult to do all of this properly. Okay, that dismounts you, apparently. I actually did not know that. Equip all this stuff. Equip this. Goblin Glider. I'm going to land directly on the carousel. As I fly, I need to do all this. I learned my profession. Yeah, okay, so I learned the professions. I have this. I'm trying to just, last second, make sure I remembered everything. I guess I'll also note while I'm at it, while I'm waiting on the carousel for this buff to stack up, you might notice that the sound is off. That is intentional. It is unfortunately something that I just kind of need to do. If you didn't watch my recent Druid 60 to 70 run, I discussed it there. But basically, there is a problem with World of Warcraft right now for certain computers. I don't know if it affects every single person. Definitely affects me, though. Forgot to use Draft of 10 lands. That's a bit of an unfortunate blunder. Lost a little bit of experience there. Unfortunately, I was only like half, or about a third of my quest items. So that definitely sucks, but it is not the end of the world. We're going to craft this, and we're going to plant it. This is a bit of new tech. I've added on the profession quests to the Darkmoon Fair routing. Plant this here. Okay. Each quest is decent for the amount of time it takes. I'm specifically doing tailoring, blacksmithing, and cooking. Cooking because obviously anybody can do cooking. And tailoring, blacksmithing because you can get all the materials ahead of time and just easily complete it. Professions. Going to pick this up. I'm going to do cooking fire here. Combine this with 5 simple frogs, and then just chuck the breaded frogs into the cauldron. Okay. The unfortunate thing is there's still a lot that could go wrong at this stage, so it's not like even after I do this, we're out of the woods. There is so much in this new route that can just absolutely completely ruin my day. So, fingers crossed that it doesn't. That would be very nice if it doesn't, but it's kind of difficult to say for sure. Now, Thermal Anvil, going to hand in these quests, then I'm going to get the baby needs a new pair of shoes, going to throw down the Thermal Anvil, and I'm going to create the horseshoe. I need to do this 4 times, and then I apply it to the horse. And then I'm going to, the moment I do this, put the horseshoes on the horse. When I do this, I turn in the quest, I queue up for a random Burning Crusade dungeon. That there. This keg smash. Alright. Moment of truth. Have I done everything correctly? There's still going to be some consumable things that I've fucked up. I'm already at full health. I'm clicking the wrong item. do this. Item is not a valid target. Okay, I'm just going to throw this out. Eating real quick, and still finding things on my bars, right? Provoke needs to go there. I need to get Keg Smash. Just clicked it within my spellbook. Fun. Okay. I have all the quests. We're good. So, obviously, anybody who is familiar with the route will immediately notice something is strange. I'm doing dungeons. What's up with that? Didn't I always say that dungeons are really bad? And kind of. I would say, in terms of spamming, dungeons are not definitely the best source. Spamming dungeons is almost always going to be a slower way to level. However, specifically Burning Crusade dungeons, specifically up to level 25-ish, are actually quite efficient. Okay, the priest, yeah, unfortunately, one of the main issues with dungeons, right, is you're dealing with other people. And this is the main reason why I dislike when dungeons are fast. Because, well, I know some people like spamming dungeons with their friends, and that's all well and good, right? I'm never going to knock the way somebody wants to level. Personally, I dislike dungeons, at least from a speedrunning perspective, and I was glad that they were not efficient for a while, because there's too many variables when it comes to dungeon leveling. There's so many different things that can go wrong. You're at the whims of, the players. The correct way to do that pull, right, that you saw in that other room, is like I was doing. You LOS it, you run around the corner, all the mobs run to you, and then you immediately group them up. But then, you get people who, not their fault, right? They don't understand the route I'm going for. I can't sit down and type in chat, this is exactly how I'm going to do every single pull. They don't understand it. So that guy walked in and died immediately because he didn't understand that I was doing an LOS pull. And it's a little bit unfortunate. There's only so much communication you can do in the middle of a dungeon run. You can't really explain everything. And there's also a concern that sometimes, not always, but sometimes people will kick you. Not saying anything, right? Like, obviously, if you're toxic, people will kick you, right? But if I'm doing a really big pull, sometimes, like I'm sure a lot of people have experienced this before, you'll just be doing a dungeon really quickly, some person falls behind, they feel frustrated, they initiate a vote kick, and you're out of the dungeon. And that's always a really frustrating experience. And obviously the person on the other end, the person who fell behind and felt frustrated, is probably also not having the best experience either. But when dungeon leveling ends up being extremely efficient, especially if you're, spamming it as a solo queue tank or solo queue healer or something, at least as a tank, right, I have some agency over this. It is actually quite hard to solo Blood Furnace, specifically, at this level. It's probably, I would say, the hardest of the BC dungeons at low levels. A lot of the other ones, I can literally just walk through as any tank class, and it just falls over. Thankfully, my gear is really overpowered. It's one of the nice things about having, like, all this fancy crafted stuff. You can effectively one-shot it. I'm effectively doing like the level 10 boosting strat that a lot of people have talked about. If you don't know about that, there's like this, obviously some weird scaling stuff in dungeons, and people use level boosted or like twinked out level 10s to level boost people. I don't really think it's that much faster than the route that I'm going to show here, especially if, you're experienced with the route. I guess if you have absolutely no experience and, you just want to level up, you can pay somebody to boost for you. But at that point, the amount of gold that you're spending, it might genuinely be cheaper to just, buy a boost from Blizzard. I don't know, just seems weird, right? But effectively, with the amount of gear that I have on this character, and the fact that Brewmaster is actually pretty solid at low levels, this is effectively the speed that you would get from those low-level twinks. They would, of course, be one-shotting things, whereas I'm, like, two-shotting it, which, technically speaking, a little bit slower, but by such a minimal difference, it hardly matters. All right, one more boss down. Hopefully they don't pull anything extra. As long as they don't get the room on the side, we should be good. I can Tiger's Lust here. I'm going to try to zap the Hellfire Familiar and LOS around here. Those imps are really annoying to try and kill if you just fight them where they stand, but you can LOS them around the corner here. And yeah, that guy got stuck back there. I'm going to... I could have let him sit there and die, but, I figure I'll be nice and I'll save him. I'm going to put my consumables on my bars. This needs to go here. That's a health potion. Technically speaking, I don't think I'll need this, but I even brought low-level health pots just on the off chance I need, like, an emergency oh shit button. It doesn't really even do that much, but some of these dungeons can genuinely be scary, especially if your group doesn't know what they're doing, which is kind of the, the concern, right? Because if you have like a half-decent dungeon group, then you really shouldn't struggle with any of the TVC dungeons. But the reality of, doing dungeon leveling is you're occasionally going to get a group which is just 4 chickens with their heads cut off. And this group has honestly been pretty competent. It's been really good. I'm going to teleport out of dungeon. Then I'm going to teleport back in. It's going to take me immediately back to the entrance so I can turn in the quests. Yeah, so this overall, very good dungeon group. This is like pretty much what you're hoping for when you queue in Random Dungeon Finder. But sometimes you don't get that. Sometimes you're effectively soloing the dungeon, and if you are effectively soloing the dungeon, you do need to be prepared for that. Okay, going to queue again. I might get another instant queue, but usually the first queue is the fastest, especially as a tank. I'm going to buy at least 1 Darkmoon Top Hat. Let's go with 2, 3. One thing that can completely ruin the run is if I get Escape from Durnhold Keep. Thankfully, I didn't. This is Ramparts. Nice. Ramparts is another really good one. Blood Furnace is probably the best one, so that was actually really good that I got it first. Ramparts is, I would say, one of the best. I would probably say it's like top 4. You definitely want to get Ramparts. It's quite good. I need to do the quests here, though, so I am going to slow down a little bit. One of the main things, I think, in terms of like low-level twinks is I can kill things at a similar speed. It's going to slow down a little bit now that I'm leveling up, but especially in that last dungeon, I would say most things were dying very quickly. Like low-level twinks will one-shot things. The main difference is, honestly, survivability. So low-level twinks will take absolutely no damage, and they can just keep running through and spamming their damage buttons, and they're good to go. I will need to stop, and I will need to make sure that I'm not overpulling, because I am not invincible, even though I am fairly tanky. Now, Brewmaster is one of the squishier tanks, especially at low levels. Not commenting on it at high levels, it's actually better than people would expect. I'm not going to say it's like super tanky, because it is definitely one of the slightly squishier tanks at a max level, but it is what I main, and I think there's a misconception with max level Brewmasters, because it is really, really bad if you don't know how to play it. It's definitely a spec where somebody who doesn't know how to like use Brewmaster properly will struggle a lot with it, and they will make the class look like it's really, 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 really weak. If you know what you're doing, it's good, but admittedly, there is some merit to a lot of the people saying like Brewmaster isn't a great tank for like pushing or something like that. I've seen a lot of people say, oh yeah, everybody hates Brewmaster just because it's, not flavor of the month in meta, and it's blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to be completely honest, as somebody who mains Brewmaster, and I like to think I am pretty good at Brewmaster, I do think there is some merit to that. Because, like, while I can do high keys and stuff as Brewmaster, I honestly would not trust, like, the average Brewmaster tank. So if I had to pick, like, if I was, recruiting for a Mythic Plus group, or like if I had my group up in LFG and there were 2 equal item level tanks, one was a Brewmaster, one was a Prot Warrior, I would take the Prot Warrior. Speaking as a Brewmaster main, right? And fuck, honestly, like even I get better results in my Prot Warrior. Like I play my Brewmaster, I do well, and then I swap to my Prot Warrior and I literally just roll my face in the keyboard and tank keys. It's fucking brain dead easy. But at lower levels, the difference is actually quite noticeable, at least in terms of your survivability. But my damage is actually probably on the higher ends, I would say, for tanks at lower levels, because Keg Smash is a really good AoE button. It just hits like a truck. And the fact that you have a spammable AoE in the form of Spinning Crane Kick is really nice. And one of the nice things about Brewmaster's AoE, Spinning Crane Kick, and later on Rushing Jade Wind, which I don't actually think I'll be using it for dungeons because I will swap to Windwalker later in the run. But the nice thing about those abilities is they do damage multiple times, And a lot of leveling items have like proc effects. And a lot of Brewmaster's hits each count as like an ability use. There's like some weird janky code on the back end. So effectively, by using a lot of like tick abilities, such as Rushing Jade Wind or Spinning Crane Kick, you have a slightly higher chance of proccing like Mark of the Hidden Satyr, Elemental Force, etc. And that's where a large source of your damage is going to come from. Obviously, here I just Touch of Death him before anything could happen. But especially on AoE pulls, you'll notice those proc effects flying around. And Brewmaster is especially good at triggering those, so it makes it pretty good in terms of damage. I would say the only one that maybe is a little bit better is Prop Pally. Prop Pally gets like an insane amount of AoE at a very low level. Very hard to beat that. Okay. Come on. Lands. There we go. The dragon is just sitting there. Asan descends from the sky. And should note, I'm still not completely out of the woods yet. The dungeons are... This takes a bit of... I don't know what I would say. I probably don't need to loot this chest. I guess I will anyway. This does take a bit of focus, right? I can't completely dick around. I should have just teleported out, teleported back in. It's still faster, because teleporting out is just... It's really fast. It takes a total of like 10 seconds to do this process, which in the end will save time. The only danger in teleporting out and teleporting back in is sometimes everybody leaves while you're out, and that actually almost happened to me there, and I wouldn't have been able to teleport back in. So good thing I barely managed to get back in on time. I'm going to use that. I have a little bit of a queue time here. I honestly want the queues to be a little bit longer, just so I need time to breathe. I need time to get this set up. It's just a whirlwind right now. That's actually, I got a really good belt there. That is phenomenal. Where's my next belt? My next belt will be this thing. I'm level 57, and this is already almost just as good. No, here. Yeah. Almost as good. In fact, it is on par. I can actually throw this belt out. I don't need it. I got a random belt that is just as good. And that doesn't always happen, right? So the reason I have all of this stocked up is, oh, I got Old Hills Bred Foothills. Okay, that's really unlucky. So, if this was like a super duper... I mean, I guess it is a super duper serious speedrun. It's a speedrun I'm trying to take somewhat seriously. I just got probably the worst RNG imaginable. Old Hills Bred Foothills, insanely early on. This is basically the thing where I'm like, yeah, let's hope it doesn't happen because the run is basically fucked if it does. So here's the deal. I'm going to now try to recover, but I will note that that's really bad. That is really, really, really bad. This. I want to do this. Yeah. Okay. What do I do? I don't know. All my plans are now just shot. Just bear with me as I try to get over this soul-crushing feeling of having hours of prep work thrown out the window. I need to make sure I get my Darkmoon top hats. It's not unrecoverable. Like, I am being a little bit overdramatic, but it's not really that overdramatic. That is really, 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 really unlucky. There were about like 6 other dungeons I could have gotten that weren't Old Hills Red Foothills, and all of them are about like 3 times as fast. Like, I cannot overstate how slow Old Hills Bred Foothills is compared to literally everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head out of the portal here. I'm going to head over to Eastvale Logging Camp. There's going to be a bit of RP during the travel to Eastvale Logging Camp. And as I do that, I will try to, I don't know, organize my bags. I'll try to figure out how to save time here, how to make this not inefficient. Okay, so I talked to Marshal Dugan. He is not giving me the quest. There we go. Okay, so I have to talk to you first. Ride the Storm and Charger. Right, so this is something I never really knew about. It does actually help. It's especially helpful if you are going whatchamacallit, if you don't have the scouting map and you're not planning on doing dungeon leveling. But this is something that I will probably include in updated versions of the guide. The guide will, I should note, be updated after this. Whenever I finish this run, probably like a few days later. Do I need to put any of this? Some of the order of these items got severely messed up. I think we're... Darkman top hat there. Comfortable Riders Barding will stay for now. And what else do I need to put on my bars? Swim Speed Potion can go in there. The 2 War Scrolls I'll preemptively put there. Drums of Fury I can put on Control... Yeah, Control 4. Shocking Disclosure is the later potion. First potion I get to use would be Potion of the 12 Years, so I'll put it on Control 5 for when I do get there. Shimmer Scale Diving Suit. I'll have to manage all this later on. I'm just trying to save a little bit of time. I can't equip that until level 58. Okay. Alright, it's about to dismount me. So I'm still going to do a few more Burning Crusade dungeons. The problem is I missed all of the really efficient dungeons. Because there were still quite a lot. And, well, obviously I didn't get any. So what I will try to do is, in 30 minutes, whenever this Deserter debuff falls off, I will requeue, and hopefully I can chain into some of the good BC dungeons, and then I will no longer be doing BC dungeons while leveling. It is just at the start. Is this... Did I swap to Windwalker, right? Yeah, and I didn't actually put talent points. That's something I could have done while riding. That would have been helpful. This, and Paralysis, Fist of Fury, this, Open Palm Strikes. Okay. Why? Sure. Turn all this stuff in. Now, unfortunately, because I don't have fast mounted speed, which in all versions of my testing of this, I had fast mounted speed here, because in all versions of my testing of this, I didn't get fucking Old Hills, Red Foothills that early. And I was level 20 by the time I got here. Should still be fine. It's just going to be a little bit awkward to move around because I have a little bit slower move speed. The order in which you do these quests is a little bit particular. I've always thought that Eastvale Logging Camp isn't super efficient, and the problem with Eastvale Logging Camp, at least before, is when you're doing Eastvale Logging Camp like this, like I am now with a really slow mount speed, it's not that great, and it ends up being really sluggish. It's significantly better if you just have fast riding, and in theory, the way that this would work is you do dungeons up until you hit level 20, give or take. The plan, I can go over my plan now before that happened. My plan was to do dungeons up until level 20, and then start heading over here, getting all that set up, and I would still queue for BC dungeons, and then the moment I hit Old Hills, Red Foothills, I would ditch this. The only problem is I need to eventually pick up the WAD intro quest. I don't know necessarily if I can pick that up, then swap back to BC time walking. Another thing that I think I commented on briefly at the start of the run and then didn't really make too much note of is I did some testing beforehand, and in every single one of my testing runs, I'm still completely just at a loss of how everything manages to work except the actual run. I did this trick, I guess. Maybe it was just a bug, and for whatever reason, the bug's no longer happening. But I did a trick where I started BC time walking, I queued for a dungeon, then I left the queue after turning off Chromie time, and then I kept the BC dungeon queuing. For whatever reason, in that particular case when I tried it now, that didn't happen. It just went back to BFA, which in theory is what's supposed to happen, but consistently bugged or intentional or whatever, I was getting BC dungeons available for me. And I just assumed, okay, I can, do this consistently in the actual run. And apparently I can't. Apparently it does not work. The whether or not that will actually have an impact is hard to say, because the reason that I wanted to turn off Chromie Time is because, in theory, turning off Chromie Time at low levels gives you better RNG for rares. And because I'm playing on actual servers, this is not a PTR run, that actually is significant. And as you can see, there's other people here, because I have Chromie Time on, and most people do turn Chromie Time on. But I was going to try to turn it off, didn't work. Oh well. There is a bunch of bears that I need to kill out here. Now, on the plus side, I will say this isn't the only routing change that I have in mind. Obviously, Eastvale Logging Camp is part of it, in addition to... yeah, okay, Spider Rare's down. Oh, actually, wait, Spider Rare is alive, even though somebody killed all the stuff around it. Cool. That's a good bit of RNG there, kind of making up for getting shafted a little bit. No young forest bears, because somebody killed all of them, which is a little bit problematic. I'm going to gun shoes here, because it doesn't look like I'll need to stop. Hoping I don't, immediately run into a forest bear. I immediately ran into a forest bear. Okay, I'm going to try to bait it in this direction, and it's whatever. I mean, I'd rather find one and have to cancel my gun shoes a bit early than just not find one at all. But the problem with old forest bears, or young forest bears, or whatever, is they spawn much less frequently in other parts of the woods. That's the best place to find them. Oh, there's another one here, though. So now I only need one more. I might actually be fine. But yeah, what was I saying? So, in terms of Alliance speedruns, this will be fucking another rare mob, even though other people are here. Okay, some good RNG. I will... Can't complain too much. I actually did not find either of those rare mobs during my test runs, so in a sense, we're probably still breaking even here a little bit. As long as I don't get shafted later on. The really unfortunate thing that can still happen is when the dungeon thing expires, I immediately requeue, and I immediately get Old Hills Bred Foothills. That is something that can happen. I'm just gonna hope it doesn't, because if it does, whew, I am fucked. There's a lot of good experience in those quests. And I mean, I say I'm fucked in a speedrun perspective. I'm still gonna get a good time, which is kind of what I was saying before. And I've never seen this one in any of my testing runs. That's really good. This guy has a really long patrol range, so he's only efficient if he happens to be on this exact part of the shoreline. So, some good luck? Yay! I'll take it. What I'll probably try to do, and I can save a little bit of time by doing this, is I can make it over to Lake Everstill, and I can do all the quests in Redridge up until I reach whatever that town is. I forget the name. For whatever reason, I'm pushing my buttons as if I'm playing Brewmaster. I'm not playing Brewmaster. I was mashing Tiger Palm because I was trying to press Keg Smash, and yeah, I just, like I said, don't know what I was doing there. I'm playing Windwalker now. Okay. There's one more rare that we could potentially find. If the other two are up, this is the easiest rare to find because it's so far out of the way. Yeah, this one is always up. Because the other two are, in the middle of questing hubs. The turtle I almost never find, just because sometimes it might be up, but it's likely somewhere really far down. And that one I always find, because nobody goes this far out. But definitely, if you're looking for rares, that's a pretty consistent one. I'm going to run as far as I can on my mounts. The moment Gunshoes is off cooldown, I'm not going to get into combat, so I'm actually going to wait right here. Not going to move, because if I got into combat, I wouldn't be able to press Gunshoes the moment it was off cooldown. But this way, I can just head straight to the bridge. So what was I saying? Yeah, this is still going to be my fastest Alliance run by far, because I honestly haven't done any, serious Alliance speedruns. It's something that people have been asking me to do for quite a while, and one of the main reasons why I just never even considered doing this in Shadowlands is it was an impossibility for me. Because the nice thing about Dragonflight is you can now fully mail items across factions, so I'm able to fund an Alliance speedrun using my Horde gold. But before, if I wanted to do an Alliance speedrun, I had to basically get gold on Alliance to fund it, which just wouldn't have been something I'm willing to do. So, never really bothered with it back in Shadowlands, and now that I can actually use my own gold for this, it's much more feasible. Those are the only quests we do here. So much more feasible now. And I considered doing it before, like a serious run, but I wanted at least the first world record speedrun, or at least at the time when I was doing it, really fast speedrun. I wasn't sure if it would be world record or not. But I wanted the first really fast speedrun to be Horde, because all of my runs thus far have been Horde. And then afterwards, I figured I could consider doing an Alliance run. And because a lot of the new tech here actually benefits Alliance more than it does Horde, Silverpine Forest, etc. is really fast. This is probably still a marginal time save for Horde, but it is much, much more impactful for the Alliance routing than it is for Horde. So I wanted to do a run on Alliance to showcase like the dungeon stuff and show how this is fast. I'm going to really quickly eat this. You only have to eat for a second to get it to work. I did put it up here. I'm going to also use Shimmer Scale Diving Suit. Just get this out of the way real quick for when I need to use it in a little bit. Now, fingers crossed here that I have good rare RNG in Red Ridge Mountains. It would be very nice if things go my way for that as well. I'm going to use my necklace here, round up a bunch, and Fists of Fury. My survivability as a Windwalker is not great until I get my PvP talents. And right now I don't have them, so, not great. But it is still decent. Can tap these guys. Spell harm is not terrible. I want to grab the Dire Condor. The wrong button there. There we go. And then I'm going to grab this map here. And I think I need to loot them, right? Yeah, you have to loot for Condor Giblets. And mounts up. I could press Gunshoes here. It is off cooldown. But I'm probably going to run into a Condor on this hill, so I don't want to immediately cancel Gunshoes. So I'm going to delay it, yeah, exactly as planned. I'm going to delay it a little bit so that I can use it when I'm returning to hand in this quest, because that's going to get me the full use of Gunshoes, even though it's a little bit delayed. Get this Condor. Gore Tusk over here. And kill this guy. Tag you. Right. Pick some talents. Frosty of Swin, another Flashing Fists. Almost level 20. Now, when I hit level 20, I can go turn on War Mode, which is what I'll do. But I want to make sure I can immediately Hearth back here, because if I don't set my Hearthstone, then I'll have to take a flight path all the way back into Red Ridge. That'll lose me a bunch of time. So it's faster to go a little bit past level 20, which is likely what will happen. And then we come back here immediately with Hearth. And you'll notice I didn't get Dalaran Hearthstone. In case you're unfamiliar with monks, monks don't need to get Dalaran Hearthstone because they can use this thing, Zen Pilgrimage. Zen Pilgrimage effectively functions as a second Hearth. Very, very useful. A little bit scared here. Yeah, there's this weird bug with this particular area. I honestly have no idea what causes it, but it's consistent in this region of Red Ridge, this like little gnoll camp. Sometimes you kill one gnoll and the rest of them just evade. I've absolutely no clue what causes it. It happens fairly consistently. Yeah, just a weird bug there. I think I need one more Gore Tusk. So I'm just going to kill these guys. And to my point earlier, yeah, I am a little bit disappointed that it didn't go according to plan. I was really, really hoping I didn't get shafted with Old Hills, Red Foothills. However, I'm still overall probably going to be happy with the time. The only frustrating thing is I do think that having that ideal start, because I would probably be a good... That's like, honestly, a pretty significant 10-minute-ish time loss, which 10 minutes in the grand scheme of things is quite a lot for a speedrun. If we're talking about casual leveling, 10 minutes, yeah, it's whatever. You don't really care if you lose 10 minutes. But if you're doing a speedrun, 10 minutes is... enough to completely make or break a run. And what I'm hoping, or what I was hoping, is a really stretch goal, right? And it might have even still been impossible, even if I did get really lucky, is I was hoping to actually beat my Horde run, at least for 10 to 60, because I think it would be really cool if I managed to say that I actually beat my current world record, but on Alliance. And I mean, it's not impossible. Alliance is actually pretty fast, especially with their War Mode buff, which I think, unfortunately, right now, yeah, for whatever reason, War Mode's down to only 15. It used to be 20, and in some regions, it's actually all the way up to 30. So War Mode can actually be quite impactful. It just isn't for me right now. But I think I stood a pretty fair chance at beating my Horde world record for 10 to 60, and might not be doable now, which is moderately disappointing, but not the end of the world. So I'm not gonna be too upset about it. But I think you can probably understand how I might be mildly disappointed by that happening. Let's see. One of the other frustrating things about this is my bag space is really, really, really bad here. I think I can take that. So actually, I'm going to pop in the water here, and I'm just going to use Surface Skimmer to just cross there. And ride it up here. I'm going to grab this quest. Probably could have waited to grab the quest after, but eh. And I should be able to, actually just on time, hit level 20. Is there a riding trainer in here? I never realized that that was a stables. No, I think it's just cosmetic that there's like horses and stuff. Alright. Grab these quests. Turning this in should get me to 20. Nice. So now I'm going to put a point into Ferocity of Swen. First PvP talent is Turbo Fists. Turbo Fists is absurdly strong. It's going to be a massive damage increase. I need to go over... Where is the innkeeper? Oh, I walked right past her. Make this in your home. Nope, wrong button. There we go. Zen Pilgrimage. Whew, okay. I'm actually, the funny thing is, I am about on par with my old world record. And that is without, War Mode, right? So, in theory, Alliance should be even faster from here. By instinct, went to the Horde portal. Alliance should get even faster from here, theoretically, because you get 5% more experience. Now, my Horde world record was during the anniversary event, which would make it even cooler if I managed to beat it without the anniversary event. But I'm going to head down here. I'm going to roll off the Mage Tower. Nice. Before I forget, I'm going to turn on War Mode. Alright. Then I'm going to head over to the Flight Master. One of the unfortunate things about Alliance, there's a lot of little tiny things for Alliance players that make it slightly inconvenient compared to Horde. Horde, it's really fast to go learn your riding trainer. Learn your riding training words. There's a lot of really close riding trainers to Horde players. Alliance, you have to go all the way over to the Flight Master. It's a little bit of an inconvenience. There might be a way to optimize that. I don't know if there's like another city that has a really close riding trainer, like maybe Darnassus or something. I have no fucking clue. Actually, I don't think there's a portal there because, it got blown up. But yeah, it's a little bit more time consuming. Not by much. It's really not the end of the world. I'm going to take this off my bars. I'm going to put I need to find my consumables. I still have my diving suit active. Yeah, Elixir of the Mongoose, right? So pop Elixir of the Mongoose, that is good. You'll notice, yeah, I'm super fast with this diving suit active. I would say just for this section, Shimmer Scale Diving Suit is so good for Alliance. Alliance benefits significantly more from any water speed increases compared to Horde. So Horde has a few cases where they can use XA1000 Surface Skimmer, and it's good in those cases. But for Alliance, I mean, anywhere in this zone, it's so nice to use XA1000s. And Shimmer Scale Diving Suit, specifically for that quest, is very helpful. Oh, the rare's up! Oh my goodness. Oh, funny story about this rare. I was doing testing on the PTR in preparation for this run. One of the nice things about the PTR is you don't really need to prep consumables, so I can simulate an actual run without actually having to, buy all the consumables. Because something that you may notice is I have a lot of items here, and this is not cheap. And in case you thought it was, I'd imagine you probably knew that it wasn't. I've talked about this before, but especially this run was very, very, very expensive because a 10 to 60 run on its own is expensive. A 60 to 70 run on its own is expensive, and this was both. There we go. And use the XA1000. This in total cost me about 150,000 gold to prep for this run. It was a fucking ton. Now, in case you're new to the speedruns and stuff, I will reiterate this every time. 90% of the time save comes from 10% of the cost / items. A lot of the stuff I'm using here, like, do you need to use Potion of the Tolvi or Elixir of the Mongoose? Fuck no. This saves such a small amount of time, killing mobs slightly faster, but it speedruns, the entire purpose is to go as fast as humanly possible. It's not about, oh, let's try to do a cost-efficient run, though I have done those before. I've done budget speedruns, as I like to call them, and I've proved that you can get really good times with just like the bare minimum. I had like a spending budget of like 5k for those runs, which is really not a lot. And you can still get a lot of really, really efficient items. And one of the other things is, I would say about 50 out of that 100k that I spent is kind of, I guess, like a safety measure, where I bought items that I'm probably not actually going to use during the run. Like, I'll buy 20 flasks instead of 20 flasks instead of like 5, and I may only use 5 during the actual run, but I don't want to be in a case where something goes wrong and I end up, being in a certain area for longer than I thought, and I end up, needing to use a flask, and then it's like, oh no, I only brought 5 flasks and I'm out of flask. You don't want to be in that position, right? So a lot of times I'd rather spend an extra like 5k to, stock up on bonus flasks instead. And the thing about that is I do a lot of these speedruns, so in many cases I can kind of carry the stuff over from run to run. So if I'm doing a bunch of these, I can, use the consumables in 2 consecutive runs if I have leftovers. In fact, funny thing about that, the crafted gear that I'm using for this month is actually the exact, or not crafted gear, the green BOEs, because now you actually have to use world drop BOEs due to the scaling instead of the crafted gear, weird Dragonflight scaling stuff. But I'm actually using the exact same green BOEs that I did on my monk in the previous run, because that monk was on the PTR, and because it was on the PTR, what I effectively did is just got a bunch of those items, copied a character over with all the items, and mailed them to my PTR monk, which meant I still had all of the originals, and I actually didn't even realize I had them. I was about to go buy the greens, and I logged onto a random character and remembered, oh yeah, this was the one that months ago I used to send all my stuff over to my alt. And I found all of the same exact enchanted greens that I used, and I was like, oh yeah, PTR run, I can just reuse that stuff. So there's actually very minimal difference in terms of gearing and consumables with this 10 to 60 run, and, well, it's a 10 to 70 run, but the 10 to 60 part of this run and the 10 to 60 world record that I have are using very, very comparable stuff, which actually is kind of nice. It means that there's not going to be a ton of variance in terms of, oh, well, I was unable to get this really good green that I found that had perfect stats or something. No, it is exactly the same, which is really, really nice. I'm going to equip... that's 23. Okay. Before I forget, I also need to get Comfortable Riders Barding. I don't want to be dismounted. Going to quickly throw that on there. Yep, I do want to use that. Use my necklace to get out of here slightly quicker. When I hit 23, I can equip these 2 items, and that's the only thing that I'll need to equip until I hit level 33, which won't be for a little bit. So I have some breathing room. Ooh, really good RNG. The Yedin is fairly close. Sometimes I have to go hunting down for it. There's a lot of little things on this run that have been slightly good. This isn't the perfect spot for the Yedin, I will say. Sometimes also this bugs out and doesn't work. It didn't that time. That's good. Yeah, The perfect spot for the Yedin is around here. I don't think the Yedin will fight mobs. I'm hoping I can just run through here and it won't distract. Yeah, okay, I'm good. Perfect spot for the Yedin to be is like right around there, past this, because I need to fight Yowler. But once Yowler's dead, I can just touch and death him. Oh, the Yedin is fighting mobs. That's not good. The rest leashed. Okay, that's nice. Gunshoes is off cooldown, so that's perfect. I think trying to see if there's anything else I need to do. This is a good opportunity to check whenever you're doing these long gunshoes. The Eden is lagging behind a little bit, which concerns me. I've never seen it run this slow. It usually, yeah, normally it does that. You can see it's rubber banding to me. It kind of fell behind a little bit. Very odd. This is a good place to use a Goblin Glider. Up there. Foreman Oslo is saved. Complete. Okie doke. 2 minutes until the dungeon queue falls off. I can still do TBC. Yeah, it's still in my random queues. Alright. I also need to clear my inventory a little bit. So we're starting to hit the point where my inventory is very clogged. Improved paralysis, I need that for something later. Flying Serpent Kick, I'm going to put on 9. I don't know why it's doing something weird with my UI. I missed a quest. Whoops, forgot to pick something up. New PvP talent, clear that pop-up. Right, it was a new NPC. Okay. I should put Draft of 10 lands on my bars, so I don't forget. I have Mongoose on here twice. I do not need Mongoose on there twice. I probably won't be, because a lot of people, I know, enjoy watching my speedruns for, like, you know, telling stories and, you know, random rambles and shit like that. I won't be doing that a lot here, because one of the things about these really well-prepped speedruns is, as I said, since there's a lot of golds that I've had to spend getting this working, I do not want to mess around and ramble and potentially lose a lot of time. So I will not be spending too much time doing that. One of the other problems, though, is I've hit level 20, which puts me in a new bracket of potential dungeons for TBC. So I could get actually some quite terrible dungeons. I think I queued... Yeah, I queued as a tank, right? Okay. I should use Grand Expedition while moving here, because I want to clean out the rest of this stuff. Refreshing spring water has no vendor price. That's actually really annoying. Clear this. And it's going to sound like I'm complaining a lot. I know a lot of people will comment stuff like this about, like, oh, all this guy does is complain. Understand that, like, I'm not, like, constantly living in a state of, like, being frustrated at stuff. I think it's hopefully understandable that, you know, I am extremely stressed during these runs. So one of the ways that I deal with stress is sometimes just complaining, like, XYZ thing is happening. And it's like a way of kind of venting stress. The other option is just sitting there and suffering in silence. A good one, I hope. Set that calls is good. This is okay. Thankfully not. Escape from Durnhold Keep. I would have been so pissed if it was Escape from Durnhold Keep. Doesn't matter, but I'm just gonna pick Double Barrel so that pop-up doesn't happen. Now the scaling is going to be a little bit less favorable for me because I'm no longer low levels. So this is going to be a little bit difficult. Sethek Halls is also one of the, I would say, more challenging dungeons. It's not like super hard, especially because I do have options at this level in terms of talent points. Yeah, I could spend them after. I should actually do that. It's going to. 1 second. I'll just type in chat so they know. There we go. Paralysis, 2 into Furious Swen. Apply changes. Okay, we're good. Do want to make sure I have all my talent points spent. It did this thing where it fucked up my Bars like that should be fine. Nice thing about the Dark Iron Dwarf racials. So I think this is another one where if you're familiar with wow. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Still really bad that I died there. For whatever reason, some guy just like, oh, this guy's saying I've gone ham. This warrior, oh my goodness. Yeah, somebody just randomly pulled half the room there. That is one of the dangers of Sithek Halls. A lot of the mobs here have like mind control effects. This is why we have Darkmoon Top Hats, right? It's not the end of the world, but that does seriously frustrate me, especially because it clears my flasks and stuff. And obviously dying is a time loss. This is why dungeons are not really fun to do when they're efficient, because you get stuff like that where, random warrior, who I'm sure he's having a blast, pulling half the room, gets me killed. And, I don't want to be upset, right? I'm not going to try to rain on this dude's parade and be like, oh, how dare you. But it is a little bit frustrating. Oh, what the fuck happened there? Can touch of death. Free Alaka. Alright. I don't know what that NPC is doing. To also find my consumables. What happened there? Because I kind of mentioned it, but I know some people may not be familiar with Sithek Halls. Basically, there's mobs called the Time Lost Controllers. They put down a totem that mind controls somebody, and normally you only pull like one or two, so it's not a concern. But because the extra ones that got pulled, there were like 2 Time Lost Controllers, a bunch of people got mind controlled, and there wasn't a whole lot that I could do about it, unfortunately. There. I'm going to try to rebuff. No, I have to at some point, so might as well. So do this. 1, 2. Buff again. One of the frustrating parts sometimes when you queue as a tank is you do sometimes just get DPS who pull for you. And now I'm kind of okay with that. No, I'm used to it. I've done leveling dungeons quite a lot, even though for speedruns I don't like to do that. Sometimes I will just level through dungeons. I actually have an entire video coming out later this week analyzing dungeon leveling for all levels and how efficient it is. The only thing I won't be covering is all of the different Chromie Time expansions, because that's something that hasn't really changed a whole lot. Even before I incorporated this into the run, Chromie Time dungeon leveling was always like not too far off, but it was only TBC and kind of Wrath and base vanilla. It's like I'll probably put up like a little tier list just for people who are curious and be like, hey, if you're curious about how good each Chromie Time thing is for dungeon leveling, this is what it is. And I don't know exactly what I'll do, but I would say a rough guesstimate for how efficient everything is obviously TBC is S tier for dungeon leveling. It was actually almost good enough to make it into my old runs, and I just didn't include it. Now I finally decided it is efficient. Warrior's pulling more again. Actually, that might have not been the warrior. I think that was the warlock actually. But yeah, TBC is the best by far for a variety of reasons. One, a lot of the TBC dungeon design is very fast. So you're going to get like a lot of really quick runs, and the end of dungeon experience bonus is quite significant, especially at lower levels. It makes up a huge chunk of how much you actually get from dungeon leveling. That falls off a lot at later levels, which is the reason why it's not good to spam this. That fear is unfortunate. I'm probably going to pull. I did not. Thank you. Thankfully. They pulled. This is so when I said before, right? You get some really good dungeon groups like that. Blood Furnace was good. For every good Blood Furnace group you get a terrible, terrible, terrible Sithek Halls group. This is about the most disastrous type of group you can get. And I don't necessarily know how much of it is due to each person. Oh, what the fuck? How did they pull? How? How does that even happen? That is surprising. Yeah. This is bad. This is literally the worst possible outcome. This isn't even just bad. This is the worst dungeon group I have experienced in any of my testing runs. Okay, so much for the good RNG I was getting, right? Fucking hell, dude. And these health potions at this point are barely making a dent. How did they manage to pull stuff at the start? I can kill the Charming Totem. Come on, die, Charming Totem! That is just... what the actual fuck, man? This is something this is like an unprecedented level of just dumb fuckery. Holy shit. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, Brewmaster is not the best tank at recovering from those pulls. I managed, but definitely, like, I would have been more comfortable if I was on, like, a prop paladin for something like that. Like, you gotta work with what you have. Death. I think that's every quest. Shing Jade Wind here. Okay. I don't know why it keeps saying I have a PvP talent slot available. I totally clicked one. I'm just gonna stun this just before it does anything. Oh my goodness. Alright. At least that, I was really worried, because if that had been a wipe right at the very end of the dungeon, that would have been a colossal time loss. We didn't wipe. It's not the end of the world. We're fine. There's another quest I need to turn in at the middle. That's the main reason, because I always say, like, you know, oh, teleport out, teleport back in. Because of the quest in the middle, I did not do that. I am going to refresh draft of 10 lands here. Put it on my bars. The question is, at this point, where do I draw the line? And where do I say, this is enough? What the fuck? Okay. Where do I say this is enough TBC dungeons? Because before I was like, whenever I queue into Durnhold, I'm trying to figure out where my limit is for the stuff. Okay, cool. Level 24, so I can equip my crafted gear. Come on. Let's work real quick. What did I get? Vigorous gloves. It's probably not going to be better than any of the stuff I have, just because of the enchants on this, and the enchants do scale with your level. It's a fun little thing. I'm going to queue again. Let's just hope it's not Escape from Durnhold Keep. And I don't think I need to do anything else. I could pick a few talents on Windwalker, but I mean, I just dinged, so I don't need to. There is... oh! Hold on. Share quest. Okay. This is actually fine. It's unlikely to give me Escape from Durnhold Keep again. They are not responding, though. But in theory, can't sadly. What do you mean, can't sadly? What is that? Oh, God. It's grayed out. Okay. What is going on here? I can't teleport out of the dungeon. Okay, so this is fine. What I'm going to do here is, because if I had been able to get the quest, I would have said maybe it's worth it. I can't get the quest, which is unfortunate, right? I'm guessing it's some weird bug where, whatever reason, Blizzard marked that intro quest as not shareable. What I am going to do is I'm going to kill the boss and leave, because the nice thing is, at the very least, I spawn directly next to this boss. If you kill a boss, you do not get the Dungeon Deserter penalty. But I'm definitely not going to sit through Escape from Durnal Keep after I don't even get the quest for it. This is definitely a weird one. All right, leave instance group. Yep. Yeah, see, you don't get Dungeon Deserter penalty. But at the very least, I guess that was a minor hiccup, not the end of the world. So I can pick up this quest. I don't know why it didn't spawn in before. 13 minutes, yeah. So I still need to wait a little bit, and this run spirals ever further into the depths of, like, fuck garbage. I don't know. It's really frustrating. It's not fun being in this position. Take my word for it. You know, it could have been worse, I guess. I could have just gotten a fresh Escape from Durnal Keep, but it's really, really frustrating that I'm now getting it twice. And the unfortunate reality of WoW runs is, especially when dungeons are involved, you cannot restart. It is quite literally impossible. If this was like a casual speedrun and I was just testing something, like if I was doing a testing run, I might be willing to... what I can do is... I'm going to pull... Oh my fucking god. Sorry, I need... I'm going to... I don't like to do this a lot during speedruns. I'm going to just stop talking for a little bit. I'm going to focus, because I am getting very tilted, and I don't want to just keep complaining. And if I talk right now, I'm going to be complaining. So I'm just not going to. Yeah. Hey folks, so Haraldin from the future is chiming in here, and now I did say at this part of the run that I wasn't going to talk because I was tilted, and that is pretty true. I stopped talking for only about a minute, actually, and then I just continued with something else. But I wanted to find a good empty spot early on in the run to give you a fair warning, because this run is probably the weirdest, like, just most absolutely fucked speedrun I've ever done, where in one sense, it actually ends up being really good. So I have really bad RNG early on here, as you've seen, but I get pretty good RNG later on, or at least later on in the 10 to 60 section. I get a sub 4-hour time, spoiler alert, but you know, whatever. So pretty good run. And then 60 to 70, I ended up getting 2 hours and 59 minutes, which, I mean, really good. So like, what could go wrong? Let's just say that the entire 60 to 70 section of the run is going to have to be narrated by future Haraldin, like all 3 hours of it. It's a fucking mess. So I think it's going to be fun. I'm going to have a lot of editing to do, but just be prepared. Shit gets fucking wild later on. Okay, anyways, back to past Harald. We'll say, one of the disappointing parts about this run not going super well is I did want, like, this one to be really good. Like, you know, something that I could say, okay, I'm done. Because the reality is, I didn't want to say this at the beginning of the video because I don't want to disappoint people. I'm probably not going to be doing many more of these. At least not like full. I don't think I'll ever do another full 10 to 70 run. It requires me to set aside way too much time in my schedule. Setting aside like 8 hours for a run is just not something I'm really able to do consistently. You need like 8 uninterrupted hours. It requires a shit ton of prep time ahead of time. Way more room for error, which means way more stress. Not something I can, feasibly do. That said, in terms of lower level runs, I'm probably not going to do many more actual speed runs. Now, don't be like, oh no, what do you mean? It's not necessarily what you think. On one hand, I just don't really enjoy doing these a ton. After I've done them a million times, literally the only reason I'm doing this run is because I found routing changes. And there was almost a sense of like, I guess I gotta do a run. Especially doing 2 back-to-back is rough, because I just did the Druid run. That took a lot of prep time. and then having to do that one, literally immediately after, is really exhausting. Really, yeah, exhausting is probably the best word for it. It is really exhausting doing these. Um, and like they're fun to do once in a while, but when you are doing them very regularly, it can get to a point where you're just very, very, very stressed out. It is hard to do these back to back. I have done basically nothing this week because what happened is I did the Druid run, and I was hoping to have at least the middle of the week to get some stuff done. I don't know, take a break, which is something I haven't had in a few months. Um, but Blizzard posted or updated the PTR on Tuesday, and I had to go and make a video on that, which I'm a little bit disappointed in because my video did really good, and then YouTube just kind of like, I don't know, shadow banned it or something. I've never seen it happen. I'm not going to rant about that too much because I know not everybody wants to hear the YouTube backend stuff. But like, I made a video about the PTR that was short, to the point, pretty good. And the crazy thing is the analytics reflect that. It was doing really well. And then it's like literally just flatlines. Like at one point, YouTube's just deciding like, no, this video's done. We're literally showing it to nobody anymore. And you can check, like there's a way in YouTube to see how many times has this been recommended to people. It's called impressions. It's like, I get like 5 impressions an hour. For reference, my bad videos get like 50 impressions an hour. Like the really bad ones, impressions, you get a lot of them. I mean, think about how many people like across all of YouTube could theoretically be recommended your video. Like, it's pretty easy to get 5 showcases of your video in some person around the world's recommended, which is what that is, right? So the fact that a video that was performing well just got randomly just killed, no fucking clue what happened. But that was honestly a real fucking hit to the gut. Because I spent pretty much all of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday doing that. It was sleep, work on that video, or do research for that video, and then work on that video. And then raid, right? My guilds just started Razageth Prog a few days ago. And Mythic Razageth is not the worst boss to tank, but definitely requires, a decent amount of mental awareness, right? It's a little bit exhausting to have to do all that, right? So when that was how I spent those days, and then, after doing some testing for that dungeon video that I was going to make, realizing that, I can actually incorporate this into the route, and then I did a bit more testing, and I found, a few other adjustments for 60 to 70. It was just kind of that feeling of like, I guess I need to do another 10 to 70 run, or like in a 10 to 70 run, to showcase all this. But what I can either do, and I was kind of put in the position of, I can either just not do it right now and wait until next month, which I don't know what's happening next month. For all I know, 10.0.7 is about to come out, and I'll need to do a bunch of PTR testing for that. Or I could rush to do another speedrun, get all that set up, and get it done before Darkmoon Faire ends, because you kind of need Darkmoon Faire to really showcase these things. It is kind of an important part of the routing. So I can't do this without Darkmoon Faire. So I kind of had to do that, and end result is I just did all this setup, right? So it's a little bit frustrating when after all of that, it doesn't necessarily go well. And one of the main things is I really wanted it to do well because I really wasn't planning on doing another speedrun anytime soon. So this, honestly, you can consider this like a bonus. The Druid one was going to be one of the last I did in a while. I might have done some casual testing runs, but I don't really consider those speed runs. There's a very big difference between testing something for my leveling guide and doing an actual speedrun. Because I want to do at least one serious speedrun for like everything, because you do want to do a certain amount of limit testing, right? Figuring out like, is this actually fast? And it's kind of hard to necessarily tell that all the time if you're doing casual runs, but if you set a benchmark, if you're like, okay, this is what you can do if you're really fast, and then you like do other tests comparing to that, because it's easy to do a segmented speed run, right? Where for like 30 minutes, I do this one zone and I do it really efficiently. Like that's not hard. I can do that. I've done a bunch of those while testing. Like I said, I do those in the PTR, right? Because I can copy over all my stuff. I'm not paying any gold. And then I just do one really focused 30-minute session of testing a zone or something like that. That is absolutely doable. And I do that a shit ton of times behind the scenes. for the guide, and don't even post it as a speedrun, because, I'm not going to post a 30-minute run, right? That's not something that's really terribly interesting. You'll notice I'm leaving Red Ridge a bit earlier. Oh, shit. Huh. I probably should have checked to see if that rare was up. I just kind of assumed it wasn't. I forgot that I swapped over to war mode before, or after killing Rib Chaser the first time. Yeah, it's not necessarily that that set of quests is bad. It's just with the dungeon stuff, there's no reason to do the end there. Basically, what doing the dungeons at the start allows you to do is it allows you to cut out a lot of the slush time, I guess. And now there's 2 segments of slush time I'll be cutting out. Spires of Iraq, gone. It's completely out of this. You might still need to do Spires if you aren't using any experience buffs, but that's, inherently part of what my run is designed for. It gives you buffer in case you don't have, like, all the fancy buffs that I have. So you might need to do that. But, what's it called? We can cut out that bit at the end of Red Ridge there, and we can cut out all of Spires, and probably going to end up cutting out, like, a little bit of Gorgrond. We'll see, though. Also, a big chunk of Duskwood. The thing about Duskwood's weird. Alliance is in a bit of a weird spot, where I've said before that if I were to pick, like, the 2 fastest zones in the game, it would, aside from WoD Intro, where obviously the WoD Intro, I've probably said this a million times, it's the fastest set of quests in the game. So WoD Intro, really fast. But outside of that, the 2 fastest zones are probably Hillsbred Foothills and Lochmodon. Those 2 zones are really good. So if you could string together, like, a cross-faction perfect routing, like, something that I think would be really cool is if you could now do cross-faction zones, and I could level in both Lochmodon and Hillsbrad, that would be the shit. That would be really, really good. You can't do that, though. But the thing about that is, if we go after that, it's like, what are the efficient zones after that? I would say probably Silverpine Forest is very close. Gorgrond is also very close. Yeah, and that's it. And then significant jump down below that, you have Eastvale Logging Camp, Red Ridge Mountains, and Duskwood. And you might be wondering, well, why do you do Eastvale Logging Camp, Red Ridge Mountains, and Duskwood? And that's because those are the next fastest zones. So when I say big jump below that, I mean more just in terms of how efficient they are compared to those fastest zones. But in terms of, like, compared to generic zones, they're still quite fast. But that's the thing, where, like, Horde has Silverpine Forest and Hillsbred Foothills, both of which are very, very, very efficient. Alliance has one extremely efficient zone in the form of Lochmodon, and then everything else is really bad. I would actually say there are a few zones, maybe for Horde, that are actually more efficient than, like, Red Ridge and Lochmodon, or Red Ridge and Duskwood would be for Alliance. That's a little bit hard to measure, because I don't really run them as much, because they're not super great. But Horde has a lot of really, really good zones. Alliance, though, does have the War Mode bonus, which kind of makes up for it. I still don't love the War Mode bonus, because it does make it a little bit hard to compare Alliance and Horde routes 1-to-1, because it's like, well, yeah, technically speaking, Alliance can get faster times, because they get, in some cases, 20% additional experience, but then it's like, does that mean that their zones are actually faster? Well, generally, no, it's actually the opposite. So it's a little bit hard to say, but Lochmodon we're going to be doing in its entirety, because it is really, really, really fast. But Duskwood honestly just isn't really that great. It's just at levels 25 to 30 before, I realized that dungeons were fast. Really, it's just the best that you could do. In fact, right now, I would probably be doing dungeons if the queue is up, which it obviously just is. I was kind of keeping, like, a mental clock of that. I can do this one more time. Right. Tag. Bunch of mobs. Queue's a little bit slower now. But the problem is, you might notice, if you just saw, because I hit level 26 or whatever, we got the Arcatraz. Arcatraz is now available as one of the dungeons that I could potentially run into, which is really, really, really bad. Actually, I want that. Then I would like Interrupt, Touch of Karma, Widening Whirl. Yeah, and then Touch of Karma I can put on H. This significantly boosts my survivability. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, the problem is now, like earlier, if I hadn't RNG'd into Escape from Durnhold, the nice thing about that is all of the other dungeons up until level 20 are very, very, very good. But when you hit the 25 period, or 20 to 25, and then 25 to 30 for BC dungeons, you get some real stinkers in there. Then fucking Black Morass shuffles its way in. I would say most of the Tempest Keep dungeons are really bad. Botanica isn't terrible. Mechanar is actually good. So Mechanar is the only good one, but Botanica isn't great. It's definitely like not fast. But Botanica I wouldn't quit out of. But Black Morass, I would just insta-leave. Obviously, once again, if I happen to get Escape from Durnhold a third fucking time, I would insta-leave. And then Arcatraz, I would insta-leave. Oh, nice, there's a rare. That's pretty good. Queue time's taken a bit long. That's the advantage of also, no matter what you do, I think it should go without saying that you should be questing while you do queues, especially if you're not a tank. So I've been getting really fast queues up until this point. But if you are playing or queuing as a DPS and you don't have that privilege, definitely you need to be doing quests while you dungeon. I mean, you don't need to. Don't let me tell you how to live your life, right? But if you want to be efficient, you need to be doing that. That's just how it is. I think, yeah, that's all of them. So I can do gun shoes. We can head back. But even when I was getting near instant queues as a tank, you could see, like, even back in Darkman Fair, like, I was slowly inching my way through the progression of, like, what I needed to do along my route. So I'm effectively doing two separate things. I'm just adding dungeon leveling on top of the existing stuff that I was doing. I'm gonna bank this way a little bit, even though I am overshooting the town. I'm pretty sure this rare is not up, Fenros, but he has an extremely wide patrol range. So I am just covering the entirety of it. Yeah, it looks like he is not up. Okay. That one is usually killed because it's, in the middle of people. So. Not the end of the world. And I should also note, this part of Duskwood is technically really efficient. The early parts of Duskwood, when you're near Darkshire, are good. Duskwood slows down tremendously when you have to, like, zigzag across the zone. Because even when you get, like, flying or fast riding, it's still really slow. It's even slower if you don't have that. But the problem is there's so much travel time that it's not like Gorgrond, you can kind of like say, oh yeah, there's a lot of travel time in Gorgrond, but a lot of the travel time in Gorgrond or like Loch Modan, you're kind of going in circles. And I think the ability to make a zone really efficient, it needs to be a zone where you either go in a straight line, right? Silverpine is a great example of that. Silverpine is a perfect straight line zone. Oh, please, 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 please. The Mechanar. Oh, okay, good. Mechanar is fine. Like I said, Mechanar is one of the better ones. I'm going to take a quick sip, put 2 points into improved paralysis, and interrupt. Yeah, so thing about those dungeons, all of them have the exact same loading screen. So you never know. You could get really bad RNG. Oh, man. I forget why I was running this dungeon a lot, but there was a... Yeah, I haven't done any testing of the Mechanar as a low-level character, because I never got this far, right? Usually I hit Escape from Durnhold, and I'm like, all right, we're done here. I should note one thing that I didn't say before in terms of why TBC dungeons are faster. That's a topic I won't go into tons of detail on, just because it's like, I have a video coming up that will go into extreme detail on a lot of that stuff. But specifically, because TBC, I would say TBC is only marginally faster than Wrath of the Lich King, right? So it is faster, it has shorter dungeons, it has good quests. So in terms of like how efficient the quests are, I would say the quests are roughly equivalent in all of the 3 early expansions. Even Mists of Pandaria has some dungeons, like Temple of the Jade Serpent is relatively quick, but Mists of Pandaria also has some that are really, really slow. So, like, Mists, some, like, classic dungeons, some Kata dungeons, but, like, not really for, other reasons. And Wrath all have comparable, like, quest experience and some dungeons that are comparable to TBC. So those are all solid options. I think Wrath is also very, very, very close, even in terms of dungeon size. But TBC barely has an edge, because it has a lot of these really short dungeons. Like, Mekanar is one of the last few that you actually see, but there are a bunch of them, especially early on, that I just haven't RNG'd into, which is unlucky. Like, Mana Tombs is a great example of just a really, really good leveling dungeon. Mana Tombs is great. But because it ends up being slightly better than like Wrath, Mop, and like vanilla Cataclysm Revamp, those dungeons, like Dead Mines, etc., the end result is that everybody spams this because it's the fastest. So what ends up happening is you end up having much faster queues for TBC dungeons, at least as a tank, infinitely faster than any of the other expansions, because the way that Chromie Time works, for whatever fucking reason, and this should change for the record, is you can only queue for one expansion's dungeons at a time, right? So it's always going to be faster to just spam BC dungeons instead of like trying to get a mix of both. Because BC does have the best dungeons, right? But then, like, let's say if I hit level 25, I'm like, oh, I'm going to do Wrath dungeons now. Well, two problems with that. One, I'll already be level 25, and a lot of the good Wrath dungeons are early on. Asjil Narub, Utgard Keep, Nexus is already actually kind of slow, which is one of the problems with Wrath. Nexus is not great. It's not terrible, though. Nexus is definitely, like, I would say it's above average, but it's not as good as all the other ones we've been talking about. But all the really good ones are fairly early on, and Wrath has a lot of really long dungeons later, which, like, isn't... Honestly, I think Wrath has a lot of medium-length dungeons, not long, but still, you know, if we're going for speed, then it's like if you're not first, you're last, right? And then Mop is kind of similar, where Mop has some fast dungeons. Temple of the Jade Serpent is a good example. The Stormstout Brewery is also pretty fast. But then you have, like, Siege and Azao Temple and some other really, really bad ones. So it's a little bit hard to, like, argue that, oh, Mop is a good expansion when there's so many duds that you can hit. Oh, shit, that closes. I actually did not realize that closed. I'm going to drums here. No! I'm so fucking pissed off right now, dude. I mean, that's my own fault, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, didn't realize it closed. This is why I shouldn't be talking. It's a difficult situation where on one hand I want to make sure that the runs aren't boring, but on the other hand, you know, sometimes if I'm not paying super close attention and I let stuff like that happen, loses me a decent amount of time. Not the end of the world. It's a pretty fast run back, all things considered. But that really sucks. I can res this guy at least. So it's a little bit faster. I don't know why they're fucking not releasing. Jesus Christ. I'll at least start clearing the trash. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, the other unfortunate thing is at this level of scaling, right, 27, I can't solo shit. Especially as a Brewmaster. A Brewmaster, at a certain point, will require some level of healing. At higher levels, I have ways to kite effectively, but especially in these lower level dungeons, which are riddled with stun locks, it's really, 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 really impossible to like really effectively solo anything, because you can already see this mob is taking forever to die, and I still have, you know, really good gear, but that's just kind of how it is with a lot of this stuff. The scaling really falls off hard after level 20, which is another reason why dungeon leveling just is not effective. It's, if you want to spam with a group, it's not terrible past level 20, although it does really fall off at like level 30, level 40 dungeon leveling just falls off a cliff. But 20 to 30, it's like, yeah, you can make it work. But you're subject to the whims of RNG, right? If you have a full group, like, yeah, I mean, maybe. But still, it's not that great. It really is just a level 10 to 20 thing, or a level 10 to 17 and then get fucked in the ass thing, and have to requeue later on. So, like I said, not trying to complain too much, but when I am stressed, it helps. Yeah, trying to trigger this. I can use my Dark Iron Racial to clear off the debuffs. It gives me a bit of stats. It's nice. Cooldown on Expel Harm is also, it feels longer. I feel like there's something later on that reduces the cooldown on Expel Harm, because Expel Harm is one of your most effective healing tools. Like, if you had seen there, I was basically like, inches away from death, but I had 3 Gift of the Ox Orbs, which is a really good way of healing as Brewmaster. And what I was trying to do is kite. Oh, DT! Oh, my hero! Awesome. So I started this run, in case you didn't see the timer, at really early in the morning. It was about 7 a.m. when I started it, and because nobody was on, I wasn't able to get a guild invite, which is something I normally do, right? You want to get a guild invite so you can you want to get guild invite so you can get the guild perks and stuff like that. It saves time. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that, so I just posted in my guild Discord, and I'm like, hey, if anybody wants to invite me to the Alliance guilds, whenever you happen to wake up, it would be very helpful. Doesn't matter when, I'm still going to be doing this run for probably 6 hours. Also, that was really unlucky. Mind controlled the Warlock, and the Warlock cast Fear. That is fucking something. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to log out real quick. Because guild perks don't kick in until you log out and back in, and especially the Hearthstone cooldown is kind of necessary. I'm just gonna do a regular log out. I can try to manage my bags while I do that. Level 28. Does that give me anything new? Not really. I don't think that... Actually, not much bag management to be done, it looks like. I'm close to being able to use the scrolls, though. And soon I will swap Ghost Elixir. Log out. Then log into a random different character. Paladin was the closest thing. You technically don't need to log out to log onto a different character, but sometimes your character doesn't like phase out of the world properly unless you do this. This will force it. And this will ensure that something weird doesn't happen to my character, doesn't get stuck or whatever. I was probably fine, but it's one of those things of like, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Especially given everything else that has happened in the run thus far. I could use a little bit of a break right now. I'm gonna queue again. I don't know what I'll do when it hits level 30. I'm gonna go and turn in the Abercrombie quest up there. I am in Chromie time, right? Yeah, I'm in Chromie time. Okay. So I technically don't need to go back and do anything special. I'm going to have to talk to Chromie anyway for the WAD intro stuff. What's the cooldown on my mole machine? Which should be on my bars. Mole machine, 30 minutes. Yeah, that works. Okay, we'll be fine. Talk to you. Quest. I'm not sure if chests can spawn in that tower, but that's a place that chests will usually spawn. I'm not going to take this yet until I check for this rare. This rare is usually up. Most people don't know about this thing. So I can go ahead. Boom, Touch of Death. Nice. Enter. Could be good. Mana Tombs! Let's go! As I said earlier, Mana Tombs is one of the best ones. Okay. We're slowly recouping the bad RNG. Mana Tombs is really, really nice. This dungeon's very fast. It has a lot of quests. This is like, wow. Absolutely beautiful. Love to see it. I just need to make sure I don't fuck up and die. This first area can be a little bit sketch. The start of dungeons is always a little bit sketch, because I think like healers will eventually catch on and be like, oh, he's doing big pulls. Okay, I'm just going to try to keep up with him. But especially early on, before they realize that, A lot of times they can struggle, and like early on in the dungeon, if they're like tabbed out, like maybe they accepted the cube but they didn't expect the tank to take off at like Mach 10 speed down the hallway. It can be a little bit scary, so I always have to watch out. And this is one of those where it has a really, really, really scary first room. Nice. This is a fucking solid group. You can see in the details we have 2 DPS that are doing very well. All right. Mana Tombs, check. Solid group, check. You're sitting pretty. I should note that the Mechanarch group I got was also pretty good. It wasn't their fault that I locked them out. That was 100% the consequences of my own actions, which, you know, like I said, is because I did not test Mechanarch. But Mana Tombs, I've done this one a bunch. I'm very comfortable with how much I can pull and be relatively safe. The answer to that is a lot. There's not a ton going on here. I can do this. I can Dark Iron Dwarf Racial for a bit of agility. But yeah, you can see not a lot of CCs here. Really, really safe to just pull a shit ton of mobs and just nuke it down. Oh, as I say that, Psychic Scream. But still, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. Tiger's Lust. Tag you with Crackling Jade Lightning. Follow us around the corner here. Ooh, Psychic Screams, no bueno. Roll backwards. I have a roll bound to my foot pedal. Really nice. I started doing that on Senarth Grog. By the way, any monks, just so I can convert more people to the cause, any monks progressing Mythic Senarth, I had to convince this to the monks in my guild. I sold Babylonius on it. Babylonius, after I told him Chi Torpedo is the way, because like they're diehard celerity users. I'm like, no. Chi Torpedo on Senarth, when the web comes out, you spin around. For me, I hit my foot pedal, Chi Torpedo, right when it goes out. I literally don't move. It's so nice for Mythic Senarth. And I remember trying to sell the monks on it. 2 monks in my guild, Babylonius, he's the guy who runs the Peak of Serenity Discord. And after I told him about it, I'm like, Babs, you gotta try this. He uses it, and he's like, okay, you have a point. It's really good. But the other monk in my guild, Foe, he's diehard celerity. And I keep trying to convince him to every single time we do Reclear and we're on Senarth, I'm like, hey, Foe, use Chi Torpedo. It's really good here. He's like, no, fuck Chi Torpedo. Chi Torpedo's a garbage spell. And we bicker back and forth. But thing is, on Razageth progression, you have to use Chi Torpedo. So he was finally forced the cave for that boss at the very least. But I have it bound to my foot pedal, and oh man, it's so nice. I don't really use my foot pedal for a lot. I more got it just for fun. It's fun sometimes, like, if I'm really lazy, I just bind shit to it. But I actually found that it really helps, especially for like quick reaction stuff like that. Having something on my foot pedal, a lot of times it's much easier to do that. Can Dark Iron Dwarf Racial to clear this? The fear is bad, fear is bad. I have a spell harm, got it. Another fear, that's not good. Come on. At least the DPS here are good. If I had bad DPS, I could have died there, but these DPS are fucking slaying. This is what I like to see. Okay. Tiger's Lust. I'm going to do a big pull here, but I do have leg sweep for this, so I should be fine. Having Rushing Jade Wind now, my damage is like significantly higher than it was before. Leg sweep, the only reason it may not seem like it is because of scaling. With scaling, you're... Oh, that was such a good level up! Oh, that was huge! Okay. This has been a good dungeon so far. I am happy. Tag. Nexus Prince Shafar. Gonna Lust. Right. Come on. And Touch of Death and when he gets low. So I'm at 7k HP. Need to wait for Touch of Death to dip below. And then at this point, match. Got Touch of Death. Nice. Teleport out of dungeon. And then we're going to teleport back in. The usual trick for this, it is a minor time save. If I don't get fucked by the loading screen. Teleport to dungeon. Alright, and we're back. Yeah, you can see it's a really short run back, but it still does save time. Oh, I got flying. So what I can do here, this actually works out well. Actually, it doesn't, because I didn't set my Hearth to Darkshire. Do I want to set my Hearth to Darkshire? Do I want to do the rest of Duskwood? I want to do this section of Dark. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. See, this with the guild, actually, yeah, because of the guild Hearthstone CD reduction. So I'm going to take Chi Torpedo here. Then I'm going to take Fast Feet. Why am I still in Brewmaster? I don't know why I'm still in Brewmaster. Celestial Brew, Breath of Fire. Just take that for whenever I do the next dungeon run. Celestial Brew is good. Why is it? New PvP talent slot available. I don't care. Avert harm, get off my bars. Where's Breath of Fire? There we go. Yeah, I don't know why I'm in Windwalker spec. Did not put me back in the right one. Maybe because I teleported out or something? I'm stuck in the trees. It's funny. Okay. Alright. I'm just going to swap to Windwalker because it's going to slow me down a little bit if I'm not. And I also need to put in 2 new talent points. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I can still, in theory, talents, want to take Alpha Tiger, Serenity, Meridian Strikes. Yeah, same thing, Chi Torpedo, Fast Feet. Okay. I think I had my Serenity on there. Okay. Trying to think what to do. I need to, first and foremost, no matter what I do, I need to set my Hearthstone to Darkshire. I should have done that before. I forgot. It's not a massive time loss. I lost like a minute or two. Make this in your home. Going to send pilgrimage. Going to take this off my bars, this off my bars. Actually, I still need the lemon herb fillet. That's still the best food I have at this level. Lemon herb fillet, put that here, and then ghost elixir goes there. So I need to go learn flying. And then I'm going to pick up Wad Chromie Time. Yeah. While I do this, I am going to requeue. Just in the off chance. Might as well. Actually, I should use Gunshoes here. I'm not really going to use it anywhere else at this point. Okay, Gunshoes. I already spent my talents. Drink Ghost Elixir. I'll refresh this buff when I go to the Riding Trainer. Click this off. Talk to you, Riding. Pick up this. Both my battle scrolls. Nice. Then mounts this thing and fly to Chromie. Okay. So this saves a little bit of time moving around. So I can fly over to Chromie. I can enter Wad Chromie time. I'm hoping the Q pops. I did Q as a tank, right? Yeah, I queued as a tank. Okay. What else? Put this preemptively on my bars. I can't use it yet. Put Bear Tartar on my bars preemptively. This in my bars preemptively. Potion of the 12 years already on my bars. I can't use this until level 33. But at level 33, I get 3 new items. Okay. Slave pens. Underbog's good too. Let's go. Okay, this is actually really huge. Nice. I'm very happy right now. Okay. See, in almost every single one of my testing runs, I got like Underbog into Blood Furnace into Hellfire Ramparts, and I was just hoping that would happen again, and then it didn't. But Underbog is really, really good. I need to remember that I do not get refreshes on... I'm so used to playing with Salsalabims at max level that I need to remember I don't have it. I also need to remember I can't do the pulls that I can do at level 10. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. I can Touch of Death, the Bog Giant. Like sweep tight until I get Touch of Death. Breath of Fire. This is a little bit stressful. I don't want to die, so I'm going to stop talking a lot. One of the main things that I think people who are trying to learn Brewmaster need to do more is learn to kite. The importance of kiting while doing dungeons. I always love this. There's the Underbog. There's a little message that says Underbog Lurker grows in size upon seeing Arlden. Because that's the aggro message or whatever. Which, like, you know, I feel like Blizzard knew what they were doing with that one. This is like TBC era Blizzard, and maybe I shouldn't be laughing with all the stuff that we know now, but yeah, definitely, I guess, a double entendre. But I'm gonna do Sanguine Hibiscus. Can I? No, I'm gonna try to sneak in the Sanguine Hibiscus during the it attacks too fast for me to loot it. But I want to get all my Sanguine Hibiscuses out of the way now before later on. I get one off the final boss though, so I don't need any more. But yeah, one thing that I think a lot of brewmasters who are trying to like learn how to do this, and I do this for the record in like High Mythic Plus, is you need to learn how to kite. And it's especially a little bit jarring because if you play like other tanks, like Prot Warrior especially, Prot Warrior can literally just fucking sit there and face tank. At high keys, you still need to kite. But I think especially while like you're learning how to do keys, Prot Warrior can just sit and face tank. Prot Pally sit and face tank. Like any block tanks, especially Blood DK especially, can face tank forever because their self-healing is just so fucking insane. So a lot of people who play like, I'm not going to say the easier tanks because they definitely have high skill caps. Like Blood DK is a really high skill cap. Prot Warrior still is a very high skill cap, even if it is easier to learn. But the more straightforward tanks, like on a surface level, a lot of people will start with one of those, and they're like, oh, you know, I tank mobs by sitting in melee range. But the thing about Brewmaster that's actually kind of fun and makes it one of my, probably my favorite tank, one of my favorite tanks, definitely, the one that I'm currently maining at the very least, is Brewmaster has a lot of abilities that let you kite from a distance. So I can do like roughly like 75% of my rotation while not in melee range with Keg Smash and stuff. Like especially in higher levels with 2 charges of Keg Smash and stuff like that, I can kite for days while just slamming targets with Keg Smash and just running circles around them. And that's a key to, you know, being good at a Brewmaster in higher keys, is knowing when, like, hey, if mobs aren't attacking you, you're taking no damage, right? And it makes it much easier for your healer to heal you when you're not taking auto attacks constantly. And because you can still actively hold threat and, you know, actively generate like your shuffle and all that stuff while still keeping a distance from mobs, if you're in danger, a lot of times just do that. That shouldn't be like your go-to. You shouldn't be like, oh, I'm going to start a pull and then immediately start running away. Because you do end up doing your maximum damage in melee range, right? You have a lot of abilities that require you to be close, like Spinning Crane Kick, like Rushing Jade Wind, etc. But kiting is definitely your best friend as a Brewmaster monk. I would say Brewmaster is probably one of the best tanks at kiting. Maybe not necessarily the best tank in terms of mobility, but maybe the second best tank in terms of mobility. Like Vengeance Demon Hunter has insane mobility, but Vengeance Demon Hunter needs to be in melee to do way more of its stuff compared to Brewmaster. So Vengeance can like kite in bursts, and I played Vengeance for years, and a lot of times what I would do as a Vengeance DH is when I ran out of shit, I would just start kiting. And then Vengeance, you dive into the mobs, you pop a bunch of shit, you basically are invincible for a few seconds while all your stuff is rolling, and then you get the fuck out of there, and you just run away. But Brewmaster can, instead of doing that, like, you know, hit and run strategy that Vengeance is forced to do, Brewmaster just literally kites mobs nonstop. At least if you know what you're doing. It's a little bit hard to do it effectively, because one of the other things that's really nice is you can combo Keg Smash into Breath of Fire constantly, and it requires a lot of camera turning. So I think like some people call it strafe jumping. I like to call it bunny hopping because it sounds funnier. But basically, flicking your camera, when you jump, right? If you jump, you carry all your forward momentum. Backpedaling in WoW is something you never want to do. You never want to do this. This is bad, right? But if I want to move backwards, so quickly retreat in the opposite direction, right? I can basically jump in the direction I want to go. So I'm like spin my camera around, move in that direction very briefly, jump. So my momentum is carried throughout the jump, flick my camera, hit mobs that are like chasing me, and then whatchamacallit? Uh like spin my camera back. You're basically constantly flicking your camera back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Another fun thing Brewmaster can do, or monks in general can do, your momentum carries off of a roll like that. So a lot of times, if you want to get really far, you hit a ledge like that, roll right off it. Your momentum carries through the roll. Really, really nice. I do that a lot. Very fun. Where is this NPC? Right here. Okay. A little bit low health here. I'm gonna try to throw at least one Vivify on myself. You generally won't hard cast Vivifies on yourself a lot, because a lot of times with Expel Harm at higher levels, the thing about Gift of Nizal is, or Gift of the Ox, it's like Gift of the Ox, Blessing of the Ox, there's two of them now. It used to just be when you take damage, now it's also when you use certain abilities. You generate a lot of healing spheres, and that ends up being like a large chunk of your survivability if you play your cards right. But at the same time, it's based on when you take like a certain amount of damage, generates like a lot of healing spheres. So if you have Celestial Brew up, you can effectively take a lot of damage and generate healing spheres that way, but you're not actually getting low on health, right? So you can just keep getting Celestial Brews up, keep kiting, and then whenever you do run out of Celestial Brews and you do absolutely need a heal, you slam like basically a lay on hands with a bunch of healing orbs. Expel Harm can heal for a ton if you know how to use it properly. I'm just going to let that sit there, tag this mob. All right. It feels weird, honestly, playing the game without audio. I kind of have to do it for the purposes of the speedrun because, well, really whenever I'm recording stuff, but speedruns at this point are the only like long form recorded content that's I do without any editing and stuff like that requires me to potentially hit the memory leak issue. But in case you didn't know, there is an issue with like a memory leak in WoW. Like I said, talked about it in my last Druid run. And it could cause some problems, and it's apparently related to the audio. There's something wrong with the audio in Dragonflight that causes memory leak issues, which means that I need to turn it off. As simple as that. Tag you. I forgot to refresh my food buff, it looks like. Just try to remember to do that after I finish this dungeon. And use my necklace here. Spell Harm. Tag you, drag it back. I'll pop a Celestial Brew here because I'm out of range of the healer. I can drums here. Seems pretty good. What's my HP at? I'm around 7,000 HP. That's something, as a Brewmaster, you always need to know. Technically Windwalker too, but as a Brewmaster, it's more important. How much max HP you have, you need to know that number, because if you're trying to snipe a Touch of Death on a mob, you want to know exactly when you're going to be able to one-shot it. Because Touch of Death with the improved Touch of Death talent, you can always just not take that, but there are situations where you want to have it. But with improved Touch of Death, you can just touch it at the mob whenever it gets low. With regular Touch of Death, when the mob's health dips below your max HP, you can instantly kill it. So if you've noticed that sometimes your Touch of Death doesn't instantly kill a mob, that's the reason. If it's above a certain threshold, it deals damage equal to your max HP to the mob, or it's like a percentage of your max HP, not exact. So it ends up being less damage overall than if you were to instantly kill the mob. But make sure you check that. That is, I should say, Underbog is one of the rare cases where it is actually faster to just run back instead of teleport out, teleport back in. It's just so close to the start. I'm going to re-queue for dungeons, and then I'm going to change to WAD Chromie time. And I'm also just going to quickly clean out my bags here. I'm going to hold on to these bags, maybe for like higher levels. I don't know, I could get something nice out of it. Just toss all this. I'm level 31, so I can't use any of my other stuff yet. Toss all the garbage here. Toss that. I can toss these items, though. That's my 33 stuff. Get my food buff. All right. Chromie, select different timeline, and WAD. I might actually not have to do this. Hold on. Let me think. Here's what I'm going to do. Darkshire, I'm going to do the quest there. Then, yeah. Do the quest in Darkshire. When it gets to the point where it's sending me across the zone, or when I roughly deem that this is getting inefficient, I'm going to leave Duskwood. I'm going to Zen Pilgrimage. I'm going to do the WAD intro. Let's see what we get. Fingers crossed. This is the last BC dungeon I'm going to do. What is this? Hellfire Ramparts? Yeah, sure. Not the best because I don't have quests for it, so it ends up being slightly inefficient. But I would say it is still fine. That's the nice thing about these dungeons. They're just so good even without the quests, and it makes it worth running. I'm gonna be a little bit slower though compared to the first time I did this because of the scaling. I do think that Blizzard really needs to take a look at the way their scaling works, because the fact that, like, at low levels you can just one-shot everything, and then at high levels you actually become less powerful, it's just really weird and counterintuitive, and it's the entire reason why the low-level boosting thing is even, like, a thing that exists, because of the weird scaling stuff. So, like, I don't know. I don't hate the idea of boosting existing. I never want to do boosting stuff like that. I think whenever I talk about, like, oh, this is the fastest way to level, and somebody's like, herder, just buy a boost, it's faster. It's like, I mean, okay, if we're comparing boosts to, like, actual real leveling like this, it's just, they're completely different in terms of, measuring them. Because there's so much more effort. Like, I've talked at length about how much time I spend prepping one of these speedruns. That is, like, pales in comparison to the amount of effort it takes to set up, like, a low-level character boosting thing. And then all the legwork that goes into, like, doing it properly. It's not, like, the hardest thing in the world, but definitely it's not, like, super face roll easy. And then it's also just not really something that everybody has access to. Like, if you have a friend who has, like, a low-level alt that they can boost you on, sure. And, if your guildies want to boost you through dungeons, sure. By all means. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. But I think whenever, veteran players of the game advocate to just boost, I think they forget that not everybody has that. So while people in my guild, will boost each other, right? They'll be like, oh, hey, I'll run your alts through this if you run my alt through Y. While we have that option, or sometimes, if we're veteran players, right? Like, there are people in my guild that have, like, millions upon millions of gold, right? And they can just say, fuck it, I'll just buy a boost, right? Like, they don't care. We are, like, in the top 0.1% of WoW players, and I think a lot of other people forget that. They forget that, like, not everybody just has a shit ton of gold to, do all that. Not everybody plays with, like, a large friend group that is willing or able to boost them through dungeons or, open world, like, XP grinds, etc. Not everybody has that option. So a lot of people, the only way they can level is either paying Blizzard for a boost, which, once again, not everybody's in a financial situation. Like, this is the classic thing that a lot of people will say is like, oh, I just go to work and I make, like, X amount of dollars at work, and oh no, Celestial Brew. Oh, that was close. Run away. That was a really, really close call. I'm still actually almost dead. I cleansed the bleed off. I don't know why they pulled all those extra mobs. See, my pulls are perfectly calculated, but there's all these random variables in the mix that keep pulling extra shit. It's like, just let me do my thing. Anyways, yeah, I've heard a lot of people be like, oh, I just, I go to work and I make, like, enough money to buy a 60 boost in, like, 2 hours of working. And, great. Like, okay, some people can do that, right? Not everybody can do that, right? But also there's some people who don't want to do that. They don't want to spend money on WoW, and they can just use some of their free time to level up a character. Maybe they'll enjoy it, right? Not everybody enjoys leveling. Some people do. I used to enjoy leveling before I had to do, like, a million speedruns. The thing about, anything in life, right, is when you do it enough times, you start to not enjoy it as much. I think it applies to most things. And I used to enjoy leveling a lot. I still kind of do, otherwise I wouldn't be doing this at all. But definitely it is kind of like, ugh, this again, when I've done it quite literally a million times for like, well, not quite literally, but I use quite literally to mean kind of. But I've done it a lot. I've done a lot of leveling. And eventually it starts to get a little bit boring. But the thing is, are these people low level? There's a level 16 in the group. Because there's a level 16 in the group, I might actually requeue with this group because they've been solid. What dungeon am I hoping to hit? I think that's an important thing to establish. What am I hoping to gain? I'm hoping to gain a slave pens, I think. Slave pens or Akanai crypts. And then I guess I just like leave if it's not one of those. But that would be fine, slave pens or Akanai crypts. Yeah. I would take either one of those because this level 17 anchors us down to that bracket, so there's no chance of hitting what are the other ones? Yeah, like a lot of these are bad. But Punta over here, I wanna get them to queue. Come on, Punta. Come on, be my anchor. Anchor me to low-level dungeons, Punta. Where are they? I hope Punta isn't like a swear word in some language or something. Because it sounds like a word that I know is a swear word. What is salvaged cache of goods? Yes, they did it. Okay. Fingers crossed. We did lose the healer, so it's going to take a little bit of time. But I cannot equip my level 33 stuff yet. I can teleport out of dungeon. I can't teleport out of the dungeon while in combat? Okay. Can if I run out this way, it should take me, yeah. I was worried it was going to put me in Outland, but I should be fine, and it's not going to make me leave the instance group. Because I want to still continue, and I especially want to be able to clear my bags, because that's very important. While I wait, I might as well get something done. Do this. Okay, and then I can use gun shoes here. What the fuck? Oh, the Valentine's Day quests. Huh. Didn't realize there was a thing there. Okay. There's other people here, which is unfortunate. Oh no! Unlucky. Alright, well, it is what it is. And that is the end of the dungeons. We are doing no more of those. Well, yeah, I got most of the good ones. I think the only good one, really, that I missed is, I can't really see. Oh, it actually took me out of the BC thing, right. Forgot about that. Reach level 33. Okay, I can equip this, and this. All right, and I need to kill rotting horrors. Oh, that person's doing Valentine's quest, maybe? I don't know. But okay, no more Brewmaster from this point on. So I am doing, what do I want to put points into? Probably this. Yeah, and then another into fast feet. Put Swen on Q. I need to get Mary's looking glass from over there. Sure. There is a quest that sends me here later on, but I'm just going to do these quests and then head back to Darkshire. Hearth won't be up. I keep forgetting I can fly. Flying, admittedly, is not that much faster than ground speed at this level. It's extremely marginal, but it is significant. This does actually save quite a bit of time in Duskwood just because of the terrain. Duskwood has really shit terrain, so being able to just fly over it is really, really nice. But yeah, I think out of all the dungeons that I wanted to get, the only one that I really, truly missed was Slave Pens. Like, I got all the really good ones, and Slave Pens is like, out of the good dungeons, it's probably one of the worst good dungeons. Still good, don't get me wrong, but it's no Blood Furnace. Chest! Oh, baby! Let's go. I fucking love these things. I was like kind of disappointed I hadn't seen any chests so far, but fucking there we go. That reminds me. So there is I kind of said before that this is the last of the serious speedruns that I was doing. And then I kind of said like, oh, well, don't worry. And then I proceeded to like not elaborate on what that meant. So in terms of like actual serious, runs like this, where I'm really going like all out and doing all this fancy stuff, this is probably the last one I'm doing, honestly, maybe until the next expansion. Obviously, whenever they revamp Chromie Time and I need to do like serious testing again for my guides, then I will have to do another speed run just for that. So that's kind of inevitable. Maris is up, very nice. But for now, while things are pretty standard, no point in really doing a ton of extra speedruns. Specifically, I should say like the 10 to 60 bracket. Because I think like after this, could I theoretically optimize this time? I mean, I wouldn't even say theoretically. Obviously, yes. I've gotten maybe not the worst possible RNG, kind of basically recovered a little bit towards the end. My RNG started off real bad and then improved quite significantly later on. So definitely could have been worse, but it also clearly could have been better. And yeah, sure, I could keep pursuing the perfect run, but here's the thing. I will be completely honest. Nobody else runs this. Or not many other people run this. There's like some people that do like fast leveling, but there's a lot of people who do like really cheesy, like exploity stuff. And I just don't find that interesting. I don't find it interesting trying to like find an exploit and then just abuse the hell out of it. And especially when some of them are like time sensitive, it just makes it not fun. It's the reason why you might notice I didn't cover Cobalt Assembly at all on my channel. Because why would I? It was cheesy as fuck, it got nerfed, and now it's no longer applicable. So there's a lot of like things like that some people like to do, but in terms of like traditional actual leveling, honestly, there aren't really any people left that actually still do this. So back in the day when there was like a decent amount of competition, I had a bit more motivation to really try and push the time. Like I think I did 2 Druid world records back to back. I got a world record back in like 2020, and then I beat my own world record, which is something that, I only did because I was worried that, oh, well, there's other people, maybe they'll beat my time. I want to make sure I get the perfect run, and I did. I got an insane Druid run back then. But nowadays, it's like, yeah, this is going to be fast, and I still think that there's a very large amount of people who just can't beat this time. But, I mean, still, my Monk 10 to 60 still hasn't been beaten, right? But there's... what's it called? There's a certain, like, lack of motivation when, you're just competing against yourself. To a certain extent. After a certain point, it really just is me competing against myself, and it's less fun that way, honestly. So really hard to be motivated to perfect this time. I think I'm fine doing runs like this where I'm like, oh, I can get a serious time save, but if it's like, I'm going to save 10 minutes, that's not something I'd really care to, especially with the amount that it costs and the amount of time it takes, not something I'm really willing to do, to be entirely honest. Turn this in. Nice, 34. Don't want to get improved Touch of Death just yet. I'm going to get Fort Brew. I think I'm happy with Fort Brew. I will do these quests, and then I will probably leave. Yeah. But yeah, so serious speedruns like this is probably going to be the last one. That being said, I will still probably do casual testing runs. By casual, I mean kind of like what I said earlier about, like, I do focus testing for 30 minutes and then, like, don't really care. Or just, like, if I'm testing to see, like, yeah, generally for, like, non-super hardcore runs, how efficient is this? That can sometimes be useful as well, I would say. And I don't know if I would stream those. Streaming has been a bit weird, where I was kind of forced to stop streaming just because of all the technical issues I ran into around Dragonflight. I had like 3 streams in a row that were just complete train wrecks because of technical issues, and it just tilted me to no end. It happened on the launch day stream as well, which wasn't really technical issues so much as like, the game was just completely fucked on Blizzard's end. So I would say, in hindsight, actually, it was probably technical issues on Blizzard's end, because I think the thing that was causing problems with my stream was the memory leak that we now know exists in World of Warcraft with the audio. And I think that was causing my computer to just like overload itself and causing my stream to crash, because I had no issues outside of that specific situation. Which is like, I think I've now finally obviously found a way to kind of fix it. So in theory, I could come back to streaming, because the main reason I stopped, I don't think I outright said it, but I think most people who were like, regulars of the stream kind of figured that, is after 3 streams in a row of just absolutely terrible, awful technical difficulties, I was done. Because the amount of stress that I underwent having to deal with those constant back-to-back problems, and just turning on my stream and knowing this is going to happen. The straw that broke the camel's back ultimately was the launch day shit. The fact that Dragonflight launch was as scuffed as it was just killed my motivation to continue streaming. And honestly, killed my motivation to make videos for like a month. I did work on the raid guides. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I finished all the raid guides. So, if your guild is still working on heroic or I stopped making mythic guides because they didn't perform as well, but I made a guide for every heroic boss. I'm happy with them. I'm confident in the quality of my guides, right? So if your guild's still working on heroic Vault of the Incarnates, definitely check out my guides. I'll put a shit ton of work into that. But pretty much outside of that and like my guild shorts, I didn't do anything for, pretty much all of December and January, and then obviously like around the launch. Which, yeah, is unfortunate. A lot of it did stem from how bad the streams went and how bad the technical difficulties and stuff was. That really, really, really made it difficult to keep going. This mound of dirt. Oh, yeah, I forgot. That's just like a little RP thing. So now that is fixed, kind of, like at least I know a way to make it not as bad, I could start streaming again. But I don't know. One of the things about streaming, right, is when you have momentum, right? Like if you've been streaming regularly, or if I had like what I would do before is I would have like a big stream, like, oh yeah, I'm going to do my first Dragonflight testing run or whatever. And I did that immediately after I got the world record. So it was like I had a video that did really well that was about a speedrun. And then I had my first Dragonflight testing run. So obviously that stuff does really well. And then because people are watching, they come back to the next one, etc. But if you have no way of people knowing that like you're returning to streaming and you're not really doing anything special, like just nobody's going to watch, right? So I think what I might do is just for now, even if I could theoretically stream some stuff, just not stream yet. And then when I find another like big thing, I don't know, to stream. And I have some ideas. I don't want to show my hand too much just yet. But I have some pretty cool ideas on something that would make a fun stream. And then maybe once I do that and get back into it, I can actually return to streaming. Like, for real, for real. We'll see, though. But on that topic of cool things that I have, ideas for, right? Definitely one of them is challenge runs. So I'm kind of bored at this point, outside of the super serious speedruns every now and then. I'm kind of bored of doing, the generic speedruns. We've done these zones a million times, and it's 50 millionth time I've run Silver Pine. Nobody wants to watch that, but it is fast, right? So it's not like that's just going to stop being fast. So I remember thinking like, well, I want to find a way to basically speed up the process, or make the process creative while still going in like a sped up like speedrun format, trying out different zones. And that's something that I will be doing. I won't say exactly how, but I will be doing a new format eventually. And I should note that this is like not soon, like a few months kind of in terms of how soon it is. In a few months, I'll probably start doing a new challenge format that involves randomized zones. That is one element of it. But I have a cool idea for a new challenge run format that I think would be really, really, really cool to watch. Like, I think it's the kind of thing where people will be like, oh, this is fucking cool, and will want to just watch it. And I'm also going to set it up in such a way that if they think it's cool, they can do it themselves. And I'm going to provide a way for people to effectively copy the rule set and use it in their own runs. And because I honestly think it will be fun, not just to watch, but also to run. Being able to do randomized zones with like additional challenges along the way, I think could be really entertaining. And that's something that I'm probably going to shift into doing for the majority of my runs. Just because if I'm going to do these type of things, like I know a lot of people like listening to just me ramble about random shit, listening to me tell stories or something like that. And I want to be able to continue doing that, but at the same time, I also want to enjoy it as well. And these super fast speedruns are the only way I still kind of enjoy leveling. And even then, it doesn't really make for a great storytelling format because I'm really stressed and I need to be focused like all the time. So it's not great for that. And let me just clean up my bags real quick just before I continue. So yeah, already not amazing for doing that. That's 43. Okay. Then pilgrimage. But casual, like if I'm doing like a challenge run, it would still be, I would still have to like focus, but because time wouldn't be an issue, I would only need to focus for the really challenging parts of the run. And then when I'm done with like the challenging part, I can like take a breather and be like, ooh, and like, if I'm streaming, interact with chat, etc., which is something I would never be able to do in one of these runs. So the reason I never, ever, ever stream one of these world records, because it would just be a miserable streaming experience. Maybe not for the people watching. I know a lot of people have said that they would love to watch this, but it would be miserable for me, unfortunately. I would not be having a fun time. I think I can talk to Honor Hold Mage. Yep. So there's some weird stuff where like if you talk to Honor Hold Mage while on that quest, it takes you to Outland, so you need to abandon that quest and then talk to Honor Hold Mage. It's weird. So doing WAD intro now. This is fairly standard, so I can pretty much continue talking. And honestly, at this point, the run is really, really clean. In fact, I'll probably be able to, until we hit some of the harder parts, I think of like the introduction to Dragonflight. It's not necessarily hard, but there's like a lot of technical stuff that I need to be like focused for. Otherwise I might like fuck up and lose time. So that I'll need to focus a bit, but at this point we're in like the home stretch for 10 to 60. It may not look like it. You may be like, oh, you're only level 35. How is this the home stretch? But take my word for it. This is definitely nearing the end. And by nearing the end, I mean like the final hour-ish. We still have some time left, but we're definitely past the halfway mark by now. Well, obviously, right, because, well, what would be halfway between 10 and 60? Because that's 50. Right, so 25. So I guess it is quite literally the halfway point in terms of levels. But the way that the level scaling works, this is actually past the halfway point. Basically, levels 50 to 60 don't exist at all. You just zip through them. It's so fast. It's actually stupid. Let's see. So Gunshoes here. And I'm also on a monk, right? So this might be a little bit slower if I wasn't a monk, but I have the Peak of Serenity quests, and the Peak of Serenity quests, I'm saving them for after I do the garrison setup, so it'll probably end up being around level 40, give or take. And when I hit that point, I'm going to get like a bunch of free levels from that, and I'm going to get a boatload of rested experience. And all of that rested experience is going to just pay in droves. It really, really, really helps. So it's deceptively fast, the end of the run, I should say. And it's also stuff I'm familiar with. Also, like I said before, we've been doing the slow stuff up until this point. Right? Like I said before, the The like Red Ridge, Duskwood, etc. That stuff is not fast. Lock Mode On is like, whew, oh baby, that is fast. It is very, very, very nice. So Lock Mode On is going to be very speedy. I'm going to go ahead and just cancel my top hat before I forget and just refresh it here. I need to... Do I need to kill more Bleeding Hollow? Yeah, there weren't a lot. It looks like somebody just went through here. So I need to actually, for one of the first times in a while, round up a lot of mobs. I started a bit late. I was intending to start like in the middle of the night, and I didn't start until 7 a.m. Prepping for this run took me a lot longer than I expected, which I think is kind of one of the things of I haven't done a full, 10 to 70 run ever, and I did like only one in Shadowlands, like one actual, what would it be at the time, 10 to 60 run back in Shadowlands, and it did not go well. It was really, really slow. It was actually, I did two. One of them was really bad. The Druid run actually wasn't terrible, I don't think, but it wasn't efficient. It was like definitely a slow-ish speed run, all things considered, and I think I recorded it in two parts, so it wasn't really like a full speed run. It was like I did 10 to 70 or 10 to 60 on the same character, but I recorded it in like effectively a segmented fashion. So this is honestly, I think the first time I've done the full thing in one sitting, and that's largely because it's so fast, right? Like in Shadowlands, I never did it. One of the main reasons is because Shadowlands leveling was miserable, specifically the non-Chromie time parts. I like Chromie time. Chromie time's fun. But Shadowlands, like, actual 50 to 60 leveling was fucking horseshit. It was one of the most miserable expansion leveling experience I think I've ever experienced. I could not stand it. I think, hopefully, like, I know a lot of people said I was, like, extremely negative about Shadowlands at the time. Hopefully that shows. I haven't been singing Dragonflight's praises, right? It's not the savior of WoW, as some people seem to think it is. But Dragonflight is a fine expansion. There is a lot of good stuff about Dragonflight. So, like, I can objectively say that Dragonflight is a massive improvement over Shadowlands. And, I enjoy Dragonflight 60 to 70 leveling way more than I enjoyed Shadowlands 50 to 60 leveling. It's not even close. So I can actually stomach the whole leveling process in Dragonflight to the point where, like, I'm fine doing a full run. I could barely even do Shadowlands exclusive speedruns, much less a full run. What the hell? I must have had a bleed that canceled it. Much less a full, at the time, 10 to 50 run followed by a Shadowlands run. It helps that the time has also been significantly lowered. So on a good day, I could expect to get like 5 hours for 10 to 50 back in Shadowlands. Now, I mean, we're looking at a 3-ish hour time here. I would say I'm probably going to hit 3:30. I'm actually surprisingly close to beating my Horde world record, which is crazy because, once again, my Horde world record has the anniversary buff, right? Which, like, some people might argue it's not technically an official world record. This one would be. This one is, like, uncontested. It is legal by every rule set. I'm not using anything that's not allowed. But personally, I think anniversary buff, it's whatever, as long as you say that there's anniversary buff, right? Which I do, literally in the first minute of that run. The thing that annoys me is that there are a lot of people, which I think this run will help with that. I've had a lot of people leave me like nasty comments saying like, this is impossible. Anniversary buff like is the only reason you could do this in 3 hours. And like, no, definitely not. But because they're like, oh, well, you use this one thing that's no longer available, therefore your entire run is impossible. And like, no. It is very doable. This should at the very least show that, even if I don't beat my time, you can definitely get 3 hours. Because, like, I would have to fuck up severely here to not get 3 hours, right? But, yeah, no, it's absolutely doable. And it's like, I think some people just don't understand math, right? Because for the anniversary buff to make the difference, it was what, 18, I think? It was like the experience bonus. You get 18% more experience. For 18% more flat experience to be the difference between like an entire hour, it's like, no, it's not that much. Especially because you have to realize that when calculating speedrun times, you can't just say like, oh, well, this is a 20% experience buff, so therefore the run should be 20% faster. because experience buffs only affect, well, experience, right? It doesn't affect the travel time. It doesn't affect, like, rare mob fight. Well, it affects the rare mob experience, but it doesn't affect, like, RNG, right? Like, do you find rare mobs? Do you not find rare mobs? There's a lot of factors that can make a run, like, faster or slower. So you can basically say that, like, yeah, a 20% experience buff maybe translates to, like, the run is 10% faster overall. But even 10% faster, it would not be over 3 hours. Especially considering I could have saved a bit of time in that world record run that I did. There were a few moments where I definitely did not have it perfectly optimized. Because what ended up happening is I was so far ahead of my projection that I ended up doing quests that I probably should have skipped because I didn't realize how far ahead I was. And in the end, I ended up, losing time, quote unquote, that I could have saved by just skipping ahead to the really efficient stuff. So, like, I barely did any of Gorgrond, which, like, admittedly, I'm not going to do a ton of Gorgrond here. But I don't. It's also weird. I think I maybe did a. I don't know. The dungeon situation is weird, right? Because I think I did too many dungeons, right? I probably should have cut my losses a bit earlier. But it is one of those things where it's like, if we're talking, like, from a purely, fastest possible speedrun sense, I would have stopped doing dungeons much earlier, and I probably would have gotten overall less experience from dungeons because I would have gotten, the really efficient ones. Then I wouldn't have done, like, Mechanar, etc. I would have hit Durnhold much earlier, and then I would have moved on. But I think the fact that I stuck it out in this particular run and kept queuing and ended up getting lucky and hitting the really good dungeons at the very end, I think it probably saved me more time than if I had just, like, said fuck it and I've done other stuff. Kinda, it's one of those things where that's why it's so hard to evaluate World of Warcraft leveling. There's just so many possibilities. There's so many branching paths where it's like, you could have made this decision here. You could have chosen to do this zone or skip this quest, or I don't know. It's impossible to, like, predict how a run is going to go before you start it. And a lot of times, as you can probably see, I have limited agency within a run. I'd like to think that I played pretty well, all things considered, but at a certain point, one of the skills to speedrunning this game, or I guess speedrunning MMOs in general, is being able to adapt to whatever the fuck happens, right? And just being able to say, like, okay, this is what's happening now. I guess I'll just have to roll with it and figure out a way to change my run on the fly. And I have had some runs that go really well, like my previous world record, or current world record, but hopefully, fingers crossed, if I beat it during this run, previous world record. I had honestly everything go perfectly. I had, like, every rare mob, which partially because I was on PTR. But there are some weird times where, like, I'm on PTR and the rare mobs just don't spawn. It's not guaranteed, but I did have all the rare mobs spawn. I had, like, just insanely good luck with everything. Everything went according to plan. That's a really nice feeling when, you plan out a route. You're like, oh, I want this to go really, really well, and then it does, and you're just like, yes, thank you. I'm so glad that that finally happens. And not everything went to hell. And that was honestly my last monk run. Really happy with that one. But sometimes you get runs like this where everything goes haywire, and I could have thrown my hands in the air and been like, fuck this shit, I'm done. And while I was frustrated, I adapted. I said, all right, this is the hand I've been dealt. How am I going to play around this? And overall, I think we're still in a position where I may be able to recover. And I think the fact that I'm even still able to recover after how bad that start was really says a lot about the time save and, how much adaptation can really help in terms of doing these speedruns. Let's see. And that is definitely an area where game knowledge comes into play, right? Where, I mean, I've been playing World of Warcraft for a very, very, very long time, right? So I know a lot of this stuff like the back of my hand. I can kind of, do all the mental math required to figure out, like, okay, is this actually efficient? I'm just going to pick up weapons here because I'm too off. Probably faster like this. Gun shoes, because the next quest requires me to just kill a bunch of stuff. So I won't need it for a bit. Turn this in and turn this in. All right, nice. I can try to round up a bunch of mobs here. Oh, somebody's killing this guy. Shit. Okay, I was wondering where all the orcs were, because normally there's a bunch in this area. I want to kill this Ogron War Crusher. So I'm going to pop Storm, Earth, and Fire, which is this stuff. One of the other reasons I should note my Gorgrond is not super effective. This is purely like a, RNG thing, is as Alliance, you're going to get ganked a lot in Gorgrons. I don't know why it's like, it is weird where like I've whenever I do Alliance in Gorgrond, the only times when I've been ganked is as Alliance. As Horde, I never really run into that issue. I don't really know why. But I feel like every single time that happens, and it makes me not love questing in Gorgrond as Alliance, because it just so often goes to shit. And that is really tilting when it happens enough times. But I would prefer not to quest there if possible. But I think I have the buffer from the dungeons to be able to do that. Alright. I'm missing a few orcs. I can kill this guy, and then this guy, that's the quest. Nice. Yeah, see it. So good experience in this fucking zone. Love WoD intro. I can't believe people actually want to skip this. Like, I can understand why people skipped this back in the day. Because back in the day, WoD experience values were just fucking whack. But nowadays, the fact that people still say they don't like the WoD intro and they want to skip it, it's like, what's so bad about the WoD intro? It's not hard. It's really straightforward. It's really easy. None of the mobs are difficult. It's honestly one of the easiest set of quests to actually complete at higher levels, just because the scaling on the mobs in the WoD intro is way less aggressive than every other zone, and it's just so fast. Like, maybe people are just really bad at it, but I mean, compared to learning the other routing, I would say learning the routing for like WoD intro is one of the easiest things you can do, because the WoD intro is completely linear. There is absolutely no variation. There's like one little trick with the Goblin Glider skip that I do, but that is like such a minor optimization. I still didn't get Worldbreaker schematics. I didn't even really look, but oh no, it's one of those. Oh no. Oh, don't do this. There we go, Worldbreaker schematics. Okay. I've had times where that just doesn't drop, and I have to kill like 1,000,000 of these mobs. It's always miserable. Gonna pick my talents. Let's go with Fortifying Brew, CDR, Dampen Harm. This should be... I think I'm gonna go down the left side of the tree now. Dampen Harm goes there. There's a lot of good options for Windwalker. A main challenge with Windwalker leveling is honestly figuring out what you can't take. It's like, I want all of these things, which do I want to take first? So there are like a lot of good options I could have taken there. Like, you could justify so many different picks. But I'm going to go here because I want to make sure that the moment, what is it? Fatal Flying Guillotine and what is Khadgar? This is Speak to Thalen. Okay. Yeah. For a second, I thought I missed a quest. I'm going to quickly see if I can do that. Need you to help me operate that tank. Gun shoes. Yeah, I want to pick up Forbidden Technique and Fatal Flying Guillotine like ASAP. It's so good. It is, at higher levels, just a massive part of Windwalker's AoE. So definitely want to make sure I'm on the path to get that the moment it's available. But I did want to at least take all my major cooldowns, because one thing about leveling that you may have noticed is it's very cooldown based, and this applies to literally any class. Because the thing about, leveling is there's inherent downtime, right? There's a lot of periods of time where you're just sitting there and, you're walking from point A to point B, etc. And anytime you're traveling, anytime you're, listening to RP, that's time when your cooldowns are ticking away. And you can basically, you get like a shit ton of free cooldown reduction just through leveling being the way it is, where there's a lot of gaps in between combats. So a lot of times what you want to do is you want to do gigantic pull with cooldowns, and then you have like travel time to turn in a quest, and then by the time you do your next gigantic pull, well, your cooldowns are already back up. So sometimes specs that may not necessarily want to build around cooldowns, that's not to say Windwalker does, right? These are still good talents for Windwalker at max level. But a lot of specs that maybe I think specifically is like there's like one extra ability that is like a big cooldown that you may not necessarily want to tank. I'm trying to think of a good example. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a great example. But at least in terms of priority, when leveling, even if something at max level or, in theory on like, target dummy might do more damage, you always want to prioritize taking your cooldowns, because in terms of like effective damage that they'll do whenever you're in combat, cooldown abilities while leveling generally are your top priority, because you will get more use out of them. Like if you sim it right at max level and you across an entire Mythic Plus or an entire raid boss, their performance might not seem as good as like another talent or something. But if I have Swen for literally every single pull, then Swen's going to do a lot of damage across an entire speedrun, if that makes sense. Also, let's see. I'm trying to, while I do this, check my buffs. So I'm about to hit 40. At 40, I can swap to my other consumables. Going to... How do I want to do this? I'm trying to plan it out in my head, because I've never had to do the routing quite like this. I think I still want to do the garrison setup stuff, because there's a lot of really efficient stuff, specifically in Shadow Moon Valley. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. The moment I get my Garrison Hearthstone, I leave, and then I come back and do it later. And then if I don't make it to Gorgon to get all the super efficient stuff, then so be it. All right. Goblin Glider. Then before we hit the ground, we want to press Gunshoes. So I'm going to activate Gunshoes a little bit earlier, just so I don't get into combat, and then I'm not able to use it. Nice. I'm going to start planning out my bars here. I already did. So this is level 40. So I can just replace Ghost Elixir with this. Replace that with Bear Tartar. Khadgar's going to appear any second now. Just going to refresh that. There we go. Welcome to Draenor. So I think I might actually have it perfectly. This honestly could end up being like perfectly calculated. Obviously, it wasn't calculated, right? But I'm going to say it's perfectly calculated, right? But I might end up hitting level 40 the instant that I set up my garrison and get my Garrison Hearthstone, which would work out really well. Let's see. And then... what do I want to do that? I can just... yeah. I want to take my... I can just vendor the Thermal Anvil, right? Yeah, I don't need this anymore. I hope I don't regret that, but I only bought the Thermal Anvil for the Darkwind Fair thing. I don't actually need that at this point in time. What other consumables do I need for 43? Unbridled Fury replaces Potion of the Tolvir. Like you can see there, I bought 20 Potion of the Tolvir, which admittedly was very cheap. But 20 Potion of the Tolvir, I used 1. That's it. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Second, I thought it bugged out. Claim this. And then turn it in a second. I should drink some water while I'm at it. Yeah, so I have 5 minutes left in this, but by the time that expires, I'll be able to use Flask of the Currents. Any second now. Any second now. I feel like the Alliance or the Horde version of that quest is significantly faster. I don't know. Could just be me. But what I'm going to do after this is, I think at this point, do I want to... you need to do the monk quest soon. The problem is if you wait too long to do the monk quest, they stop giving bonus experience. So I don't want to delay it too long. There might be like a super sweet spot where I can delay it until really late into the run and perfectly time it. but this is already a good enough time as any to do Peak of Serenity, and I don't want to accidentally like mistime it and overshoot it and lose out an experience. So I'm just going to, after I hit 40 and get my Garrison Hearthstone, I'm going to go set that up. All right, I do this after Lunarfall Ravens. Okay, I can pull a bunch. 2, 3, 5. Storm Earth and Fire, and then this just absolutely fucking shreds. God, Windwalker slaps. Windwalker is definitely my favorite DPS spec. Yeah, just in general. I mean, I love tanking, right? So tanking, my favorite specs are still tanks, but if I was DPSing, it would definitely be as a Windwalker. Nice, level 40, perfectly timed. Then we have to slay Quakefist. And after Quakefist is dead, set up the garrison, get the Garrison Hearthstone, bing bang boom. I think I can also... Do I want to go up to the quest where you have to send the follower out on a mission? I could get a bit of free experience if I do that. Yeah, I could do the Kiana Moonshadow quest, because by the time I get back here, that mission will probably already be finished. So that's like a little bit of free XP. Yeah, I actually like the sound of that. Okay. And let me make sure I do this correctly. URL, this, a drafting table. Am I blind? I just have to talk to him. Okay. So in a sense, yes, I am blind. And there's like a treasure, yeah, right over here. I'm gonna do this now before I forget. This quest, Secrets of Gorgrond. Okay. This is Garrison Hearthstone, right? Yeah. I'm gonna put that there. So I'll do the Garrison intro stuff just so I can get that out of the way. The mission. Future Harlan chiming in again really quick. I just wanted to note that there is a memory leak at this point. It is the first one in the run, and thankfully the only one that occurs from 10 to 60. So you're going to see me quickly restart the game, and, you know, I catch it fairly early on so it doesn't disrupt the run. But this is what we like to call foreshadowing. Testing, testing. Okay, it's working now. Shit. Yeah, so that's the memory leak that I mentioned. I've never actually had that happen outside of Dragonflight content, but you'll probably notice, I really hope it wasn't long. I noticed briefly, I think it just happened with creating the garrison. I think that caused an issue. But you'll notice that, like, my audio just got fucked and my game started lagging. And it's much more noticeable on the recording. So it took me a little bit longer to notice, hopefully not too long. So hopefully I wasn't just sitting here in silence. But yeah, that's the memory leak. That just happens. There's absolutely nothing I can do about that. The fix is to completely restart the game, which, you know, I just did. All right, that's how you fix it. And otherwise, there is no solution that I can find. But at least I caught it before too long. I will have to go back and check. One of the things I will say is I'm not editing this at all. I did a bit of audio editing for the Druid run, just because it was just omega fucked. What am I doing? What am I doing? What is this quest? Right, it's this this stuff down here. I'm like losing my mind. Yeah, that was honestly a little bit jarring because I've not actually had that happen outside of Dragonflight. So it's a little bit it like rattled me, the fact that I suddenly had that issue. And I'm like, "Oh no, 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 not this." Don't love that. But at least it's fixed. And yeah. I don't remember what I was saying though. I'm going to repeat myself a little bit because just in case I missed more than I realized. I was saying that I'm going to do Peak of Serenity. Right after this, I'm going to do the Rescue Kiana Moonshadow. I'm going to unlock the mission table, and I'm going to do that quest, or at least start that quest. Then, what's it called? Yeah, then I'm going to head over to Peak of Serenity. I'm going to do those. That's going to give me a big chunk of experience. Then I'm going to do Lock Mode on. Now, that said, I am becoming increasingly aware that I am not going to beat my previous run, which is fine, because I am inherently at a disadvantage, right? So I can't really be too upset about that. But I'm a decent bit behind it at this stage. There's enough. Can I use Garrison North? Yeah, it's a little bit of a time save, I guess, compared to flying all the way over. Yeah, I'm only like 40 minutes away from my current world record. That's how fast it was. It's still like it's honestly crazy because I feel like I've been going really fast, those issues aside, and I'm still like, damn, I like it honestly blows my mind how fast my last run was. This is still really good though. I think there is an argument to be made that like if my plans had gone the way I intended and I hadn't gotten shafted, uh oh, this bugged again. Hold on. I need to reload. Yeah, if I hadn't gotten shafted by the dungeon RNG, could definitely be argued that I would be well, there was RP actually, so it doesn't really matter. Uh I might have been able to beat it, but who knows. Garrison zone ability, put that on Control T. Why not? Then speak with Kiana Moonshadow. That's out here, so that's perfect. A little bit slow because I have slow flying. Like, I don't know if this is fast. Actually, I don't think this is. I think this was a waste of time. Um, I'm gonna do Lock Mode on because I might just be able to get it with Lock Mode on. Lock Mode on is so much XP, and if I get lucky with rares, it's asking a lot to get lucky with rares though. But let's do Peak of Serenity. So Peak of Serenity, Master Cheng's training complete. So yeah, I can time the little roll there. And talk to you. Now I need to make sure I get my buffs going. I have both scrolls active. I need to use my augment rune. Okay, and I think that's it for this level. I'm going to type bow just so I'm prepared. He's going to walk to the center and say, bow to me and we shall begin. Bow to him. All right. Going to quickly Touch of Death him just to get that on cooldown. And there we go. Oh, come on, out of combat. There we go. It doesn't really save a ton of time to grab fast riding before you do this. Normally, in my other run, I didn't even hit level 40 before I did this, but yeah, it doesn't really save that much time. Specifically just because you have ways to roll off the temple, etc. I'm going to start both of these at the exact same time. So Master Cheng over here, and then Kistane over here. So both of them should start walking to the center. Yep. I'm gonna pop. Yeah, I'm gonna pop Drums, Fury, and all my CDs for this. I'm gonna position myself right here so I can bow to both of them. Any second now, bow, and then bow to me and we should begin. Okay. I'm actually not going to use drums. I'm just going to use potion. Because with all these CDs, I should be able to just fucking shred them. Yeah, and I have my rock. Nice. Both at the same time. Love to see it. Okie dokie. Don't need any of these. 43 is when I get my next gear. So I want to actually fly here. Probably a little bit faster just because it's right below me. Here. It's Master Yoon. Okay, Master Yoon. I'm going to use... I'll probably just Karma him at the start. Oh, what's the CD on Karma? 1.5 minutes? Yeah. I'm just going to Karma him at the start for free damage and then use Storm, Earth, and Fire. I'm going to run to the center just so I can get my Bow off a little bit earlier. Slash Bow. Just wait for him to reach me. Any second now. And I'm going to save Drums for the Karma and Fist of Fury. Alright. Come on, out of combat. There we go. It takes a little bit to leave combat, which is why flying isn't super helpful in that particular situation. But you'll notice I'm getting a boatload of rested XP here. It's really good. Not that much, actually. Less than I thought. But still, the quests themselves, it's the rested XP with the other stuff that really adds up. Yeah, we're still getting this. I forget what level it turns off. It might be level 50 where you stop gaining that. Not sure. I'm going to use Draft here. I'm going to use Touch of Death on this one. Yeah, I'll do that. Touch of Death. And then I'm going to pop all my cooldowns for the next guy. So, Fort Brew, and then I should be, yep, right in Touch of Death range. And mounts up. Okay, next one is Swen, Storm, Earth, and Fire. Is Master Tsang the final one? Oh, is he's the Taran, so I think he's actually second to last. Right? No, it's this guy. Okay, no, he is the one I thought it was. Yeah. I am gonna lust for this one. And then I need to tag all of the students. Drums. Now. Then tag all of them with Crackling Jade Lightning. And then I need... Because that drains my energy, I really want to make sure that I have as much recharge as possible. Okay. Should be able to just blast this dude. Come on. Alright, Swen. I think it lasted long enough to get a little bit of damage. Okay, there should be... I think there's either one or two more after this. I forget exactly. Okay, so there's two more, because it's this one, and then there's the final challenge, I want to say. Yeah. And yeah, so after this, the moment I'm done with these quests, I need to go to Stormwind, I need to learn fast flying, then I need to Mole Machine over to Ironforge, fly to Loch Modan, and then quest in Loch Modan until I'm done. Then I'm going to Garrison Hearth back. After I Garrison Hearth back, I'll just do as much of the questing experience there as I can before I complete it. Karma him for a little bit of damage. Oh shit, wrong button. Deadly Poison. Ooh. It says use Detox to remove it, but I am not talented into Detox, unfortunately. We're fine, though. And... Final test. Okay. So this is the last one. The final test is... Yeah, Master Height. Yeah. I still have a lot of water, but if you can make coffee, that would be awesome. Thank you. I told my dad in advance that I was doing this, so I guess he figured he'd check on me and see if I wanted coffee, which obviously I'll never say no to coffee. All right, I can pop all my cooldowns here. I have Potion, I have Swen, this, and Touch of Death. Nice. And there we go. Out of combat. I hope this doesn't dismount me. No, we're good. Huh. Yeah, that's every single one. Now I just need to head to Stormwind. I need to learn my riding training, and then Mole Machine. Jump down. Oh. Okay, dodged all the trees there. Could have sworn I was going to hit one. I really couldn't see where I was going, so I was just kind of YOLOing and predicting it based on the branches. What do I need to clear out? I think I'm good. I need to remember to use Draft of the 10 lands the moment I hit, like, or the moment I'm about to hit level 50, because Draft gets disabled when you hit level 50, but it only gets disabled in the sense that you can't use it. So Mole Machine here. So you can't use Draft of the 10 lands at level 50, but let me make sure I click the right one, Ironforge. But you can keep the buff, like you still benefit from it. You get the 10% XP. So if I pop Draft like right before I'm about to hit 50, I basically get an entire free hour, even if it's not about to expire. All right, now we fly to Lochmudan. And just to make sure, I'm going to start putting things on my bars preemptively. This is 51. Might as well, right? Yeah, this is all level 50 stuff, so I'll just put it up here. That way I don't need to... Wait, I can use Buzzing Runes already? Huh. What's the level requirement on this? Huh. Huh. Okay. That's neat. I did not know that. Ah, cool. I hope the tooltip's not just lying to me here. Failed Augment's probably a bit too early to put on there. Yeah, I think we're good. I'm going to try when I land here. I'm going to use Buzzing Rune, see if it actually works. If it does, that would actually be kind of huge. It does. Wait, and I can... Oh my god. Wait, enhancement requires level 61. Then why am I allowed to use it? That's weird. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I guess I can't use Buzzing Runes? Well, then I might as well take it off, because if it's doing nothing, why would I want to use it? That is a weird tooltip error. Oh, okay, this is good. If one of the easiest rares to find is out in the open, and by easiest I mean like it's almost never out because most people will just find it, that makes me think there aren't many people leveling here, which is good for me. Means I have less competition. I want to quickly equip my level 63 stuff. Level 43 stuff. Level 43. Level 43. Level 43. Okay. Now, level 53, I only have 2 additional items. There's like some weird stuff with minor speed where like you can't apply it to certain items. So I'm going to be using a worse pair of boots just because I can benefit from the speed enchant. Oh, I fucked that up. Always look around corners just to see if there's any chests. But I do have a belt and I have, I think, gloves. And then I was going to get bracers, but there just weren't any bracers or any good bracers around like level 53. So I was like, fuck it, whatever. It's not a huge difference. The scaling starts being less aggressive the higher you get until you hit 60. The scaling jump from like 59 to 60 is significant. So you definitely need to get gear for that. But later Chromie time scaling is a bit more lax. Just jump down there. This guy's evading. It's not good. Okay. Tag you. I'd like shadowboxing treads. When do I get that? I already have shadowboxing treads. Okay. Nice. Forgot that that was that talent node. I try to LOS these guys around the corner. And now I just need to do a big pull out here. Where can I find the most trogs? Here is good. Tag, 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 you're it. Oh, that didn't get pulls? Ah, that one leashed. Fuck. Alright, kill a bunch of these. Rising Sun Kick. Need 4 more. Do the guys up here count? They do. There also is sometimes treasure chests in this area, so it just can't hurt to check. No treasure chests? Okay. I mean, treasure chests are inherently rare, right? You only really consistently find treasure chests on, like, PTR runs. Okay. Yeah. And fly back here, hand this in. Do I need to refresh any buffs? Doesn't look like I do. I think we're good. And then... Wait, did I? Oh, I fucked up. I didn't even realize I fucked that up. Ah, I got overzealous. I went 2 quests ahead. Ah, shit. That's actually really bad, because now all the mobs... Gee, looks like someone just came through here and killed all the mobs. Wow, that's really unlucky. I didn't think there'd be anyone else questing in this little cave at this time of day. Wow. Really shit RNG, huh? Yeah, some fucking idiot fucking sniping all my tags. Ah, man. Wonder who that is. I'm such a fucking moron. I don't know how... And I didn't even process it that I did that until I turned in the quest. Fucking hell. Ah, it's fine. It's honestly not the end of the world. I got like partial quest credit. That may be like a 2-minute time loss. I've had a bunch of like miniature, tiny time losses throughout the run. And I think all in all, adding up together, it's going to make me lose to my current world record, but I mean, it's still the Alliance world record. I don't think anybody's done it this fast, right? At least not actual runs. I haven't seen any actual speed runs that even come close to sniffing mine. The best time that I've heard is somebody on Discord messaged me saying they got like a 4.5 hour time or something like that. I don't think I've had a single person message me saying that they got a 3-hour time, which like I know some people are going to be like, see, there's proof that it's not possible. But, like, it totally is. It's just, you know, not everybody is super experienced with this stuff. I might just need to eat the fact that I fucked up here and just go back and kill these mobs because the respawn is fucked. Yeah, I fucked myself over a little bit. This is actually more like a 3-minute time loss. Yikes. Oh, yuck, 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 yuck. Where's the shaman? Shaman is over there. All right, just going to do that. I'm just gonna Fist of Fury, or actually, they died really fast. Do that. Didn't get I did get aggro on him. Fuck. I think if I Fist of Fury, it'll just die really quick, and I can just get out of here. Jump for Tiger's Lust. I'm gonna use my necklace. Okay, yeah, that definitely wasn't great. I think I can still get 3 hours. Yeah. I am definitely snatching victory from the jaws of defeat right now. Or snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I fucking you know what I mean. I'm inting hard. I can't. Dude, I fucking let me drink some of this coffee. Fucking ugh. Vigorous expulsion. Sure, sure, sure. But yeah, I'm doing everything in my power to throw this run right now. I can definitely get a good time here, and it's just not going my way. But Lochmadon should pick up a lot. Because the early parts of Lochmadon, they're not like that fast. I honestly can't remember. This is one of those where, like, because I have less experience with the Alliance routing, I am unsure if there's a quest I need to pick up here. There is not. Okay. That is definitely part of it, right? Like, on Horde, I wouldn't have made, like, a mistake to that degree because, well, on Horde, I have way more experience running the route. I've done Alliance about half as much, I would say, as I've done the Horde route. Actually, no, that I have done about half as many Alliance speed runs compared to, is the rare not up? Oh, damn, no rare. Yeah, well, no rare is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, I've done about half as many Alliance speedruns, but I've obviously played Horde for a very, very long time. So I have way more just like casual experience with the Horde route compared to the Alliance route. So I just know the quests a lot better. Honestly, some of my first experiences doing a lot of these Alliance zones was um I always forget Stormwrath and Fire bugs out. It's always super annoying. Yeah, some of my first experience actually doing a lot of these Alliance zones was during speedruns, so it's definitely not something I'm extremely familiar with. But do Wanted the Dark Iron Spy handed in here? I think there's a follow-up. There's not. Okay. Yeah, see, that's another one, right? Like, not a huge deal that I did that, but it was like I could have just kept going. I could have turned it in with a bunch of them later, but instead I stopped. Still fine though. But that's where, like, yeah, like my Horde runs have consistently gotten better over time. My Alliance runs have definitely gotten a lot better over time. But whereas I would say my knowledge and like muscle memory of the Horde route is, I dare say, close to perfect. Definitely not the case for Alliance. There is still some, finickiness in terms of like being able to remember exactly where to go at any given time. Okay, that's all the bears. So now I just need spiders. There's 2 spiders here. That's pretty good. All right. The unfortunate thing is I keep having to like remember or kind of like mentally prepare myself for the fact that I'm not done after I hit 60. I'm so used to when I do this. It's like, I'm getting into like the state of like, okay, I can almost relax. We're almost done. But no, I have another 4 hours after that. Maybe less. I don't know. It'll probably actually be around 4 hours though. Um, I think 60 to 70 takes it does take a bit of time. It's not insanely fast. So I need to remind myself that that's something I have to do. Nice, rare. There's a chest in that hut sometimes. There's also a chest. Nice, 45 is good. I don't think the chest is up, but I'm just going to scan it real quick. Moss-hide. I can get more moss-hide down here. Check for more chests. None here. Teachings of the Monastery is really good. I should probably take that. But yeah, this is another potential chest spot. It's not up though. Teachings in the monastery is very good, especially with shadowboxing treads. Nice. Ooh, that one just got one shot. All right. And there we go. So that's all of these quests. I should probably head up here and do this stuff, though. Yeah. Okay. I had to check my audio mixer. I wanted to make sure that, like, my audio didn't bug out. Now that that happened once, it's just how it goes. I'm paranoid now. I'm like, oh no, it's gonna happen again. Oh, I got checking on the boys. The quest that everybody always shares in LFR and stuff. Fucking hell. Trying to think. I feel like I'm on good pace, but it is disappointing. And I am very stressed now. I'm trying to be like really efficient because I would really like. I mean, I thought I was. I guess I thought I was doing better than I was, and then experience slowed up a little bit, which it happens, right? But I thought I was doing a little bit better. Now I realize I'm a little bit more behind on XP than I thought I was because 50 to 60 takes, give or take, um 50 to 60 is about 30 minutes, I would say. It's probably a good number to expect for it. And I had kind of figured I had time, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna be really disappointed if I don't hit sub 4 hours. Um, I will be very disappointed if I don't hit sub 4. Yeah. Uh, I think it's doable. I think it's very doable, but huh, a lot of stuff has definitely not gone super great. But I'm not gonna complain. I'm gonna focus. So probably less talking now. I don't want to feel like I have to constantly talk and do this. So just be aware of that. Not as much not as much rambling about stuff. I'll comment on whatever I'm doing, right? Just cause, but it's going to be very like observational things about like, oh, I am pressing this button. I am now pressing this other button. And I'm hitting flying serpent kick now. Yeah, yeah, very cool. Very fun. Uh well, I killed that guy really quickly. Oh yeah. Observational commentary. Um but I don't really have the mental bandwidth at the moment to really talk. Okay. I should just run out of here, swiftness potion. I think I need to kill these guys just so I can fly faster. Otherwise, it's gonna take me a bit. But the moment I get out of combat, nice. This is 46. Okay. Burst. There. I am running low on bag space. Definitely need to clean out my bags real quick. Lots of quest rewards stuff. Come on. Be gone. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. That's 53. Make sure I don't hit my glossy stones. Good. Fuck. Okay. What the hell just happened there? I accidentally sat down on the chair. Angle this correctly. Nice jump. Quest is not directing me there yet. When do I get that quest? Fucking I really forget the layout of this. The order. It's this, then this. Okay. This is there's a Murloc rare that spawns around here. Fingers crossed that it's up. It could still be up. There's a very wide patrol range. Grab that. Okay. I'm gonna tag a bunch. It's up. Fuck yes. Tag, 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 and then Fist of Fury. Fist of Fury go burr. It's the name of the game here. Metaboxing treads. He's very happy with that. Did not get many Murloc scent glands there. A little bit unfortunate. Hold a bunch. I was hoping I would get more. Okay. Okay, that's a decent amount. 5 out of 7. I should be able to do a big pull here. Tag you. Tag. Fist of Fury? How did... Oh, that felt like it was a super short distance for that to be evading. Nice. Still missing one Murloc scent glands. Not very nice. I need to do a pull here. Tag this Lock Croc and get back before the buzzard leashes. Hey. Tag, 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 tag. Going to Cheap Burst here. Then Fist of Fury with Storm, Earth, and Fire. Storm, Earth, and Fire is not doing anything. I'm having a relatively suboptimal drop rate here. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not ideal. Crocolisk Jaw. Gosh, Haldir? Oh, gosh. You shouldn't. Crocolisk. Just gonna taunt Gosh Haldir in. I lost a Murloc. Should be my Scent Glands, Crocolisk Jaw. Still missing one. God damn it. Yeah, Crocolisk Jaw RNG has been... I don't know, it feels bad. There we go. It's whatever. Got all those quests. Could be worse. Could be much worse. And hey, the rares are up, right? So I think if I hit level 50 by 325, I'm feeling confident. So 325 is the time to beat. It's still possible to get a sub 4. Yeah, I definitely think that's doable. I can absolutely... 49. I'm going to turn in this quest, and then I'm going to use another draft. I'm not going to forget. Put a Darkmoon top hat, do this. Out of range. Offside tagged. Shit. See, this is why you're supposed to use the quest item. I forgot. Not the end of the world. But yeah, the moment I turn this one, this isn't going to get me to ding, but it should get me like 2 bars, give or take. When I get those 2 bars, just to be safe, I'm going to pop my potion there. Should give me 10% for the entire level. Okay. That was like 3 bars. Now I go down here. Right. It's you. This is where we go to the other side of the zone. I'm going to swing by this cave area here, just in case, if in a stroke of luck, the rare mob happened to spawn. Does not appear that it has. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Okay. Still fine. Protect the Iron Band caravan. So the little event should start any second now. Failed? Fucking what? I've never had that quest just outright fail on me. Well, fuck off, game. Okay. Usually you can start it, go a little bit of a distance while the RP begins. As long as I can... Fuck. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is not happening to me. No. The mob fucking killed the NPC. This, you gotta kill the NPC. This is such a shit quest. I fucking hate this so much. The respawn rate. Oh, it immediately respawned? Okay. Sometimes it takes like multiple minutes to respawn. Never mind. Never mind. This quest is amazing. Thank you, Blizzard. I love you. Okay. Fucking, I don't know what. Maybe because one of the ambushers were still alive. I'm not gonna question it, dude. This is 50, right? Yeah. Okay. So I have 40 minutes to get 10 levels, and this part of Loch Modan is like omega fast. There's also a lot of rares that I could potentially find, so fingers crossed. And I might honestly be doing Boss Galgosh. Oh, ho 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 ho. All right. Okay, that's one. I'm gonna just round up these mobs. And do a big Fist of Fury. I need a few more carved stone idols. I can get it here from these diggers. Nice, that's a good proc. Okay, perfect. That was relatively good for that quest. It was actually very good for that quest, yeah. I don't know why I said relatively. That was very good. Everything I wanted. The only thing I'm missing is a chest. Which, like, you know, I get excited about chests, but I can't really ask for one. I think that's pushing my luck a little bit too much. I also didn't really comment on it, but I got Shanda the Spinner there. So, yet another rare. Gonna check to find Lord Condor while I'm heading up here. because his patrol can sometimes not overlap exactly, so I want to make sure I take a little bit of a detour just in case. I don't see him. He could still be up, though. It is just possible that it's in a weird spot. Nice. Yeah, like I said, these later levels fly by. It's really fast. Already 51. The tuning, honestly, is really whack, where the lower levels are actually slower than the higher levels. I don't know how they managed to fuck that up, but it's a little bit strange. I'm just going to pull a bunch of golden eagles here. Might not get enough off this. Tag. I don't see Lord Condor. He could just be hard dodging me in terms of his patrol route. It's not unheard of. I need to get ready to equip my 53 items. I'm going to do these 2 quests. There's like a little bit of back and forth, which is one of the things I don't love about the design of a lot of the Alliance zones. Like, Lac Modan is... Hillfox, right? I accidentally hit a ram. Lac Modan is still really fast, but there definitely is a lot of go do some stuff, then go back, and then do some stuff, then go back. Whereas, like, Hillsbred Foothills and Silverpine are both very... They're, like, ahead of their time in terms of, like, being pretty linear zones with, like, full, complete hubs where you get all the quests at once. So I guess I am a little bit spoiled in that sense, but... No Ashtail. No Ashtail is a little bit disappointing. I mean, Ashtail could still be up. There is a large patrol area around this little forest that Ashtail can appear in. To pick up these seeds. So I've officially not beaten my previous time. But once again, that was with anniversary buff, so this is technically still my fastest without anniversary buff. Still quite significantly ahead. I'm going to check for Ashtail over here. It does not appear to be up. Okay, so not perfect rare RNG. Definitely leaves a little bit to be desired. Just gonna touch a death that Grizzly so I can start flying again. And I'm going to check this area. Okay, I can do a big pull here. I want to see Nyx. The rare Wasp here would be very, very nice. Because I've gotten a decent amount of rares, but I haven't gotten enough rares for it to be considered, like, really good rare RNG. It's just solid rare RNG, assuming this is all I find. If I find Nyx, though, that's good. If I find the Twilight Lady, that's also good. Nyx has a pretty wide patrol range. But I don't think he's up. Doesn't look like it. Why did that boar leash? It's literally right there. That's a weird leash right there. Boar is 2 feet away from its spawn location. Yeah, Nyx is definitely down. I've checked his entire... Unlucky. Oh well. I need 2 more glassy hornet wings, 2 more boar. Harsh wasp. This is a good spot. As long as the boars don't, like, walk 2 feet and reset. Two more boars. Perfect. All right, and back to the lodge. Probably did this in a not the best order. I could have structured it slightly better. Oh well. Hmm. There usually are some quests that you need to hand in back here anyways, though. Oh, this seems fine. Nice, 52. What's this? 8 bobcats. Okay. 2 bobcats. I'm gonna try to grab this one. I hope the other 2 don't leash. So I hope this one doesn't leash. I have points I can spend. This. I should have picked Strike the Windlord earlier. Ah. And then I guess Profound Rebuttal, Fatal Touch. It's a mistake not taking Strike the Windlord earlier. I forget the exact ordering. I don't know where I should have prioritized. It is really hard to figure out what the optimal way to take monk talents is. I put together a guide for it a little while ago, but there really are so many different ways that you could go about it. I forgot Strike the Windlord is on the right side though. It's been a little bit of time. Yeah, it's 1 bobcat down. Why did I pull? Ah, it's pulling random mobs now. Great. I'm gonna Gunshoes in here. It'll carry me hopefully a little bit before. Nope, it immediately recognized that I was indoors. All right, Optimo, fingers crossed. Optimo is usually not up if people have found him. Well, I mean, I guess that kind of goes without saying, right? But Optimo is one of those where, like, if he's up, people will find him and he will be dead. So on runs like on live servers, it's really hard to find Optimo. He's almost always gotten killed by somebody. Just do this. Yeah, so far, I would need to find the Twilight rare and the Ogre rare, I would say, for this to be considered, like, above average rare luck. I've had, for my runs at least, I've had decent rare luck, but this is not exceptional. This is like, okay. And I've also only found 1 chest, which I think is probably the unluckier part. Like, I usually find at least, like, 2-3 chests. At least on the really good runs. Alright, 53. I can equip those items. Okay. Do this thing. Boop. This thing. Boop. Sometimes there's a chest in this cave. There's not. Turn in this last quest. And then I can go do the rest of the quests in the Ogre area, and then head back to Thelsamere. This is over here. I think this is the last one. Bring Old Sudi's head, and this, yeah. That's the end of Farstrider Lodge. How much backspace do I have? I have a decent amount of backspace. I'm gonna open this stuff now. Wow, I bricked hard. I was hoping this is actually a slight upgrade. Okay. I was hoping that I would get bracers off that or gloves. Bracers or gloves, either one would have been fine. Actually no, just bracers really. But I got a slight upgrade on the belts. Honestly, not the end of the world. That's like still something. But it could have been better. This area I'm going to at least quickly scan for chests, but it... Okay, alright, Twilight Lady. That's one, at least. So I would say this is still good, but if I get the Ogre Rare, I will officially concede that this has been better than average rare RNG. Until then, it sucks. It's garbage. I hate everything. Turn this in. 54. Nice. Still on track. Still on track. I did see somebody just flying away. Which, means they probably, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at this. Whole area is empty. Yeah. Yup. Alright. Yeah, my RNG is dog water. Horrible. Garbage. Ugh. Yuck. No, but I mean, all things considered, I would say that's like about what you can expect for a run on live servers. Which, you know. I think there's merit to testing both. I think it's nice that I had the run where, like, you know, every single rare was up, right? Because it was on PTR. And then I have this run where it's like, you know, I have to deal with random shenanigans going on in dungeons. I have to deal with, you know, pretty subpar rare and chest RNG, and it's still fast. So I think in it from a guide writer's perspective, this run is going to be great because whenever somebody asks me like, "Oh, do you need to do XYZ extremely lucky thing to have this be efficient?" I can just be like, "No, look at this run where I still got a really good time while getting fucked front, right, and center. Like it's or left, right, and center. Whatever, you know what I mean. It's nice from a demonstration perspective of, you know, you can still do this really quickly. It's just practice. And it works for both factions. Because I think one of the main things that always frustrated me is, you know, technically speaking, in a vacuum, like if I had anniversary buff, this might be ahead of my world record, honestly. So I think a lot of people will look at the fact that I have, like, I think my best time right now for Alliance is close to 6 hours because I did it on stream while I was fucking around and like answering questions in chat and stuff. And a lot of people will be like, "Oh, well, this route is only good for Horde. Your Alliance route isn't good because your Alliance route, you know, it took you through like 6 hours, so 3 hours longer." And it's like, no. Like, I've demonstrated, like, before I put out the guide, I obviously, like I said, I do focus testing of every single one, like individual speedruns of different zones, stitch it together. And it's like, obviously, I'm not going to do two different full-on speedruns. That would be insanity, at least back-to-back. I'm doing it now, of course. But I wouldn't do it back-to-back. I would fucking die of exhaustion. But I can at least do the testing and say that, in theory, yes, no, my Alliance run does work. It is as fast as I say. So it is really important for me that I get this in 3 hours, even if it is, at this point, it's closer to 4, right? But I would say if this run hadn't gone like catastrophically badly, and I guess not but a little bit badly, it definitely would have been infinitely closer to 3 hours. But having the 3 there is it's important. One thing I'm thinking about right now is what zone I'm gonna use for the thumbnail. Because, you know, I have a theming with the thumbnails, right? If you've paid attention, you may notice it. But I always have the character, right? Character in the run. I usually try to do some cool pose, which I have to do dynamically, right? Like I don't use WoW model viewers, something. I take the screenshot in-game and then edit it in Photoshop after the fact. So I have to get some cool pose, usually. And then I do some like editing to make it look fancier. And I usually have it on some relevant part of the run. So like for my 10 to 60 world record, it's I have it on Hillspread Foothills. What am I in combat with? Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, so I think it's my Volpera monk doing like a flying serpent kick in front of old Dalaran or whatever. And the recent druid one, I just did Onaran Plains, right? And I usually try to get a different backdrop for each one. But it's interesting because this is a 10 to 70 run. It's like, do I take a backdrop from Dragonflight? Or do I take a backdrop from like one of the old Kata zones? And I've done Loch Modan a few times, because Loch Modan is like one of the more iconic zones. The reason I never really get a screenshot in Duskwood is Duskwood is terrible for screenshots. It's just really bad lighting, right? So it doesn't exactly make for great thumbnail stuff. But maybe I could do like a TBC dungeon. That could work, yeah, because I mean that is kind of an important thematic element within this run, the TBC dungeons. I want to quickly get rid of this. Just need to conserve my bag space. Okay, let me head back to the garrison. I need to refresh my scrolls. I need to switch consumables. Long loading screen here. Yeah, so I can toss. Oh shit! I don't want to toss that. No, 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 no. Target is too high level. Oh, it doesn't even work above level 50. Fuck. Bear Tartar, I want for augment runes you. This. Good. Right? And then Phantom Fire there. So Shadow Core, Oil, this, and then okay. One more Shadow Core. And that is ideal. That is what I want. Okay. I'm gonna completely abandon that because I'm already level 55. I'm very close to leveling up. I have Master Riding. Okay. Yeah, very close to leveling up. At this point, I could just make a beeline straight for Gorgrond and just. I might not even make it to Gorgrond. I might just level up in Talador. But there's a bunch of really efficient stuff in Talador. I have 20 minutes to get effectively 4 levels. This is doable. Altrazus. Oh. Revival Catalyst quest? Okay. Go. Shit. I can't click for shit right now. Man. Come on. Testing. Okay. I had to make sure that my mic was actually working. I had a little panic attack where I think one of the cats just glitched out, but on my screen it looked like it was lagging and my heart stopped. And I'm like, oh no, is it doing the audio shit again? I should note we're nearing Dragonflight, right? So, thing about Dragonflight, fair warning, it is going to cause a memory leak. I don't think I've ever managed to pass through Valdrakken lately without a memory leak happening. Even with the audio disabled, just Valdrakken is so poorly optimized, I just don't even know what the fuck they were thinking. There's some stuff where I think like a bare minimum level of testing of like, you know, hey guys, maybe like test your game a little bit just to make sure like the main city isn't a laggy nightmare for like a shit ton of people, because that one definitely isn't just me. I've read a ton of reports of people just being unable to get any good frames in Valtrak, and Resonant Fist is good. Fatal Flying Guillotine is big. That's a good pickup. I need to head up here to Fort Rin. I'm going to do the Zangara bonus objective, so I'm going to take the artillery tower. And then I'm going to go do Zangara. After I do Zangara, I'm going to cut through Actually, yeah, I don't know why I said I'm not going to make it to Gorgrond. I definitely don't get that much experience from this stuff. I probably won't do much in Gorgrond. I think I'll set up the garrison, like, outpost, because I need to do that. Then I'll do Rangari in the red. Rin artillery tower. I can't skip this. I do need to make sure I'm doing this correctly. Okay. You. Then I'm going to go do Zangara. I should be fine. I think I'm fine. Right? And I think because I'm doing this, I don't want to cut through here. I'm just going to fly directly. Yeah, I'm going to fly directly. I'm just going to do the quest line. I think if I do Rangari in the red, that should be enough to get me there. We're cutting it close, though. This is definitely down to the wire. Come on. Touch of Death. Nice. That's Zangara. Ooh. Okay. Now I head up here. I'm just going to cut straight through Tanan Jungle and head to Gorgrond. This is one of the other downsides of Alliance, way more travel time. Horde has a nice, pretty linear pathway through... Oh my goodness. Okay, I get it. Yeah, all the Tanan. Yup. Okay, yup. Okay, thank you. Rare scanner. I do not need any of those. Oh, nice. That one's up too. Yeah, big surprise. But yeah, Alliance has a lot more forced downtime. I actually wonder if Alliance is faster. I think the problem is, with 20% experience on War Mode, like, Alliance before was barely faster than Horde. With only 15% War Mode experience, I actually think Horde might be faster. Because the more I think about it, with the amount of travel time there is, especially given how optimized the route is, and mind you, I could use the dungeon thing to benefit on Horde. I probably would just cut out Gorgrond at that point, because, I mean, you're not going to cut out Silverpine or Hillsbrad. They're better than Gorgrond. Yeah. Stompalompagus. I love that rare. Yeah, you would probably cut out Gorgrond, and I only did Gorgrond barely at the end. So I think if you add in the Burning Crusade dungeons to my run, my world record, it probably would have come close to actually hitting 3 hours with that new tech. Admittedly, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do another Horde run. I might do a casual Horde run. Let me know in the comments if you want to see that. If you want to see like a casual Horde run of just 10 to 60, I'm not gonna do the full thing, right? But just 10 to 60 to test out how the dungeon leveling would impact it. If you want to see that, let me know in the comments. You know, just say like, I'd love to watch a Horde, whatever, run. And if enough people show interest, or message me on Discord, right? Like, if you're in my Discord, post that in the general channel or whatever. If there is enough interest, then I might do a casual run, not a full serious speed run. So it wouldn't be like a 1-to-1, oh, this is what the run could have been. Like, no, it'll very much be like just testing to see in a casual perspective how fast it would be. But like, if I'm able to get like sub 5 hours playing mega casually with only like the bare minimum consumables with that trick, I think that would be fine. That said, if I'm doing it without Darkman Fair, which would be kind of necessary, because literally this is the last time to get Darkman Fair. when I'm recording this, it's already noon, right? On the day that Darkwind Fair expires. So, you know. Nice, exactly 3. That's good. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. What am I in combat with? What am I in combat with? Okay. There we go. There we go. Nice. So 57. I'm really cutting it close here. I think Rangeri in the red should be enough. I'm fucking scared at this point, though. I don't know. Got all my new consumables already on. There's really nothing I can do to save time here. Sparring ring. Yep. Alright. Okay. Cutscene. Ah. I get it. Okay. Yeah, I am going to do Rangeri in the red first, because I know this questline is very fast. Gives really good experience. It's probably not going to be enough to get me to 60. Come on. Design Rangeri, Mysterious Pod. 4, 5. I'll just do these 5. I can also get a lot of the quest items that I normally turn in later by doing the early quests in the Ogre Ring. That's 5 there. Rangeri Pouch. And 2 kicks. 1 there. Just gonna do both of these at the same time. This. Now this reminds me, I did have one like absolute lunatic comment on my videos. Probably the craziest person I've ever interacted with. But like he left this like angry, rambling, just fucking tirade on YouTube comments. It's probably still there, because I don't think I touched it. I responded to it. Basically saying this is fake. You fake the speed run. You know, I can prove it. And I'm like, no, I did not fake the speed run. And he was like, well, this is impossible. You can't level that fast. And I'm like, well, the entire run is posted on YouTube, so you can go watch it if you don't believe you can level that fast. And then he just like spiraled into this, like his favorite word was math, right? He kept spamming over and over like in his replies, and it was like literally sounded like the dude was unhinged, right? Because he's just like typing in all caps, saying like math, you can't argue with math beats your logic, or whatever, something like that. I forget exactly what he said, but he kept spamming math, and he kept saying it's physically impossible for you to get 1 level every 3 minutes. I timed myself leveling, and I know that you can't do it. You definitely cheated or something like that. You just started and stopped the timer. And I'm like, no, you can literally watch the run. You can literally see the time in the top right for like the time of day. It's impossible to fake. But guy fucking lost it on me. And after I basically said, like, dude, what the fuck is your problem? Right? He then goes to my Reddit post and starts leaving a bunch of angry comments on Reddit. And, like, technically, it's like, I don't know if it's the same guy, but, like, it's one of those things where when the writing style is the same and both were screaming about math, you can't argue with math, and the math was all capitalized. Just absolutely fucking losing his mind. And it's like the fact that he felt so offended that he couldn't match my time that he had to write like an angry essay. Just that was a new one for me. Like I've seen people saying like, "Oh, this is unrealistic." Like unrealistic, fine. If you want to say it's unrealistic, I guess that's up to you, right? Um I think that the entire point, like some people take offense to the fact that I say how to level, like the title is how to level in like only 3 hours. And yes, in theory, you can do my route in only 3 hours. And I prove that by doing my route in only 3 hours. Right, but some people will be like, oh, well, you know, because it uses the anniversary buff, which, I mean, kind of fair, and, you know, it's not realistic that average players would be able to do it in 3 hours. I'm like, yeah, that's right, honestly. Like, the average player definitely isn't going to level through my route in 3 hours, but that's to be expected. You know, it's not like the route changes. So I'm giving you the fastest leveling route. I'm saying I've done it in 3 hours, and you know, you can do what you want, right? Like, I mean, it's one of those things where people, I guess they would expect me to say, like, like, make the title of the video, how to level, um, how to level from, you know, 10 to 60 in, on average, a time of 4.5 hours for the regular person. But then if you're a speedrunner, it would be 3 hours. Like, yeah, let me just go ahead and put that in the title. It'd be like the fucking world's longest YouTube title. I don't even know if there'd be enough character limits. Like, obviously, I want to make a catchy title that attracts attention, but there's only so much you can describe in the title. So here's the thing, and this is something that I genuinely thought of when I was making the title. What do I put on there? Do I put, like, if I'm not putting my actual time, which was 3 hours, like the time of my run was 3 hours. So it's like, do I put the time that I did the run in? Which, I mean, I would say is one of the more accurate ways you can go about it. What did I get? I got Bot Night Bloom. I don't think I got Gron. Yeah, Gronling. I can barely get this Gron. I think. Touch of Death. Yo, Gronai! That was above average RNG. That was actually pretty fucking damn good RNG for there. I think I got 4 quest items. How do I see? I get Gorntooth, Gronling Scale. Yeah, 4. I got 4 quest items. Let's go. It's actually huge. Yeah, 4 is well above average. I might just be good there. And do this. But yeah, so that's the problem. It's like, what am I expected to do? Am I expected to put the actual time that I got in my run, which, you know, you could argue that that's not like realistic or whatever, or do I make up a time and say, well, I'm estimating that the average player would take 4 hours. So then how to level from 10 to 60 in 4 hours? But then, like, why is it 4 hours when, like, my run wasn't actually 4 hours? So that's almost also misleading. And it's like, if both if both solutions are misleading, whether I do it with my actual time or not, then I might as well just put my actual time. Even if it is, I mean, the advantage is from a YouTube perspective, it's faster, so it looks better, right? But also, there's no good way to do that. I feel like the best way is to just put it there, and then within the video, give a disclaimer, like I did, and say, hey, this is how long it took me on my world record speedrun. And at that point, if people can't recognize that they're not going to match a world record on their first try, then, like, I don't know what to tell you. It's something that you just won't really be able to do. Basilisk meat. I think I turn this in. I turn in my 4 treasures, and that should be enough to get me there. Yep. Yeah, I think so. And if that's not enough, like, I guess I go up north. But this should be enough, right? 3 bars, I think. That is sub 4. Which, you know what? I'm fine with sub 4. Could this run have been a lot better had things gone according to plan? Yes, it absolutely could have. But sub 4 is still really fucking fast. Okay? That is still very, very good. Totally happy with this. Why is the question mark started off in a different area? There we go. Let's go. And now I get a 60-second breather. I don't get to stop the timer just yet. Oh, now it actually gets really hard. That's what she said. Let's see. Ascendance Ring of Peace. Empower Tiger Lightning. Swen's Battle Gear. Yeah. Here. Okay, equip this stuff. Fires, okay. That's not the trinket I wanted. That's why I have 3 of them, though. That's the one I wanted. Nice. Okay. Now I have to do the Dragon Isles intro. I have to get to 61 to equip the rest of my stuff, so we're fine there. I can get rid of this. It stays. Speak with Rathian. Don't soft lock me, please. Okay, sometimes you get soft locked there. Run out here. No, toss. Where is the NPC? I've only done this quest like once or twice. It's Thalen, right? I haven't done. I've done just enough test runs on Alliance for this to write the introduction section of my running guide. I don't think I've done a single full run on Alliance. The next one is, yeah, up there. Can I use this yet? I can. Okay. I can add sockets to that and equip my profession stuff. Is this the Dragon Isles transport? This actually is. What did I... Oh, I missed one. Oh, shit. Shit. Well, see, here's the thing. I missed the boat, but that's actually fine. Oh, that's completely fine. Yeah, there's like a little bit of RP anyway. I wouldn't have made it. Speak with Archmage Khadgar. What happens? This. Okay, it doesn't work like that. On Horde, for whatever reason, if you abandon that quest, you get like a bonus quest that gives like 1k XP. So this is level 61 stuff. Up here, just make sure I need to get my consumables in order. So consumables would be refreshing healing potion. Toss that. Build augment rune over here, so I can pop that. Glacial Fury. Where's Veldraken? Veldraken's over there. I shouldn't be using Buzzing Rune, because I'm about to replace my weapon anyway. I don't know why I did that. At this point, I'm about to hit a memory leak any minute now, so I'm actually going to just go ahead and stop talking for the entirety of Veldraken. I got halfway through saying something, and then Alright, that's enough of that. I did want to at least include the very tail end of me saying that, because in hindsight, while editing this, I think it is absolutely hilarious that the memory leak actually started while I was giving that explanation. I kind of figured it would happen a few minutes in, but really at this point I'm not surprised. So for some context, because obviously, in case it wasn't obvious, this is future Haraldin speaking, I'm having to edit this video, which I'm pretty sure I said multiple times earlier on that I didn't want to have to do because it's a 7-hour video. And here's the thing about editing a 7-hour video, especially when you have to cut out large chunks of the existing audio and replace it. That's a lot of time spent sitting in Adobe Premiere, because trying to replace that much audio, it's a weird thing. I think for people who haven't done video editing before, replacing like 1 hour's worth of audio takes like many hours, because generally speaking, you can't just talk for an hour at a black screen or whatever and just slot that in. I'm going to trip over my words. I'm going to say something stupid and have to edit it. I don't know. It's going to be difficult. And right now I am facing the task of editing out 3 hours worth of audio. I don't really know how I'm going to do that. After I finished this run, it was around like early afternoon on a Saturday, and I didn't even want to bother. I was already exhausted from, I mean, the run itself, 7 hours nonstop is obviously physically and mentally draining. But then on top of that, with how bad this run went, it was definitely one of the most stressful speedruns I've ever had to do. And that just, I lied in bed, I watched Netflix for a few hours, and then I quite literally fell asleep for like 12 hours. And when I woke up, I just, spent like 3 hours browsing Reddit, and then here I am. It's finally time to actually edit this monstrosity, which is gonna be fun. Oh boy. I'm probably gonna have to do some funny little tricks, because I mentioned this earlier in the run, but if you've been skipping around, just a heads up, basically all of the audio from this point is lost. There are a few segments, like early on in Waking Shores, when I was still trying to talk for brief bursts of time. I'll keep that in there. There's at one point where I'm talking about Windwalker Monk. It's like a few minutes. I'll keep that. Another point where somebody tried to gank me, and I like killed them and got really excited. Thankfully, it wasn't having a memory leak at that exact moment, but I must have had to restart the game close to 15 times throughout this run. It's really bad, like really bad. Because in the Paladin run, I obviously didn't realize there was an issue, but it was pretty frequent. But I think this might have been even worse than the Paladin run. But of course, now that I'm aware of it, I can't just keep going. I have to stop, restart the game to fix the memory leak. And unfortunately, I had audio off the entire time, so I don't know what's causing it. It's a really weird issue, and I'm still... I haven't deleted them. There's like still comments on the Druid video where I talked about this that are like, oh, check this, that in your system. And it's like, this is the reason why I specifically said, look, it's not my computer. It's not World of Warcraft, trust me. Or it is World of Warcraft, it's not my computer. I have looked into literally everything over the past 2 months that could fix my computer's performance. It occurs on no other games. It occurs literally just on World of Warcraft. It doesn't even occur on like Classic, which I mean, I guess Classic is much less intensive. So logically speaking, it would only happen on retail if it was a World of Warcraft issue. But yeah, no, any other game I've played, any other program I've ran, anything, it is specifically a World of Warcraft issue. And as you can tell, aside from that one problem with the Garrison earlier, it is specifically a Dragonflight issue. I don't know what it is about Dragonflight, but there is something with Dragonflight content that causes a memory leak. And people in my guild now are getting it. It's a common occurrence. Don't really know a reliable way to fix it. It's kind of like one of those things where it sucks, but at the same time, I'm pretty much not going to stream or record any more Dragonflight leveling, or Dragonflight just content in general, in terms of like open world unedited stuff, until this gets fixed. Because it is just such a massive pain in the ass to try and diagnose this stuff, and then have to sit here with a 7-hour video and edit it afterwards. I just can't keep doing that. Hopefully that's understandable. My editing time ever since this problem has happened has just gone up immensely, and it's cutting severely into the amount of free time I have to do shit. It's not great. Anyways, commentary on the run. I will be back, obviously, for a few hours, so you're gonna have to deal with me then. But obviously, as you've seen here, I did the profession stuff in Valdrakken. I think I did a really good job with it. I was really damn efficient. And then I fly over to the Waking Shores to start the questline there, which I think is pretty standard practice. And I'm not entirely sure how much empty space there is for me to talk, so I'm just gonna stop here, cutting back to past Haraldin, and then I will see you guys in a few minutes. All right, testing. Okay, it looks like we're back. Ah, okay. Yeah, as I expected, I think the memory leak kicked in almost instantly, so it's actually a good thing that I said I was going to stop talking when I did. It's it's frustrating, but hey, at least I know the solution now. This is why, like I said earlier in the run, I'm okay with streaming, because it's like if this is happening in the middle of a stream, obviously here, it's on record, so it's fine for me to just be like, fuck it, whatever. I'm going to, just so I don't get this pop-up, I'm just going to type unlearn, get rid of blacksmithing. I do not need it. I'm in the Horde camp. I was wondering where the quests were. God damn it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, hey, there's the quest. Fucking hell. I'm such a fucking monkey. I am going to quickly clean out my bags, though, before anything else. There is a certain element of, like, I need my bags to be cleaned. I can't deal with, like, just random chaos. Some of these heirlooms are enchanted, some aren't. I don't know which exactly, so I'm not going to go through and try to figure it out. I think we're fine on everything else. Delete this. Nephew. And it's one of those. Do this. Consumables. Right, I need to do that. That'll save a little bit of time. So Glacial Fury, Static or Shocking Disclosure. This. That's it, I think. I need to go. Do this. Time's a wasting. I still have 10% experience that I carried over, so I need to do as much as I possibly can in this time. I have a decent. Oh, I keep forgetting, because like at this point I've been leveling without Skyreach so much. I forget how fucking amazing Skyreach feels. Oh, I love that ability so much. And then like, if any of the monks in my guild hear that, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck do you mean? Skyreach sucks ass." Like, I know, as I was mentioning earlier, like, I think Babs is kind of whatever about Skyreach, but Bo hates Skyreach because on Senarth Prague once again, he kept running Skyreach. And he kept every single time, like early Senarth Prague, I would just joke with him because I would see just his nameplate goes like dark and then suddenly dead. And I'm like, Foe, did you press Skyreach again? He's like, I hate this fucking button. So I know he really doesn't like Skyreach, and he like swears against it just because it burned him so hard early on Senarth, because it just launches you off the platform. I think he did have a few times where he was able to get back on, but what's it called? I love fucking Skyreach. It's so much fun to play with, especially while leveling. Just, you need to get to a target and it's just boom, dash, you're there. Oh, it's so good. Watch this. Boom, and I immediately hit the target. It feels so fucking good. I love this ability. Or I guess it's, just Tiger Palm, but it's a fucking passive. God, I love Windwalker mode so much. Like, I will say one thing about Dragonflight that absolutely I don't think anybody can complain about is the class design. Mwah. Oh, it's so good. I have some minor problems with the content. Like, I think I've said before, I don't like the way that Mythic Plus is. Mythic Plus, I think, is probably my biggest gripe with Dragonflight. And I would say Vault of the Incarnates has overall been a really lackluster, not terribly enjoyable raid. There's like one or two bosses here and there that are okay. But I think when like Kurog Grim Totem ends up being one of my favorite fights, and like I don't even like Kurog that much. It's just compared to some other stuff, it's not great. And so far, obviously, we're still like on intermission one of Razageth, but one thing that I really don't understand about Razageth is, I mean, I would just like to sit down with the person who designed the fight and like ask them why, like everything. Why? Just what the fuck were you thinking when you made this boss on Mythic? It's like it's not even a hard boss. There's just some mechanical choices. Like I think the biggest one, anybody who's prog Razageth probably would agree with me, of the fact that the fucking winds mechanic. Like what the fuck is up with that? Why is it that some classes can negate the winds and then other classes just can't? Other classes have to rely on evokers and shit like that. Like our poor priest, poor Bolty, bless his soul. Every single time one of the and yep, there's the memory leak again. So right as I was in the middle of talking about Razageth progression, from here on I become keenly aware of just how bad the situation is, and I keep trying to talk. I think looking through the run, yeah, there are a few points in time where I start trying to talk and I'm like, oh, maybe it's good now, and then it just gets fucked again, and I eventually give up. I literally at one point just said, fuck it, and I just started listening to music for about an hour. And I actually think I played really well once I started listening to music and just tuning it out. I think one of the problems is at first I put music on in a different tab and then started listening to it there. And that slowed down the video even more, I think. So eventually I just got my phone, and then my dad actually brought me like USB headphones or something like that. And I just put the USB headphones in under my regular headphones and then just listen to music on my phone so it didn't slow it down. And I pretty much did that for like the last 2 hours of the run because it was just impossible to record anything. And I think honestly, by the time I hit Azure Span, it really got better. Like almost all, I would say about like 2/3, if not more, of the restarts were in Waking Shores. I don't know what it is about Waking Shores, but it was really, really bad. And then I had like a few in Onaran Plains and maybe like 1 or 2 in Azure Span. So the actual memory leaks themselves like improved significantly as the run went on. But it got to a certain point where I just got so tilted that I actually, at the start of Onaran Plains, I tried to record myself again. And I just stopped because it devolved into me just ranting. And at a certain point, I was like, okay, even for me, this is just too much. I'm just too mad, too upset about this. I just can't let it get to me. I can't sit here and rant about this stuff. And I just stopped myself and I just said, okay. So the last bit of audio, of original audio you're going to hear from this run is in around 6 minutes from now. It's when, like I said before, somebody tries to gank me. And then I think I talk for a little bit after that, so I'll probably include some of that up until the point where it hits the next memory leak. And then after that, there were a few times where I started like talking about something and then was immediately cut off, and I'm not even going to bother including that because it's just too hard to stitch it together. So after that point in time, you're stuck with Future Harlden. But for now, I guess with the 6 minutes that I have, I want to quickly touch upon kind of what I started saying before about like the future of these runs. Because it was also something that I remember I tried to talk about later on with the memory leak stuff, and I kept getting interrupted, and it was frustrating. But the problem with memory leaks aside, right? Obviously, the memory leaks make it difficult to do this. And when I said before I don't want to do Dragonflight stuff, it's specifically like open world Dragonflight content, like 60 to 70 runs. What I'm hoping is that by the time leveling gets a significant update, they fix this issue so I can actually reliably record open world Dragonflight content without the game dying. Fingers crossed. It probably won't be until like a major content patch like 4.1, or why did I say 4.1? 10.1, 10.2. So we're going to assume, hopefully, that by that point in time it's fixed. I should also note real quick, in case it isn't obvious, I'm doing this all in one take. The only way that I can edit this in a reasonable amount of time and not have it come out like in a week is by literally just pressing record and trying to talk at a black screen, which, like I said earlier, is difficult, but I have to make do with the situation I have. But yeah, I'm hoping that by the time that any significant leveling updates for 60 to 70 happen, this game is realistically playable. But as it stands, I'm just going to officially say that it is impossible for me, at least, to record leveling runs for 60 to 70. And I guess it's good that this 60 to 70 run ended up being, as fast as it was. As I said before, it's sub 3 hours. I barely scraped in. It's like 2 hours 58, 2 hours 59. I haven't timed it exactly. The overall time was 6 hours and 59 minutes, so barely scraped below 7 hours overall. So it was pretty good, and I would say, as an ending note for my testing runs, I would say this is good. And then, of course, like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to have the dungeon leveling video coming out in a few days. I'm shooting for Wednesday on that, I think, because what I want to do is BC Time Walking comes out Tuesday, and there are a few final things that I want to test for TBC Time Walking that I think could, be good to just figure out, like, exactly how fast it is. But what I've established, I think, at this point is that even if you're doing time walking really efficiently, it's still generally going to be slower than really efficient questing, as shown in this video, at least with Darkwind Fair. The unfortunate thing is that the timing hasn't really lined up for doing time walking with the Darkwind Fair buff. It just hasn't coincided where it lines up at the start of the month. So I don't have a way to really test it with the 10% bonus or the Darkwind Fair quest items, but I think we can generally say that time walking probably wouldn't beat it. But anyways, that's like, for now, at least the last bit I'm going to do. But then I'm going to take a lot of the routing adjustments that I've made here and probably like tomorrow, so before the actual dungeon leveling video comes out, I will have that updated on the written guide for people to use. So obviously people who don't want to sort through a 7-hour video, especially a 7-hour video like this, where everything has gone to shit, to find the changes that I made to the routing, it'll be documented in the Google thing. What I might do is, I might do like a change log or something just to explain how the routing has changed. It's something I never really did before when, routing changes were so infrequent, but because the adventure mode guide is still so unupdated and like unfinished, I think that would actually work pretty well here. So I'll probably do something like that. I'll figure it out. But TLDR, I'll quickly summarize it. It's nothing too special. I leave Waking Shores at Black Dragonflight. I leave Onaran Plains the moment I get to Maracai, because I'd say there's maybe some efficient questing there, and I think if you didn't have like Darkwind Fair buff, you would probably do more in Onaran Plains, like continue a little bit through the campaign until you get to like Tirakai and do the stuff there. I just left earlier because I knew that I had a significant lead thanks to the Darkwind Fair buff. And then I do a few dungeons. You could definitely do more dungeons. What you're going to notice later on is my RNG with dungeon groups is abysmal. I got some of the worst dungeon groups I think I have ever seen, ever, in the history of just existence playing this game. And that this is not including the earlier ones, 10 to 60. My Dragonflight dungeon groups were ass. And then I also made like a mistake where I accidentally abandoned the Neltharis quest and stuff like that. So definitely a lot of issues there. Azure Span goes pretty standard. I did Azure Span campaign all the way up to Iskara. I did all the Iskara subquests. I did a bunch of side quests. Like at the very end of the run, my ending strategy was the Three Falls Lookout. And then I left Three Falls Lookout a bit earlier than I normally would because there was a bunch of Horde players lurking around and I was worried I was going to get ganked. I went to whatever that place in the south is, Camp Nowhere, I think is the name. I did the questline in Camp Nowhere. I probably could have done the Furbolg camp or Furbolg questline if I was behind, but I opted not to do that just because I was like so close to being sub 7 and I wanted to see if I could make it, and I did. And then there's a few other side quest lines that you could have done. The last like 5 minutes of the run are just some fucked up shit happens. It's wild. So I'm just going to leave that as like a spoiler just because like I want you to see how it unfolds in real time. But that was the general gist of the changes I made, and I think it worked out pretty well. But anyways, I think coming up in the time here, I timed it as roughly about 8 minutes that I had to ramble, and then you're going to watch me kill the person trying to gank me, and then I will continue doing whatever I need to do to fill the remaining 2 hours. So I'll see you then. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be completely real with you guys right now. I don't know what to do. I mean, I fucking hell, dude. Fuck me, man. Oh, why? I just don't know how this happens, man. Like, how do you fucking release a game this fucking dog shit? This is just fucking. I just don't even know what to say. Like, this is literally the worst I've ever fucking seen it. I am just genuinely cursed right now. I don't. This is miserable. This is like just a miserable experience that I have to sit through and fucking record through right now. Get shit on, fucker! Oh, what? You thought you were gonna gank me, you little fucking shitbag? Hold on, fucking little asshole. Piece of fucking shit. Get the fuck out of here. Llama tipper, you little fucking bitch. Sit the fuck down. Whew! Oh, I needed that. I fucking needed that. Oh, man. Thank God that wasn't a level 70. Just some dumb, stupid-ass kid who thinks he can actually gank in World PvP. Like, honestly, if you're like that, fuck you. Genuinely fuck you. Anyone who ganks in World PvP, genuinely, go fuck yourself. Like, you're actually an asshole. But at least this asshole is stupid enough to take on somebody he can't beat. Fucking loser. It's just like that is just such small dick energy ganking in war mode. Like, we're here to level. If you want to fucking PvP, go do arenas, you stupid little bitch. Fucking hell. Alright. I'm feeling a little bit better now. Fucking goddamn it, dude. Fucking stupid ass war mode. I am so fucking pissed that Blizzard still has this as a thing. Like, fuck off with the fucking you're required to level in this for fast runs because fucking we want to boost engagement. Like, fuck off. I just it's so stupid that war mode gives an XP buff. It is probably the single thing I hate the most about leveling because of shit like that. Because half the time it's just free XP. So in a lot of runs, you just never encounter other players, and it ends up not mattering, which means that, because you want to have a baseline, well, in a lot of runs, you're going to use that 10% buff, so you want to make sure that you use it in the other runs as well. But then in some other runs, like I've had runs where Johnny Dipshit on his level 70 decides to camp me because sure, don't turn on PvP if you don't want to get PvP'd. Oh, I'm so cool. I just ganked a level 60 character on my level 70. Look at me, mom. I did a cool thing. And then, your just entire run is fucking ruined because that guy. It's just so annoying. I don't want to fucking deal with it. Which is why I will say, like, my challenge run format, war mode is banned, right? That's one thing that from the get-go, I'm like, yeah, fuck war mode. War mode is banned, especially because in a challenge mode format, where it's like, you're trying to do special stuff. I should also note it's going to have permadeath, right? Which, like, I mean, any sort of good leveling challenge run, I think, should have permadeath. That's only going to be a small part. But it's like, if I'm doing permadeath and stuff like that, I don't want to risk that, like, you just get ganked on a whim, right? That's fucking stupid. There's no fun or challenging element of, like, a guy just dropping out of the sky and one-shotting you. Also, the other problem is, one of the reasons why I can't stream these runs is, imagine, like, the amount of times that, like, I've nearly gotten ganked on stuff. It's always when I'm playing Alliance, too. Imagine how bad it would be if I live streamed this shit. Like, absolutely people would try to snipe me if it was a serious run. People have tried to snipe me on casual runs. I don't know for sure. I've definitely been ganked on stream before, but I think it was just a coincidence because I've definitely had people in my chat say they were trying to, like, hunt me down or whatever, but I don't think any of them actually found me. I think it was just like happened to be some guy that ganked me at the same time. Not entirely sure. But yeah, it would definitely be bad. Okay, we're going to equip this stuff. Before I do anything, I'm just going to equip my gear. I don't want to forget, it is going to be a slight boost. I need to be at 63. Okay, this stuff's 66. Right, and before I forget, yeah, so in one more level, I can equip my weapon. That's not available just yet, because weapons, for whatever reason, are not on the same level, because, thanks, Blizzard. I don't know why. I am surprised. That dude just melted like butter, though. Like, I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to play this safe. I'm gonna have to, like, karma him, do all this fancy stuff. And then I just, like, press buttons, and he just fucking died. It must be, like, a guy in Shadowlands gear, fresh out, just walking into Dragonflight. And this, kids, is why you get crafted gear. And honestly, like, the 316 crafted pieces are dirt cheap. Because that's the nice thing about crafted gear this expansion. Because everybody's forced to do it to, like, level up their professions, and, first craft bonuses and all that jazz, like, you need to craft all the stuff, the market is flooded with this shit. So it's literally like 5 gold per piece of crafted gear. Now, as for whether you want to get the enchants, whether you want to put like frozen devotion on your weapon, yeah, that's a little bit extra. Definitely don't do that. That's just that's me being, me, right? Doing my speedrun shenanigans, right? Glacial Fury. I would say Glacial Fury, probably don't use it. It is expensive, but like 2-star Glacial Fury honestly isn't that bad. Like, I dare say that you probably should be able to afford it. Probably. Okay, I'm out of combat. Nice. Maybe I like don't, but I feel like if you're going to level fast, the damage from Glacial Fury does add up. You can't see there, but let me find a pull. Let me see a good one. Kalashi Scoundrel. Shocking Disclosure, Glacial Fury, both really high damage, right up there with Fist of Fury. Yeah, that's a good example. I think it showed. It might have been hidden behind my timer. I can't say for sure. I'm not gonna go and double check, but at least I don't know what it was about that area before that was just causing my game to have like a fucking seizure. And I hope I don't speak too soon, because watch, I'm gonna say like, I think we're finally out of the woods now, and I'm not gonna have any issues. And the next thing I know, my game's gonna fucking keel over, and I'm gonna have to restart it again. But so far, so good. But man, that was frustrating. I was already more times than it happened in the entirety of the Druid run, where, mind you, I had sound on, so it clearly is not a sound thing. I don't know what causes it. I also did restart my game very quickly, so I think it is possible that like when I did the game restart like the first 2 times, I think it probably didn't like restart correctly because I did I clicked play really quickly just so I can get like back in immediately. And I think in hindsight, probably not the best idea. I probably should have let it like simmer for a little bit until it finally stopped lagging. That's what I did on the last time, which is why I think that might have helped, but I can't say for sure. I don't know. This is just, what's the word? Empirical evidence? Fuck if I know. But okay, books. We found out in the other run that there is a book on the bottom floor here, so actually saves a little bit of time. Pick up this book, and then book on the top floor, and then I need to kill 4 more primalists. Only 3 in this room. That's unfortunate. We're so close to having all of them. Oh, I just realized if I do dungeons again, it would need to be as a tank, right? Yeah, I probably would need to be as a tank. Sendrex, where the fuck you at? And kill this. I should have just killed this mob because I need to drag Sendrex over here. You turn in the quests on top of her little point, and then bam, she immediately. Yeah, I was like inches away, but you get the idea. That saved quite a lot of time compared to my Druid run. I fucked that trick up in the Druid run, and I explained how to do it properly, so there you go. I did not put fried bonefish up here. I'll rebuff fried bonefish in a second. There we go. Got the egg. So dodge Farava over here. Hop, hop, boop, 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 boop. I actually think it's kind of interesting because, like, I'm roughly on pace with my Druid's run, and my Druid had, like, a shit ton of rested experience and the Darkmoon Fair turn-ins. And I think what's interesting is possibly because of the fact that my 10% experience buff carried over so far, I got, like, a lot of mileage, all the Profession XP. I got so much mileage out of that final draft, which is why, like I was saying earlier, it's so important to snipe it at the end, because not only did I get it for the final 10 levels, I got it for, like, the first 2 levels of Dragonflight. That's how fast the end of Chromie time is. I could pop that at 49 and have it last all the way until 62. So I think that 10% buff actually almost made up for the entire difference on my Druid, which is really, really nice. It also goes to show that, like, there's a snowball effect where the faster you do Chromie time stuff, the faster this can go. All right, well, Future Haraldin is back. There was a few more minutes where I was kind of just talking, speculating about the future of the run, but that part got kind of cut off, so I figured it was better to cut a few minutes earlier here while there's still, like, a coherent thing that I'm discussing in terms of Draft of 10 lands, which I do think is interesting. I'm actually very surprised, in hindsight, that this run ended up beating the previous Druid run I did, especially given all the issues that I ran into during this. The fact that it still was faster, I think, really is interesting and goes to show there's actually a lot of merit to just carrying a draft over into the leveling process. Anyways, yeah, so here's the deal. I have about 2.5 hours to fill here. It's currently 10 in the morning, so it's not, like, too late, but if I just talked for 2.5 hours, it would be around, like, 1, give or take, by the time I was done, if I had to stop and re-record. And then by the time this re-encoded, and then I uploaded it to YouTube, and then YouTube, especially for a, however long this is, 7-hour video, yeah, would take a really long time to process it in HD and stuff like that, and this video probably wouldn't get out until, like, super late at night. And I don't really want to spend my entire day doing this, but I have some stuff planned for this special occasion. So, first thing I want to do before I get into any of the special stuff is I just want to talk about, kind of continue the discussion I was having earlier in between the, periods where I was actually able to talk, and just kind of wrap up the topic of the future of runs like this, because there were a few things that I was hoping to discuss during the 60 to 70 portion I just didn't get a chance to actually talk about, and I think it's important to actually discuss that. So bear with me as I try to organize my thoughts, because I'm not doing any cuts here. I think I'm still hearable at this point. I'm leaning back in my chair because, for something like this where I'm literally just staring at the wall and talking, it's something I'm not used to doing, so I need to think about it properly. Yeah, so as I said, 60 to 70 runs as we know it, those are done for now. This will be the last one. Until there is A, a fix for the memory leak stuff, and B, a significant update to leveling. I might still do testing in my free time to update the written guide if I find something big, and obviously the written guide will be updated for these new changes, as I stated. So from a guide side of things, I'll still be obviously doing testing. Nothing will change there. It's just no full runs. But I think that's fine, and for 2 reasons. One, I don't really think you need to watch me do slight variations for this. I doubt I'm going to stumble upon some, like, massive game-breaking tech. Right now, it's pretty obvious. It's like, for anyone who doesn't know, technically speaking, the fastest way to hit 70 is to get boosted in Brackenhide Hollow. It's not efficient doing it on your own. It's one of those things where, like, I mean, if you wanted to spend, like, 3 hours, like, shard hopping and hunting down groups that are boosting in Brackenhide Hollow, tagging elites, maybe you could. I guess. I don't know necessarily if by doing that you would actually get a fast time. It honestly might be comparable to this run if you were really good at it, really good at shard hopping. Alternatively, if you buy a boost, a few people in my guild have paid like a few 100,000 golds, which, mind you, more money than it took me to fund this run, which, as I said before, 90% of the cost goes into 10% of the time save, right? So I spent, like I said, around 150,000 gold, and in reality, it's more like 100,000. I didn't end up using a lot of the consumables, so a lot of the stuff is going to go into my guild's, like, secret, I mean, I say secret, but like my alt guild bank that I just use for storage, right? So I'm going to throw it in a guild bank tab. I'll have the consumables for whenever I do a run in the future. That's like a good, huge chunk of gold. I used to be able to do that, but previously I did my runs on Mal'Ganis, and these runs are on Area 52. So I had to effectively rebuy a lot of that stuff, and I wasn't able to reuse all of it. But now I have all that on Area 52, and I don't think I'll be leaving Area 52 anytime soon. So I will have all of these consumables still stockpiled. So I can reuse a lot of the money I spent. I would say in terms of how much money I spent like for drinking stuff or using items in this run, it's probably around 50k, I would say, which is still a lot, right? But if we're talking about, investment in terms of like, do you want to spend the time like 7 hours plus 50k gold to get a character from 10 to 70? I mean, I think that's pretty good. That's really not that expensive, and even then, once again, some of that 50k you could cut down on. So I would say I could probably get an 8-hour run and do it with like 15-20k gold, just like bare minimum, like the profession leveling stuff, the dark moon items, the basic crafted gear, which I don't know if I mentioned this already, but the basic crafted gear is super cheap. You can literally pick it up for like 5 gold a piece because it's so oversaturated in the market that people need to use it for leveling that there's just so many of them. So you can literally get like dirt cheap full set of 316 crafted gear. Super duper easy. Definitely recommend that. And then like all the other stuff, yeah, probably amounts to like 20k gold tops. So really inexpensive if you want to do like a budget speed run and get a good time. And for comparison, Braconide Hollow boosting was around 200k. The prices vary depending on the group from what I've heard. And it takes around 2 hours. So that's just 60 to 70, right? Maybe there's another group that can do it faster. From what I heard, it's faster if you have like 4 people. So I know somebody said they did it in like an hour and a half with like 4 people boosting at once. But obviously, like no actual boosting group is going to do that because you're losing out on, cuts. So why would you boost with 4 people and only have 1 buyer when you can boost with 2 people and have 3 buyers at the same time? And, it only takes like 30 minutes longer. Obviously, most boosting groups are going to boost with 2 people and sell 3 at once. But I wouldn't recommend it, right? Like, I mean, if you absolutely just have no time in your life to the point where you need to spend 200,000 gold to save an hour of time, and let's say, you can't do this as fast as me. Let's say you're really slow and you're much slower than me and it takes you 5 hours to do 60 to 70. Right? Which and I know this is like assuming you're trying to go fast. I'm sure some people are going to comment, wow, it takes me 8 hours to get 60 to 70. And I mean, on your first run, sure. I think my first run of Dragonflight campaign back in the day, I ran into a lot of issues because it was on beta and there were some serious bugs, but it took me 14 hours. So I think even if I didn't run into bugs, it probably still would have been around 10 hours. So your first run of anything is going to be slow. Practice does make perfect. This is something that I keep telling people because I get a million YouTube comments that say something to the effect of like, it took me 12 hours to do this. I don't know how you managed to do it in 3. And some of them will be nice about it. And they'll be like, oh, can you like explain how I can save time in the future? And I usually run a nice response of like something to the effect of practice makes perfect, but also maybe try doing this, this, and that, etc. But then some of them are like, this is blatantly fake, and there's no way you did this in 3 hours. In fact, one thing that I will do just for fun is because obviously I have 2.5 hours to kill. I'm trying to think of ways to spice up this 2.5 hours. But fair warning, as I said, I'm going to leave the footage here because I still want to show the run, still want to show what I did, and obviously I need the proof that I did it that time, right? Otherwise everybody's going to be like, you don't actually have the run. So here's the run. I'm still going to leave it up. It was a good run, but it is going to be pretty much pure chaos from here in terms of the editing side of things. I'm going to fucking put up a lot of shit on the screen when we get like, 30 minutes from now and I'm done rambling. We're gonna do some wacky shit because I can't just sit here and talk at a wall for 2.5 hours. I can talk very easily if I'm like, half paying attention and doing something else, but I can only talk to myself for so long before I realize like, oh man, I'm sitting here talking to myself and doing nothing. There's only so much I can do this. So yeah, I won't be doing that forever. So I guess if you're only here for like the leveling aspect of it, which I would say if you're watching this far in, I doubt you really are. A lot of people do like to watch these runs just for the commentary, just because I like to tell stories and whatnot. So it'll still be interesting, don't click off the video. I have shit planned, right? But for anybody who is just purely here to see how I did it, I guess you can skip around. The whole footage is there. I didn't edit anything out. But yeah, do keep in mind that the discussion around the run is going to be less focused around exactly what I did. A few times when something funny happens in the game, I actually type and /say, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on in this run type of thing. But yeah, it's really not super notable from here on, other than the stuff I already discussed in terms of the routing changes. So I'm not going to sit here and basically give you a blow-by-blow of, oh, here you can see I am doing this particular quest, and I opted to go for this quest objective first over the other one. Ooh, how exciting. And oh, you can see here, I played like a fucking monkey, and I pulled a bunch of mobs and accidentally got myself killed. Big blunder there. Like, I'm not doing that, right? We're going to have some fun, because I need to, make this interesting for myself, right? This whole 2.5 hour editing process. Where was I? Yeah, so in terms of runs, I think is what I was talking about. Already think this is pretty good, right? I don't really think there's much to add here. I will probably do more 10 to 60 runs, but once again, not speed runs. Those will be challenge runs. So the challenge run format I was discussing earlier, I'm like drip feeding you information until the big reveal whenever I actually do the challenge runs. Because as I said in the Druid run, I will repeat it here, I think it is the potential to be the coolest video series that I've ever made, and it's requiring a massive amount of legwork. Like, in a lot of my free time now, I'm basically doing prep work to set up that challenge run. I'm working on, and this may give a little bit of it away in terms of how I want it to work. I'm working on a third-party program to facilitate some of the aspects of it. So this isn't just like a rule set that I'm making up for myself. I'm literally going to code something that dynamically changes the challenges within the run. And there's a lot of cool things that I have an idea for that it can do. And I'm not entirely sure how I want it to work. I think for the start, I'm probably going to make it like a little mini game in Unity, because I know how to make stuff in Unity, right? So I figure start with what I know, do all the coding there, and some of my friends have told me that like, oh, hey, if it works out, you can always just make it into a World of Warcraft add-on. And the only reason why I'm tentative to try and learn Lua and make a World of Warcraft add-on for this is I feel like if I make my passion project challenge run thing into an add-on before like an actual leveling overlay thing with the arrow and stuff like that people have been asking me for years, I'm gonna get a lot of pissed off people being like, why are you developing an add-on for this? You haven't even made an add-on for like the actual leveling overlay thing. So what I don't know, I might do like a Unity game for my passion project challenge run thing first, then I will make an add-on for the leveling stuff, because I said I was going to try to do that, and then once I get practice from that, I can convert my challenge run thing into its own standalone add-on, which could be pretty fun. Maybe I could even have it as like a mode that you can enable on my leveling run add-on. I don't know. I have all these ideas, right? But you have to realize that like there's only a certain finite amount of time, so I have no idea if any of this is actually going to come to fruition. There have been so many like really cool ideas that I've had that I just sit down and I'm like, I have to make this video or this video. Or sometimes I'm just like, I don't have time to do any of that. Like life gets in the way, or I have to focus on raiding. Because at the end of the day, I raid a lot. It's something I spend, I raid 2 days a week, but I spend a lot of time, obviously, outside of raid, at least early on in tiers, preparing for raiding, doing research, gearing my character, stuff like that. helping people in Mythic Plus. There's a lot that goes into raiding outside of the actual raid times, and I like my guild, right? So I want to make sure that I'm actually putting in all the prep work that I need to put in. And that definitely is a little bit time consuming and can make it hard to always do that. And I've also been playing Classic a lot. So obviously I made a guide on Titan Rune Dungeons, and that has done okay. Not as good as I hoped, but it hasn't bombed, I suppose. But I also have been raiding Ulduar a bit on my free time. I found a guild that, like, they have at the moment, they said they have like a backup tank spot, so I've tanked like once or twice for them, and I think at some point their tank is leaving. I actually don't really fully know what the deal with that is. I kind of basically said, like, hey, look, I'm not in any rush, right? I'm not, like, trying to raid Ulduar as soon as physically possible. So, you know, if you don't have a tank spot open immediately, but you think you will need one later on down the road, like, let me know. I'm flexible. So I've at least raided Ulduar a little bit, and for what it's worth, I've enjoyed the time when I have spent in that guild, right? But I guess, you know, whenever they actually have a tank spot, maybe I'll spend more free time doing that. But I've been playing Classic a bit on my free time, and I haven't made videos about that, so that's like more of a if I feel like doing it. I thought about making more videos on Classic. I think what I might do in terms of leveling runs, because I know people will probably want more commentary runs like this, and I'm not super willing to do more retail ones, is I might do like a Classic Death Knight leveling thing, because I have a Prop Hellion Classic, but I don't have a Blood Death Knight, and I wanted to try Blood Death Knight, and every single time I looked for a guild before finding this one, they all needed only a Blood DK, no Prop Heli. So I figure, once I get free time, if I leveled up a Blood DK, which I kind of wanted to play anyway, I just kind of assumed, like, oh yeah, the two meta tanks are Blood DK and Prop Heli. Well, Blood DK is like the new hotness, right? Death Knight is the new hero class. So out of the two, everybody's gonna want to play Blood DK over Prop Heli, right? So I picked Prop Heli. Which, I mean, I've enjoyed Prop Heli, but I kind of figured that it would be the tank that actually had more open raid spots. Turns out, no. Turns out every guild has a Prop Heli, and a lot of guilds don't have a Blood DK. So I kind of fucked up on that one, which, you know, what can you do? But yeah, I might make that into a little leveling series. The reality of Classic leveling, though, is I'm not an expert at Classic leveling. It's not something that I can do a speedrun on. So when I level in Classic, it's like mega casual. I'm obviously relatively efficient at it, because World of Warcraft and MMOs in general, I would say, once you get the gist of how to level in an MMO, it kind of transfers over. So I'm relatively efficient leveling in Classic compared to, like, a lot of my friends. A lot of my friends, when they level in Classic, they're, like, super duper slow, takes them forever, they can't get anything done. When I level in Classic, like, I'm at the very least efficient about it. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to this town, get all the quests, look at my map, like, okay, let me find a good concentration, go in there, you know, abilities, go burr, kill all the shit, turn in the quests, etc. And I move at a pretty brisk pace just because that's the way that I enjoy leveling. I don't sit there and, like, read the quest text. That's just, you know, I have played WoW a million times. I don't need to do that. I'll read the quest text if I'm playing, like, a new MMO, like, you know, Guild Wars or Final Fantasy. When I played through that for the first time, I watched all the cutscenes, etc. Final Fantasy especially. But there's a lot of people in Classic who have all that shit figured out and have it as down to a science as I do retail, and that's not me. I don't know all the fancy routes. I usually follow, like, a basic leveling guide. Like, Guideline usually has some, like, free ones. For whatever reason, it's so weird with Classic. All their shit is paywalled. Like, it's fucking wild, man. I'm not gonna get into the drama of, like, it's not really drama per se, but, like, there are certain Classic leveling guides that, like, try to get into the retail space, and I don't necessarily know how much success they've had, but they also tried to reach out to me and, like, get me to work with them. And I was like, no, I'm gonna do my own thing. If you guys want to try to make fucking retail guides, like, go at it. I was polite about it. You know, I was relatively diplomatic. I wasn't like, get the fuck out of here. Even though kind of how I felt, because it's just so amateurish. It's like the stuff that isn't just a direct copy of my route, which, like, to a certain extent, I don't own the route, right? Like, the fastest leveling route is the fastest leveling route. I just made a guide that showcases it in what I feel is a pretty effective manner. But some of the stuff, from what people have told me, because a lot of people in my Discord tried out a lot of those, like, guides at the start of Dragonflight, and they would post about like, oh, X guide has this route, and I don't know why they do that. Like, yours is better. And I mean, patting myself on the back a little bit, but yeah, like I spend a shit ton of time researching this stuff. It's like when I'm not sleeping, I'm usually doing research for some video, and especially at the end of last year, pretty much all of that was leveling. I did a shit ton of testing runs. I tested a bunch of shit on my own outside of the streams, and I'm extremely confident in my route. And I think the main thing is I am like the only leveling guide that actually has real full runs attached to it. Because I'm not going to sit here and try to sell you on some bullshit that I haven't showcased that actually works, right? Like, it's very easy for me to, as I've said before, do a segmented run with focused testing for 30-minute periods and stitch that together and say, like, hey, in theory, this is the fastest route. These things feel fast. But a lot of times you'll do something that feels fast, and when you try to implement it in practice in a route, due to a variety of reasons, most notably travel time is usually the big one, a lot of times it just doesn't fit. By the time you take a detour to do this zone, it's just not worth it. And a lot of times, you know, stuff comes up that you don't realize, like, oh, hey, I'm planning on using a Hearthstone here to save time, but I actually need to use a Hearthstone to learn riding at this point, and the experience just doesn't fit. It's a really weird thing. So it is one of those things of, in order to make a good leveling guide, you need to do A, the individual zone testing and basically string together a route that you think is good, but then B, you need to put it into practice. You need to do a full run in a real actual leveling setting and say, okay, if I do this series of zones, is it going to be fast? And I feel I have proven that, you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that my run is the fastest, because I've actually recorded really fast runs doing all of this stuff. Whereas all the other ones are just like, yeah, these zones are fast. And then, you know, they have absolutely nobody actually doing runs or like super casual testing runs, which it's like, yeah, if I uploaded my super casual testing runs, I'd have 100,000 videos on YouTube at this point. But I only upload the really good ones that actually give you an accurate demonstration of what the route should be like. Anyways, rant over. Point being, I just think it's weird that, like, so much of classic shit is behind a paywall, right? Because I do all this fucking work, right? And, like, you know, some people donate, some people become channel members, and that's great. I appreciate all of you. But a lot of people don't, and that's fine, right? I'm not expecting people to pay me to do the leveling research. A lot of this is for fun, right? I am somewhat, at this point, I wouldn't say financially dependent on YouTube, but I am trying to make it work to varying success. But at the same time, what I hate is, like, how should I word it? If I become successful on YouTube, like, actually I can do this as like a full-time career, right? Or you know, my guides do really well, etc. I want any money I make to be, you know, purely because either, you know, ad revenue, whatever, stuff like that, or people donating because they feel like it. Because they're like, hey, I found this helpful, I'm going to, you know, donate to this guy. I never want somebody to feel like, oh, if I want access to all of the best information, I need to pay for this. And it, you know, a lot of people will just pirate it, right? I know a lot of people who pirate leveling guides, at least for Classic. And it's such a weird dynamic. I don't know. People feeling like, I'm going to develop like this fast leveling route and then I'm going to make you pay to see it. But then it's like, once people get access to the information anyways, they can just like share it with their friends. But it creates like some weird incentives, right? Which is why, like, I've always just from the get-go been like, I'm not paywalling anything. Like, the whole leveling add-on that I discussed, if I end up making that, once again, not going to put a payment cost on it. It would be 100% free to download on, like, CurseForge or whatever. You just download it, you get my routes, etc. Bing, bang, boom. Because it's fucking stupid, right? You know, if somebody wants to donate to, like, an add-on like that, they can. But I don't want somebody to be like, oh, well, you know, I have to pirate Haraldin's add-on, I guess, and then that leads to situations where maybe you accidentally download a pirated version of the add-on that has malware in it, and it just puts people in unnecessary risk. I'm going to stop rambling about this particular thing because I feel like it's just too much of a rabbit hole. But yeah, I dislike that. Like, I get that people need to make a living, right? And I get that, you know, for certain add-ons, right, if you can't make money in alternate ways, like, you kind of need to like you need to pay your developers, right? And I don't know, like I understand to a certain degree why it exists. I don't like it. And personally, I mean, for me, I'd rather use something that's, free and just made by somebody working on it as a passion project than, somebody who is paid to do video game research and to sell like a paid add-on. It's just so dystopian, man. I don't fucking know. Like, I do this because I want to. I do the research because I fucking want to, and I want to make sure that the quality of the information is good because my fucking reputation rides on it. Like, if I put out a shitty guide, I'm not going to lose money over my shitty guide, but I'm going to lose the respect to people who use my guide for fast leveling, so obviously that is my incentive to make sure it's as good as it is. Okay, I am going to stop myself here because I could rant on this for hours, and I'm not. But yeah, so classic runs maybe, but they would be like semi-casual. I also probably wouldn't do the entire thing, right? Uploading an entire classic run would be ridiculous. I don't even know how I would do that. I guess if you would want to watch like classic leveling, let me know. That's something I might do. But aside from the challenge run format, which obviously I've talked about at length, and I will do runs for that obviously whenever I finish developing it. It's going to take some time, though, that I think I said before, that it's going to be like a matter of months. I'm hoping to have it finished by the end of March, but I don't know for sure. And there's also some other videos that I really want to work on that would take away time from that. And we're gonna experiment with some of those videos. At least one of them. One of those videos, I will give you like the test run of it with no editing and no fancy stuff and stuff like that later on in this 2-hour journey. And I guess you can let me know what you think of that, because that's something that I want to develop. But the only other type of leveling run, at least right now, that I have planned is a fresh account run. So this will probably actually be somewhat soon-ish. And by soon, I mean like end of February. Like, it'll take me a week or two to get it, because I need to take, like, a speedrun detox. So let me look at my calendar, right? This coming week, I have the actual leveling video that I wanted to put out, and then I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to upload later this week. I'm kind of trying to keep my schedule at least somewhat flexible, because Blizzard has been randomly dropping shit on the 10.0.7 PTR, and then I have to scramble to test that, and it's been fucking up my plans. So I don't want to like set anything in stone just yet, aside from obviously making the video I'm currently doing the editing for, and then doing the dungeon leveling, analysis. So that'll probably come out Wednesday. I'll probably not upload anything Thursday, Friday, because this has all been extremely time consuming. I've been working basically nonstop the entire previous week. So I'll probably take a few days just to breathe. And then maybe on the weekend, I'll upload one of the videos that have been sitting on my back burner for a while. We'll see. And then maybe, like, let's say first week of March, end of February, I might upload the fresh account thing. Because what I'll probably do is basically make the fresh account, and on my first ever leveling run on a brand new account with no heirlooms, I'll turn that into a video. Basically leveling without chromie time. And what you're going to see is obviously the answer is not BFA. So I think a lot of people have been waiting for me to make a BFA leveling guide for fresh characters. And I can tell you right now, I won't be doing that, because BFA is dog shit. And the only levels where you'll be doing BFA, because you kind of have to, is levels 45, I think 45, right? Yeah, levels 45 through 60. Because at that point, without chromie time, nothing scales, and you will quite literally only have the option of leveling within BFA. And at that point, yeah, I'll have to do what I have to do. I'll probably not do Dragonflight in the same video. I don't even think I'll make a video for, like, fresh account 60 to 70 leveling, because I've kind of already done that, right? Like, all of my beta speedruns were effectively, first run-through of Dragonflight. That exists for anybody who wants to watch it. But definitely 10 to 60 is, or well, it would be 1 to 60, right? Because I wouldn't have allied races. But 1 to 60 leveling, what I would be doing is on Horde, probably. Silver Pine Forest, Hillsbred Foothills up until level 30, until that cuts off. Then Warlords of Draenor, probably like Wad Intro Gorgrond up until level 40. Then a bit of Legion, maybe like Val'sharah, High Mountain, Stormheim. Probably not Stormheim. Yeah, Stormheim is a bit but Val'sharah, High Mountain from 40 to 45, and then you're forced into BFA from 45 to 60. Or you could do Shadowlands. I might actually do Bastion, though. Because, like, Bastion is actually a relatively efficient zone. It's just everything else is complete dog water. So I could do, like, BFA from 45 to 50, then maybe Bastion from, like, 50 to 53. I don't know how the scaling is now. And then back to BFA for the rest of it or something. I'll figure it out. But that's what I will be doing, because that will be faster than just straight BFA leveling. It's not even close. So that's something I'll showcase, basically to prove that you can adapt my route into that format. Not one-to-one, because there is some weird scaling stuff, but it is definitely possible. So expect that like later this month. And then with my brand new fresh account, one thing I definitely want to do is basically do an analysis of boosting, because assuming Blizzard hasn't nerfed Brackenhide Hollow and Nokodon Hold, I've seen a lot of videos talking about boosting, but something that a lot of people haven't necessarily done is like a direct one-to-one comparison of like regular leveling versus boosting. And I think a lot of times I don't necessarily trust other people to provide accurate measurements with their leveling. The amount of times that I've had people tell me that, oh, you know, you can do this in like 1 hour, and it's actually like 2 hours, and they just like randomly pulled like an hour time save out of their ass because they just wanted to make it sound faster. It's like, you need actual data, and unless I have actual like real testing, I don't believe it. And that's why, like I said when talking about boosting earlier, I am fairly confident that 2 hours is a good benchmark, because I actually have had friends get boosted. You know, I didn't ask them to do it, right? They just paid for it, and then they let me know how it went, just because they were like, hey, figured this might be useful to you. And I obviously trust them, so they wouldn't lie to me. So I know that those boosts that they bought were all roughly in the 2 hour range, some a little bit under, some a little bit over. But like we're talking like 145, like 210, etc. That level of variance is what I would say is average. So it definitely is faster than leveling normally, but we already discussed the cost and stuff that you have to consider beforehand. But yeah, so that is something that I might test out, like on my main character, because obviously it's kind of hard to test boosting as a solo player, right? I don't really feel comfortable selling leveling boosts. It's just, that would be a little bit weird, especially if I'm doing it for the first time, because like I don't want to get into the business of leveling boosting, so I'm not going to do like all of this practice just to then sell to somebody once so that I can make a video of it. So if I were doing practice, I would want to do my own character, right? So what I would probably do is like boost my second account using my main character, like my Brewmaster Monk, and then I would get like somebody from my guild to help me, and then for fun I could carry a few of my guildies and get them some like easy alts leveled up or something like that. And then I think we could test out a few different boosting spots, make like an objective analysis of like, is this actually fast? Is this something you can realistically do? We'll see. Maybe I won't do that. I'm a little bit tentative to make like boosting videos because I don't necessarily want to encourage it, because I think one of the problems with doing that is, even if I show it and basically say like, yeah, maybe this is a little bit faster, but it's impractical. If I show that the time is faster, I think a lot of newer players will get the wrong idea and be like, well, this is faster. This is how I've got a level, even if it isn't practical for them and isn't a good idea. So I generally don't like to do that, because I don't want to mislead people. And if I were to do a video about that, I would probably need to make it very clear that, like, this isn't worth it unless you literally have more gold than you know what to do with. Stick to my actual leveling guide, you're going to get more mileage out of it, etc. But we'll see. And I think in terms of, like, leveling runs themselves, that's really, really all I have planned. So I've talked for a good 30 minutes. I'm going to get into some other stuff now. One thing that I wanted to touch upon is, real quick, as a little funny aside, I wanted to kind of add some visuals to a discussion that I had in my Guardian Druid run, which was the run that I did previously, the one the 60 to 71. And in that video, I talked about how my mom is moving, and she gave me like a bunch of boxes of papers to sort through. And in those boxes were like old things from school, like little assignments or things that stuck in my memory. And what I thought would be fun, especially some of my first grade drawings, I don't want to spoil it, don't want to say, but I have some drawings that I like picked out from when I was in first grade that are just absolutely fucking nonsensical and hilarious. And what I'm going to do is just read through them, and I will like take a picture and overlay it on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. And it'll actually be a visual component to my rants, which is something I don't usually get to do because I usually don't edit these things because, you know, what fucking insane person would edit a 7-hour speedrun, right? Like, who would do that? Well, you know, I'm given no choice at this point, so I figure while I'm at it, might as well do something fun. But I need to go get that set up, so we're going to do a quick cut to future Harlden when he's got all of that stuff prepped. Alright, so I've got a few different things here prepped. I decided I'm only going to go with, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different pictures that I found as a kid, or pictures, writings, etc. You'll get the idea. Just because there's a million of these things. These are, I guess, the 5 that I think are the funniest. Now, first things first, I will show real quick Mr. Blockhead here. So, Mr. Blockhead, this is a 5th grade math assignment that I had. And I don't know why, but this is, like, seared into my memory. Partially because, like, that image at the top of Mr. Blockhead, which, like, I don't really think I mentioned when I was talking about this in my Druid run, but there's something just so unsettling about that image of Mr. Blockhead at the top of the page there. It's just, like, I think that helped. Like, I was already annoyed at the whole, like, a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle's not a square thing, and then that spiraled into, like, my eureka moment, as I said. So that, like, partially is why I remember this worksheet so specifically. But yeah, that drawing at the top doesn't help. So I already told that story in my Druid run. You can go watch that if you haven't already. I'm not going to rehash it. But I did want to include that because out of all the things I talked about, I think the Mr. Blockhead one definitely has that visual element that I think is pretty good. What else? Okay, so I have here 3 drawings that I did as a kid. And yeah, okay, 3 drawings. Let's see. I'm making sure I have all of them. 1, 2, 3, and then I have oh, I forgot to get the explanation. Okay, real quick. You know what? We're doing it live. Hold on. I need to how did I not save this properly? Okay. I have it sent over. I thought I saved all these pictures correctly. I guess I didn't. Go here, save image as I did save it. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, no, I have all of it saved. Oh, I need to refresh the... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so, where do I start with all of these? I think... Yeah, here's the first one I'll do, just so you can get an idea of what I'm going to show and why I think some of these are funny. So, I have this picture right here, which is... I mean, you look at it, and it definitely is something that a first grader drew. It's absolutely nonsensical, and I doubt anybody's going to be able to figure this one out. But, you know, take a guess if you want to try to figure out what the fuck first grade Harlden was trying to convey with this image here. But luckily, I don't even need to explain it myself, because my mom would make a habit of writing down little notes on all of my, like, first grade drawings and stuff to explain what it was that she was looking at, presumably in the future when she went through my old documents, which of course she didn't do. She then just passed it off to me. But now I guess it helps me understand what the fuck I was going for. So for this one, this is the explanation. Zumbini's Path of Bad Guys, and then in parentheses, the scribble is the lazy way to make everything black. So, Zumbini's, that was just such a fucking huge part of my childhood. When I was really little, there was like this computer game called Zumbini's. I'm sure some people maybe happened to play it. And it was, I think it was like meant to be like an educational game, like it taught you about math and stuff. But I was addicted to that game as a little kid. Like I played that. That was one of the first video games I ever played, along with obviously World of Warcraft, because the timestamp on this is 2005. So I would have been playing World of Warcraft for 2 years at this point, because I started playing World of Warcraft. Wait, no, not 2 years. World of Warcraft came out in 2004. Actually, no, wait. Have this can't have. I'm confused because okay, when did World of Warcraft come out exactly? Because I started playing it very shortly after it came out. World of Warcraft. We're going on a tangent here. That's just how it's going to go. World of Warcraft release dates: November 23rd, 2004. So this might have actually been around the exact same time then that I started playing World of Warcraft. So I started playing World of Warcraft when I was 6, I guess. Yeah, when I was 6. Yeah, because I know I was 6 because, yeah. So I think I might have started playing World of Warcraft literally like a month after this drawing was made. So I guess technically I did play Zoombinis before I played World of Warcraft. Because this would have, yeah. World of Warcraft was early 2005 when I first started playing, because it came out, and then a few months after it came out, somebody at my dad's work told him, like, oh, there's this game, World of Warcraft, you should check it out. And then I played World of Warcraft like on my dad's account for like the first year, and then I remember I think no, it wouldn't have been the first year. It would have been on my 7th birthday. My dad gave me my own account, so 7th birthday would have been 2005. So yeah, it was probably right around this point, and I played World of Warcraft on my dad's account, and then a few months later he gave me my own account. Huh, that's pretty cool. That's I didn't really put that together. So I guess what would it be? I think one of the first video games I ever played, aside from like Pokemon or something on the DS, would have been Indiana Jones: The Emperor's Tomb, which I might actually. I thought about speedrunning Indiana Jones: The Emperor's Tomb because it's like such an old game, but it actually surprisingly has aged really well. And like going back and for fun speedrunning one of, if not the first game I ever played as a kid, could be kind of fun. Anyways, yeah. So Indiana Jones, Zoombinis, and World of Warcraft were probably like 3 of the most defining games of my childhood. So the fact that I drew this, and then my mom had, she claims, for the record, that she wrote down what I told her it was word for word. So she claims that I said to her at the time that I drew it black as the lazy way to make the thing black. But I'm convinced, and I'm sure my mom would refute this, that she just said, oh yeah, he scribbled on it as a lazy way to make it black. But, you know, we'll never know. But this is one of the more tame drawings. This is just the warm-up, right? So now, I guess I'm going to go through this in order of, let's say, tamest to most what the fuck is how I will describe this. So here's one that's kind of interesting. So some backstory for this. When I think this was 4th grade, I went on a trip to Las Vegas with my mom. And my mom was like, oh, you should keep like a journal or something. And I only wrote like 3 pages in the journal. But here, it was day 1. And I'll just read it. Today we are going to look at the hotels. We had breakfast and then we left. We went to the Luxor, which is a big black pyramid with a sphinx and an obelisk outside it. They have a comedian there called Carrot Top, and he is super scary. And I vaguely remember this, but there was this big poster for Carrot Top right outside the Luxor. And as a little kid, for whatever reason, I was just terrified of Carrot Top. Like, every time I walked past that poster, I remembered feeling scared, because he made, like, this really weird face. And then I have a drawing on the next page of Carrot Top. And then orange hair with a little arrow next to it. Fucking hell. I was laughing my ass off looking through this. And yeah, the Las Vegas trip, I remember really enjoying that. I have a lot of good memories from that trip. And surprisingly, you might think like, you know, a 4th grader in Las Vegas, isn't it all like casinos and stuff? But they've actually in recent years had like a big push to make Las Vegas more like family friendly. And around that time was when my mom took me on vacation there. There's actually a lot of stuff to do as a kid. Like every single hotel has its own theming, and there's like all these little like mini amusement parks there. And I just remember thinking it was the coolest thing ever. Like, as a little kid, seeing all these different, like, there's the Egyptian hotel, the medieval hotel, the New York hotel, which I wrote a little passage saying, this is really boring, because, you know, I'm used to New York, right? And then, and then this one. So there is a hotel. I think the name is just Paris, and it's or yeah, it's basically themed around France, right? And this is what I drew in my little Las Vegas journal. The Eiffel Tower. I can't. Uh, this is my fourth grade masterpiece drawing of the Eiffel Tower, and yeah, it doesn't look so great. If I just took this drawing and said, "Hey, what do you think this is a drawing of?" You probably wouldn't think it's the Eiffel Tower. I also spelled architecture wrong, but I think that's probably the smallest takeaway from this picture. And this is I can't like this is just one of those things where I realized while I was going through a lot of my old drawings as a kid that like so many of my old pictures look like dicks, and I don't know how I was that shit at drawing. And like this isn't intentional, right? This isn't like fourth grade me trying to be funny. This is me giving it my best shot. I'm sure I thought this was like an artistic masterpiece when I was in fourth grade, and I don't think I knew that there was any resemblance whatsoever to a dick, which makes it even funnier to me. The fact that I don't know, I feel like I was more mature in fourth grade than I am now. God fucking damn it. Um, but yeah, so that's fourth grade, right? But then we go back even earlier. Oh, this one is bad. So I'm just gonna show you here the image, which oh, just think. What do you think this is a drawing of? Mind you, it's done by a first grader. So it's probably not. And as my dad put it, I showed this to him the other day because I figured he'd get a kick out of it. He was of course laughing his ass off. And my dad was like, "Why did you draw a woman holding a black dildo as a first grader?" And yeah, uh, definitely didn't age well. But thankfully, we could refer to the notes that my mom left, and we can find that this is actually Maria from The Sound of Music holding a guitar. Oh God. Which I I hate to criticize a first grader's drawing, but that's not a fucking guitar. That doesn't even look like a guitar. It's like you can vaguely the shape is the same, but oh my fucking god, it's so bad. But this last one, this last one is the most mind-bending drawing that I found, and it even confused my mom, as we will see. So I'm just gonna throw this one up on the screen. I I don't I still don't even like I can kind of understand knowing what a lot of these drawings are, what I was going for as a kid, like the Zumbides one. I think I remember the scene that I was trying to copy. And I mean the Maria from Sound of Music is dog shit, but you at least you could kind of understand the resemblance. But for context, this is apparently supposed to be a Yu-Gi-Oh guy. And it's so unclear that that is what this drawing is meant to be that even my mom, in her original notes, put witch on broomstick plus spiderweb, and then had to cross that out because she was so sure that she guessed it correctly. And oh boy, was she wrong. It was a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh guy. Holy shit. And yeah, of course, once again, the picture doesn't exactly look very flattering. It did not fucking age well. Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, those are all the drawings. I just wanted to share this here, just because, like, I have had Yu-Gi-Oh guy just seared into my. I wouldn't say seared into my memory, like not a long time thing. I completely forgot Yu-Gi-Oh guy existed, but like ever since I pulled Yu-Gi-Oh guy out of a stack of papers and found this first grade drawing, I can't stop thinking about Yu-Gi-Oh guy. Like God, I am shit at art, but like at least this this makes me realize I have improved at least a little bit over the years. It used to be a lot worse, and at least not everything I draw now looks like some person holding their dick. So, improvement. But anyways, that's it for this segment of Haraldin looks at old pictures from his childhood. I need to now edit all that stuff, because obviously right now I'm just recording it and looking at the pictures, and I have to go drag it into Adobe Premiere, so I'm going to do that. And then next up, on the next segment of filling 2 hours of time in a speedrun with audio issues, we're going to do a mini impromptu short. So, I've made a lot of little shorts over the past few months of my guild, and in the Druid speedrun, I talked about the fact that I don't always get to take some of the really funny moments and turn them into shorts, because sometimes it doesn't really translate well. Sometimes something just has way too much context behind it, and you don't really get to explain it properly in 1 minute, so it doesn't end up as a short. And on Razageth progression recently, there was a perfect example of that, and it was around 5 minutes long, the total context for that. So we're gonna watch that together, and because I can't really turn this into a short because it was so long, it's like a little bonus moment from my guild's rating that I'll make exclusive to the speedrun, so I'll have to go get that set up. Alright, so just to give a little bit of context on this clip before we start, because like I said, main issue with this is you need a bit of context, but it's fucking funny. So, we're on Mythic Razageth progression, and if you don't know Mythic Razageth, the difference from Heroic, at least in the first phase, the big one is you don't have those little puddles. So you can't get knocked into a puddle and then, you know, her wind blast doesn't knock you off the platform. You need to run against the little aerial blast thing, which means that every single class needs to have some way to deal with it. A lot of people will use, like, a combination of their own mobility and Warlock Gateway. So as an example for how I do this, I do, on the first set, Transcendence on Razageth's butt. I get pushed back a little, Transcend, double Chi Torpedo, and then I'm back in melee. The second one, I use Boon of the Ascendant, whatever the fucking thing is, Storm Eater's Boon, I think is, whatever the trinket is, that roots you in place. That negates it, so I just pop that, I'm good to go. Third set, I do the same thing as the first one, Transcendence and double Chi Torpedo. Fourth set, I do Warlock Gateway and then double Chi Torpedo. And you're supposed to beat 5th wins, but obviously while we're progressing, sometimes you still get a 5th one, and I do Transcendence triple Chi Torpedo because we have whatever, I think it's Time Spiral, whatever the Evoker ability name is, that gives you another mobility thing. So that's what I do as a monk. Not everybody has that option. So some classes, like I think I was even saying earlier in this run, like Bolty here, the priest, he doesn't have ways to deal with this. So on some of them, the only way that he's able to live is by having an Evoker rescue him. So Evokers can pick somebody up and basically drag them towards Razageth as a way of completely negating this pushback. And we have assignments done. So the two that we have is, we have one of our Evokers, I don't know which one, is grabbing Bolty, because Priest mobility sucks, and the other one is grabbing Seth, the Holy Paladin here, because Paladin mobility also sucks. But you'll notice we have 3 Evokers in the raid, which means one of them also has to use their rescue to save themselves, because rescue also lets them leap across the platform, but in order to use rescue, they need to grab somebody. And we had 2 assignments, and then we had a third one where we don't really need to use it on anybody else. So that third one is Rothion over here. He's the one that doesn't have a direct assignment. And basically, for the last, like, hour or so of Razageth progression, Kojiyama, one of the Rogue Theory crafters who is Kartra here, I don't know why he has Kojiyama as his Discord name, but like his in-game character is Kartra, but anyways, we just call him Koji, so I'll be calling him Koji for the sake of this, and we're calling him Koji in the video. Koji has been, like, losing his mind for the past hour, trying to understand what is moving him during the first wins. He keeps using, I think, Shadow Step, he said it was, and he keeps getting, like, sent flying in random directions, and he's been, like, saying things that, like, none of us understand, like, oh, what is causing this, or that, and everybody's just like, Koji, what are you talking about? And, like, this guy's, like, a genius, right? Like, super smart, he does all the simulations and stuff, so when he's rambling, and every single one of us is like, what are you talking about? It's confusing, because normally Koji is the guy who, like, knows everything and has it all together, but he's he hates evokers for whatever reason. Like, he doesn't like playing them, and he's made a point of just like, I don't give a shit what evoker abilities are. I'm never going to play an evoker. So, like, he knows evoker abilities as much as he needs to for fight purposes, but he just doesn't care about, like, learning the class or ever doing the theory crafting or something for them. So he doesn't understand how evoker abilities work. And he's been struggling with movement on the fight. Sometimes, because he gets randomly fucked over by this random movement thing, he ends up fucking up his own abilities and flying off the platform, because Shadow Step sends him flying. And he's died 2 pulls in a row now to this, and he's really frustrated and is trying to figure out what's causing it. And I think that is all the context you need. I'll let the clip play. So I think you can hear it. Yeah.
Bruce, is there any
That's
trick
Koji.
in positioning for your Dreamflight? Because I'm like,
Yes.
I've missed like 2 tonight for no reason that I can tell. I'm like standing in the same spot every time, and I see it. I'm looking across the raid, and like everyone has kind of missed like 2 on random polls, not in any consistent
Milk?
way.
Milk randomly
Like nothing
pulls the
you're
boss.
doing. I just don't know exactly how we need to position, or if it's just buggy as fuck or something.
What are you asking exactly?
Your Dreamflight on the second.
Bro, that's not for healing, if that's what you're asking.
No, not for healing.
Yeah, and for context, like I said, Koji doesn't know evoker ability names, so he's asking about Dreamflight, which is a healing cooldown, and whether that affects him, because he doesn't understand which evoker abilities affect the party and which only affect the player. So that's why he's going off on a tangent about Dreamflight, when Dreamflight doesn't matter at all for his issue.
For the pushback.
That's not Dreamflight.
It's not Dreamflight you're thinking of.
Time Spiral. That's what you mean.
Is it Time Spiral that does the knock there for everyone?
No.
Time Spiral gives you the movement. It gives you a charge of movement thing.
Zephyr is the only thing I can think of, but I literally haven't even used that yet. Dreamflight is just for my movement. It just lets me stay where I want to be. So I'm not sure what you're asking.
What is it that is pulling everybody forward on the second, at the start of the second pushback?
I don't know.
I don't know, actually.
Nothing?
Nobody has
I mean,
it is stoned.
It is consistently doing it for many people and has done for the last 2 nights, so something is doing it.
Have you been drinking with Schlim?
Is anybody...
Schlim's drunk. Koji's
Is there anything
I'm not drunk.
I know a lot of people gate on number 2, don't they?
Like, I will get pulled forward not gating and not doing anything.
That's me rescuing you.
You're just rescuing me randomly?
I was told, since I don't have my rescue targets, that you're the default.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me when you're not gonna do it?
When I'm not going, it's normally 2, and then I usually don't need to again.
If you're not gonna do it, then you need to tell me you're not gonna do it.
Oh, okay.
Because people plan their movement around things that are happening.
I told him to rescue him.
Real quick, I'll rewind 10 seconds so you don't miss the Schlim
Then you
thing.
need to tell
Look
me
in the
you're
chat.
not gonna do it.
Oh, okay.
Because people
Story
plan their
incoming.
movement around things that are happening.
Fucking every single time. Every single time one of these things happens, somebody in my guild, in this case it was Foe, will say like, oh, hi YouTube! Oh, YouTube short incoming, but I can't make this one into a short, because there's too much context, even though it is really good. But I'll let the rest play out, because the explanation is fucking great.
I told him to rescue you for his own sake, because... to keep himself on the
it makes a big difference in what I do.
No, I understand, but I wanted to make sure that we weren't
look, I don't know half these stupid mechanics that evokers have, so I just know that it has happened like 80% of the polls that I come back in.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck makes it not happen.
It took me so long to figure out what we were talking about.
Just tell me.
I had told him to rescue you because it's possible that we don't have 3 evokers on kill comp, right? So I didn't want anyone relying on it and having to learn it again later.
I'm fucking dying right now, dude.
I mean, I don't even care.
Cody's been whispering me about this, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
It's not like you've helped at all, pal. You're the most unhelpful person.
Any of the abilities are called.
I didn't know what was going on either.
Nobody knows what these stupid abilities are. Stupid class.
Blind reading the blood.
Oh my!
I'm dying right now.
Start using Zephyr on that one now just to fuck with him.
Hello, hello.
Stand right
You
next
guys
to him.
just you
Zephyr,
guys
the
just
thing that
zoom
dresses you,
around
right?
like fucking spastics all the time.
I have no idea what just happened. So
Told you
I'm
guys
gonna
were
need a
rescue
short
guys.
to explain what
Yeah, so,
happened.
yeah, you gotta wait for the short. Oh, you need this
So-
one needs to be a short.
So just to clarify,
Larice, please.
are
There's,
you
like,
going to be
6 shorts
doing?
in
Should I plan on that or not?
No.
Wins 2.
Interestingly enough, I'll stop it there. I actually said something there. I guess for whatever reason, my microphone wasn't working during this, because normally in the footage, it's supposed. When Ed, the shaman, says I'm gonna need a short to explain all of this. I said in Discord, how the fuck can I make a short? I still don't know what's going on. Because at the time, right, my processing of the situation is like, it was right in the middle of pulls, and I was still confused by what Koji's saying. So I'm just sitting there, buffing up, and I figured they were discussing strategy or something, and I've gotten phase 1 down pretty well. So a lot of the stuff that we discuss in between pulls is stuff like that, like how does X person survive the winds, and that really wasn't something that pertained to me. So I was kind of like, zoned out, right? ADD happens. And then I hear Koji going on about like the fucking evoker stuff. And I'm like, I'm so lost. I had to rewatch this like 5 times to go back and figure out what the fuck was happening. So they're asking me like, oh, you need to make a short to explain what the fuck just happened to us. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck just happened. And I'm certainly not going to be able to explain this in a short. But that's like a short, quote unquote, little side tangent, I guess. I thought that would just be a little bit amusing because I know I've showed a lot of this stuff on my channel before, and this was one of the better ones, but I can't make it into a video. So it's a video within a video, so to speak. And what do I want to do next? I think next, here's something fun, because I mentioned it earlier in the run. So I talked earlier in the run about how some dude was losing his mind at me about, the fact that my videos were faked. So I think maybe we could do like a Harlan reads hate comments, at least that specific hate comment. I'm not going to go into all of them, especially because some of them get really fucking mean. People are serious about their, speed leveling content, right? A lot of people will get really nasty. That one was just deranged, so I think it would be funny to showcase that and give like, a little dramatic reading of that comment section. So I'll go get that figured out. All right, so here is the only comment that remains. I also found the Reddit post, which I will read. So if you remember when I talked earlier about this, this guy wrote a comment, and this is the one that didn't get nuked by YouTube's auto mods. I guess the other ones probably got deleted because he said a few choice words that I'm guessing eventually YouTube picked up on and just erased it from existence. But in this one, you can see he's responding to, I guess, his second comment, because a lot of people just write multiple comments instead of putting it in replies like a normal person. So he says, also, 10 to 60 is 50 levels. You'd have to hit 3.5 more, so 3.6 minutes per level all the way nonstop from 10 to 60 to hit 60 in 3 hours, and you did not get one level every 3.5 minutes. If you really did, you'd have shown a slash played. And of course, the reason partially for this confusion is you can see the little thumbnail in the top right up here. This is the leveling guide itself. And surprisingly, a lot of people got confused on this because I have in the guide clips from multiple different runs. So a lot of people will think they're geniuses. They'll comment like, at this timestamp, you can see the timer is 6 hours. So you clearly didn't do it in 3 hours. And it's like, yeah, that's a different speedrun. Like, not every single run that I do is 3 hours, which I talked about this before, but the amount of people who think that it's like, just because I put 3 hours in the title, it has to be like exactly 3 hours for literally every single person that runs it, when it's like, that's just not how MMOs work. There's so much variance. Like, obviously it's doable in 3 hours. I've done it twice now, but doesn't mean that every single run, every single person, even my runs, not all of them are going to be exactly 3 hours. So yeah, it's not the gotcha you think it is, that like, oh, in the guide I have footage from multiple runs, but every single one is linked. As I say here, my guy, the entire run is shown in its own separate video. Check the description. In this video description, I have runs to all, or links to all my top runs. You could watch it. It's in its entirety, words. So he fires back with, again, you can't beat math. I can edit a video and start and stop a timer as well. It ain't that fucking hard. 1 level a minute would be 50 minutes. You did not do 10 to 60 in 50 minutes. You did it in 3 hours. As the title says, that means if you have a fucking brain, the math equals out to 3.6 minutes a level, and again, you in no way possible hit 1 level every 3.6 minutes. Let's just call it 3 min 30 seconds. And then he says, again, 180 minutes equals 3 hours, so 180 divided by 50 levels equals 3.6, or in this case, let's call it 3.5. You can deny it all you want with the RP in these quests, the travel time, the cutscenes. You can't avoid it, or you can't get quest credit. I tried. No way in fucking hell you hit every single level in under 4 minutes. And, like, I honestly don't understand half of the shit he's saying. I think he's trying to, like, do some wacky math to show that, like, I mean, I think his point basically is just, you can't do it in X amount of time, but as anyone who, as I stated before, watches the actual run can see, there are levels that I do in less than a minute. There are times when I get a bunch of quests, I go turn it in, and I zip through an entire level just by handing in quests. Yeah, Chromie time leveling is fucking whack, but it is possible. Right? So I just responded, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, because, like, I have no fucking idea why he just randomly lost his fucking mind. And he keeps going. I'm level 46, and the highest quest XP I got was 8 to 9k in WoD. And so far, you need 45k plus to level up, even if they gave 10k XP a quest. That's 4.5 I need for 1 level, and you can't do 4.5 quests. Fly to turn them in under 4 minutes, and again, they don't offer 10k a quest, so you'd have to do even more quests. And at this point, of course, I'm just like, I'd recommend watching the actual run before you continue making yourself sound like an idiot, because Jesus Christ, like, if you're gonna leave an angry tirade like this, at least fucking watch the run, right? Like, you're saying it's not possible. I'm like, well, I have proof. Well, I don't want to watch your proof. His response to this is, you're just mad because I'm calling you out for faking your video, starting and stopping your timer, and editing your videos. It's not rocket science to figure it out. Oh man, he's got me. I faked my videos by starting and stopping the timer. Once again, anyone who thinks this is an actual point, I think most people watching this are not this brain dead, but, like, you can literally see the clock in the top right of the screen. In fact, I've been very careful, even when doing the editing for all these short clips, to not cover up the clock, because the clock is, like, literally unfakeable. You can't just, like, magically change that, right? I guess I could change time zones or something, but the clock is consistent. Right? You go through the entire run. The clock does not skip. There are no cuts whatsoever in my run, right? So even if you, for some reason, didn't believe that, and I do show the /played, right? So that's, you know, another point. But yeah, even if you didn't believe that, right? It's not really fakeable. This kind of stuff. Like, if I didn't show the /played, if I didn't show the clock, if there were clear cuts, I could see that point, but obviously that's not how I do my runs. You would know that because you're watching it right now, unlike this guy. And then he says, once again, I don't need to watch your fake-ass run, man. You can't beat math, my guy. You did not fucking get 1 level every 3.5 minutes. It's point blank. You can't argue with straight real math. Well, I fucking can. Because, like, if you watch my fake-ass run, once again, it's right there. And he keeps going. He's not done yet. Try and justify your run any way you want. Math wins in the end. You're going against real facts. I'm not just blowing these numbers out of my ass. It's impossible to hit 1 level every 4 minutes, so shut the fuck up. So, of course, at this point, what else am I going to say but, sure, thanks for boosting my engagement? Like, I don't know. I wanted to, like, part of me, like, when comments are really this, like, just outright hateful, I usually delete them. Because sometimes if somebody is just like, garbage video, like, go fuck yourself or something like that, I'm saying go fuck yourself in place of go KYS, because I think you can't really say that. It gets, like, your videos blocked. But, I mean, you get that a lot. Some people just fucking go for the jugular right off the bat in YouTube comments, of all things. And those ones, like, I just delete. Like, I posted about this in my Discord, and I deleted like 4 comments just yesterday. Like, I finished my speedrun, the one that you're watching right now. I go to sleep because I was exhausted, and then I wake up, and I have 4 notifications from YouTube on my phone, and every single notification was a comment basically saying, this video's fucking garbage, like, oh, look, another garbage YouTuber making blah, 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 blah. All, like, just 4 really vitriolic comments, and it's like, wow, that's fun to wake up to. And sometimes it's just like, you really need to have thick skin to do this shit. Like, I can still laugh at some of these. Like, I kept this one up because I thought it was funny, and I could still laugh at these and, like, take, you know, the criticism. And there are some fair criticism ones, but there is just a lot of pure hate for, like, fucking World of Warcraft leveling videos. That's just, like, whack, man. And I cannot understand, like, waking up and just choosing to attack somebody completely random. It's like, if you don't like the video, just don't fucking watch it. I'll be honest, there's a lot of YouTubers that I really don't like, and I don't, like, go onto their channel and leave hate comments to, you know, make their day worse. It's like, fucking hell. But yeah, as a little bonus too, here's the Reddit post. So, pretty sure we can both agree this is written by the same person, because he says, this run is fake. You cannot hit 10 to 60 in 3 hours as the YouTube video says. Math! You can't beat math! 3 hours would be 3.6 minutes a level, so let's call it 3.5 minutes a level. You cannot get 1 level every 3.5 minutes. Even at higher levels, getting the quest and doing the quest alone takes longer than 3.5 minutes. He would have to get 1 level, 3.5 minutes, non-stop, no question, to get it done in 3 hours. It's called He Faked His Videos. It's all edited. And he posted this like minutes after leaving that angry YouTube rant, so I just wrote like, bruh, because at that point, like, what the fuck? Like, you go to my Reddit post to leave another angry comment? Like, Jesus Christ, man. And this has 4 upvotes. There's 4 people who agree with this nonsense. Like, what the fuck is wrong with the world, man? Anyways, this is the most absolutely deranged series of comments that I've ever received, so I figured, fun little thing to showcase. And next up, this is the thing earlier where I said it's like a new video format that I want to test, and this will be, I think, probably the final thing that Future Harlden will record, and I have something special for the remainder of the run. We'll see how that goes, but I want to read a few of my favorite WoW forum posts, dramatic readings, because some of these things are just absolutely crazy, even crazier than some of this shit. So I'm gonna go get those links prepped, and then we'll read through it together. Okay, so this is one that I am personally really excited to do. Now, as mentioned, I think that this would make for a fun little video format, reading over WoW forum posts that are just absolutely, completely wacky. I might use some of these. Let me know what you think, by the way, for this one. This one I absolutely want feedback on. I know I did videos like this in the past, and a lot of people really like them. If I were to do this as an actual video format, it would be much more tightly edited, where it's just the reading the posts thing and cutting between the different people, like responding and stuff like that. There wouldn't be any downtime, which inherently there's going to be downtime here, because I am just recording this free form, reading through the posts, and we're going to get a good laugh out of it, because, you know, all I can really do right now is just read through this stuff, right? But I would also have different people voice each poster to make it more like an actual conversation, whereas here, I'm just going to be doing the voices for each one, because for just generic filling in 2 hours, I'm not going to ask my friends to do, like, voice acting for the video. But anyways, I have 5 different posts here. Some of them are longer than others, and we're going to read through this, and then at the end, I will explain what I'll be doing for the rest of this video. The first one, let me show it here. All right, so this is Dragonflight is no fun. By Neravarian. It doesn't seem like much good efforts went into balancing. This isn't just about the terrible talent tree, total lack of balance in classes, but the PvE design and dungeons. Too many areas loaded with mobs that will kill you seconds, while quests have you look for things to click on in those same areas. What a pain! You get res-locked / stuck as if you were in an opposing faction capital city, resing and running just a bit before dying again until you are safe. Take Brackenhide Hollow, for example. Then there's clownish dungeons like Noku Defensive, which is not a dungeon at all. It's loaded with enemies, but final area, you have to fight through an army to get to the boss. I was recently in a group where Doofus Pally decided he had a super genius plan that to fly right to the boss. He was our tank. Kept doing that. He kept pulling mobs. The rest of the party tried to follow, kept pulling mobs. The prior group in the same dungeon simply charged forth, killed all the mobs, and made it to the boss. But yet there are people who think, oh, you can just fly there, and keep trying, dying. Then they start booting everyone. Smartly, I stealthed as a hunter, and having played Rogue since WoW came out, was able to navigate. Meanwhile, Dopey Pally and his crew keep pulling everyone. Seeming out of jealous, they boot me, so all my time was just wasted. There should be an appeal system for stuff like this, otherwise it's no fun. It's no fun to be in a group and be at risk of randomly booted. Just dumb. Bottom line, the whole idea of open world fly around dungeon design is utterly poor. It's like inviting a bull into a glass shop. Defend it all you want, but bottom line, it sucks unless you nerf the booting system. So stupid they get themselves killed. I have to make my pet tank, smashing the boss. Oh, but I get booted? Thanks for enabling clowns. The dragon flying sucks. Dragons can't hover? Why is that? They can't flap their wings? Why is that? So I need to find a spot on the ground to reach. I have to somehow try to orbit and look all around real fast and dizzy-like before I run out of power and plunge to the ground into some overpowered mob-infested clutter. What's fun about this? Finally, is there a way to make the dragon shut the heck up? When I'm landed, without doing anything, it just constantly roars very loud. Did the sound designers even notice this? Roar! And a few seconds later, roar! WTH, FFS. It's like Slash Mount Special is set to go off every 5 to 10 seconds. Why is it so loud? It drowns out all the ambient sound and music of the game. Why can't it just stay still and be quiet? Why can't we fly our normal mounts in Dragonflight? It should be an option. Oh, wait, because then people would be using them all the time to hover over areas to better spot the point of interest or quest areas they need to land at. Overall, not fun. Getting smashed by trash mobs, struggling with circus clown dungeon groups booting on a whim, massive lack of balance, and looking back at the 2 to 3 hours just spent in the game, and what is there to show for it? Not even leveled up 1 level. Not even any gear drops better than what I have. Nothing to advance or get stronger. Feels like a ripoff, and time taken out of the day/night to play isn't respected. The return on investment is way too low. Lastly, all the different points/currency/rep/special vendors with special items, gear, profession gear, this, that, it's too complicated and too confusing. On another character, I chance upon a vendor that sells an item my other character could use that has the rep points. Why not just centralize all this instead of spreading them out all over the place in obscurity? Anyways, it's headache-inducing trying to keep track, and headaches aren't fun, are they? Therefore, it's not fun to deal with either. Could literally just make vendors selling this. I was doing so well, man. Hold on. Could literally just make vendors selling the same stuff in other areas, and that would be totally easy to do. For example, make a rep/vendor district in each area, literally call it that, but make it clear and accessible. The accessibility in this expansion is poor. Dragonflight is no frickin' fun. 2 to 3 hours which were no fun, and no rewards to make any of that invested time worth it. What a shame. Oh, and as to why keep playing, the answer to that is obvious and easy to anyone with shared concerns or issues about the game. We love the game and support the devs, and, oh no, drumroll, want the game to be fun. Can anyone saying, go play something else, say the same? I don't think so. Telling players to uninstall and go away is not something anyone would say if they truly supported the game and the devs. With that said, let's see who responds that way versus those who empathize, have a different take, opinion about the gameplay, just want to make a joke, or anything that doesn't involve "don't play then" as a recommendation. Imagine a restaurant. Put out bad food, bad reviews, tell everyone to go away, go out of business. Imagine you're an investor dumping money monthly and then into such a restaurant. Would you keep quiet or speak up because you want it to become better and sustainable? Pretty simple concept. What say you? 120 likes. And the top comment is, well, out of all the takes, this is definitely one of them. I have read this post so many times. I love this to death. This is the greatest thing I think I've ever read. There's also, like, if you click on his activity, I don't think... Oh, he actually has posted. Oh. I know, I saw this one after looking at his post history. The title of this post that he's commenting on is... I'll scroll to the top real quick. Dragonflight's story makes me realize how good we had it in Shadowlands. It's not really an interesting post, it's just fucking whining about random crap. But this guy then responds, OP makes a great point, but there is one other piece to this missing. That piece is, maybe the jailer was trying to warn us about the banality of Dragonflight. It's as if he was just trying to make Azeroth great again, but the players ganked him, thus ending Shadowlands, i.e. no reason to visit there anymore, and on to Dragonflight. And then put no at the end. So, this guy, Naravarian, he has provided me so much entertainment. Like, whenever I'm bored, I open that post and I read it. It's so fucking good. Anyways, that's post 1 out of 5. Honestly, the responses to the other one aren't really that funny. It's a lot of stuff here. So, it really, he never responds to it, so there's no interesting back and forth, unlike some of the other ones we'll be looking at. But here. This one is, stop punish people. Stop abuse to people because he/she plays some certain classes. Like there is no Retro Paladin on M+ on leaderboard or Fire Mage on solo shuffle. Those are only some examples, list can go on. I only see monks and DHs everywhere. Don't misunderstand me, I don't blame DHs or monks. It means their class designer knows the class capabilities, and they implement it very well. And look at the Hunter. They nerf it while class already creep on ground. Devs, are you even playing this game? Or are you learning the new talents for fill your shifts? Are Hunters or Retro Paladins free-to-play player? Maybe that's why they can't go to top list on any high-end content. What about PvP? Clown Fiesta solo shuffle system that you need to wait in queue minimum 20 minutes and somebody leave the lobby at the end? No. Okay, what about Battlegrounds that if you have not grouped you get almost 0 reward as a solo player and half the team are AFK? You nerf some spots or gathering spawn points because you can't handle with the bots? Sorry to say it, but some people who developing this game have no idea what or why they are doing it. So, a lot of that I don't fully understand, but then this person links Raider.io, Retribution Paladin leaderboards, which I don't know if this is going to work, whatever. But basically pointing out that there are Retribution Paladins doing Mythic Plus, and this guy says, you know very well what I meant. Top list. Have you tried to pug as Retro ever? If you don't, let me tell you, you will consume your half of game time with declines while you are monk. That's not even issue. So I think his entire point is that you can't get to really high Mythic Plus ratings playing Retribution Paladin, which, like, I'm not going to sit here and comment on whether that's true or not. It isn't. I know a lot of people who are really good at Retribution Paladin. I like the way that people ramble on the WoW forums. Just completely unhinged rants are just what I fucking live for. That's no different from playing any other DPS. Please try it for at least a couple days. OP's rant, all I saw was the wall of text, and then all this stuff. I bet you didn't read my wall of text either. And then this guy says, why don't you try joining a guild? And he responds, I've joined about 5 guilds, and that was usually 0 chat with plus 20 online. And I think, yeah, at this point, it's not very interesting. It was mostly the starter one here. I honestly didn't think about including this one. It's a little bit tame compared to a lot of the other WoW Forum ones, but hey, I figured why not? I still found it amusing, the ranting about, like, you know, Retribution Paladins being garbage. Now, this one's interesting. And, oh, it actually got locked. That's fucking funny. Okay, so, real quick, let's take a look before anything else about the time that this was posted. February, and this is 2020. So February 17th, 2020, and it's about racism and discrimination in WoW. So honestly, you're going to see this is a pretty reasonable post. Hi guys, I'm making this thread because almost every day I get bashed for living in a third world country. I'm aware that Ragnaros' realm reputation is not the best, and many of our players can't speak English. Also, Azralan and Quel'Thas friends suffer racism too, but this is getting too far. Every time I list my keystone and reject players, not because they're bad, just because they don't fit into the comp I desire, they start whispering me a lot of bad stuff related to my region. I'm also conscious that Words. Deep breath. I've been talking way too fast. I'm also conscious that we can't use the report and ignore tools, but that seems to be unuseful at this point. A while ago, I was kicked from my own key because I was from RAG. RIP Freehold 16. Notice this was still in BFA. And after I was kicked, another guy whispered me insulting, saying that it must be hard living in South America and saying a few other things I can't say here. I'm not the best player, I'm not trying to be, but that doesn't allow others to treat us like trash. Many of our pals get insulted every day because of this, and it would be nice if Blizzard could do something to guys whose misbehavior crosses the line. I know sometimes people can be mad because of low-skill players, but this is beyond that, this is hate. Hope you can understand, sorry if this is the wrong place to post this. If you don't want RAG players, just don't invite them, don't play with them, but watch your manners please, no one deserves to be insulted just because of the place they live, or based on how much money they have. Have a nice day. So honestly, pretty reasonable post. Not, anything super bad, pretty understandable. There is, honestly, a lot of hate towards Ragnaros players, and while I have had bad experiences with a lot of Ragnaros players myself, I've also had bad experiences with a lot of players, and I also have friends who are from, like, South America and stuff, so obviously, yeah, racism's bad. Thank you. I will collect my awards for saying that racism is bad. Really bold statement, I understand. But that's not the reason I'm showing you this post. Reason I'm showing you this post is if you go all the way down here, there actually was a really good one. Oh yeah, this guy says, how do people know you're from a third world country? It's because you told them and gave out personal info. This is the only comment from the original post that, like, I actually found amusing. Because, like, the entire point is that people are criticizing him because of his server and saying, oh, you're on Ragnaros, you're from a third world country, therefore I'm going to discriminate against you. And this guy just hard whooshes. You can even see 15 replies, and almost all of them are like, idiot, it's because he's on Ragnaros. Right, but then we scroll all the way down here. So this is February 2020, right? I'm going to actually click the slide bar to make this go faster. Still 2020, and here we go. Now we're at 16 days ago. So so this is February 2020, right? But then in August of 2020, or where is it? August of 2022, right? So this is still a year ago, right? Some person responds 2 years later and necros the thread, as this person says, but their original post is gone because you can see he's replying to something even though this is the first one. And I'm guessing it was deleted, but if you look at this guy's response, we can kind of see it. So this guy says, just had a Ragnaros tank pull mobs, then accused me of pulling the mobs first. It was a linear corridor, and they weren't skippable, by the way. Then proceeds to pull 3 packs and die, then blame my DPS for the reason he died when he heroic leaped forwards and I hadn't even started hitting the pack yet. It isn't racism when every single Ragnaros player is either a toxic idiot or a moron. I join Rag players all the time in pugs, and I have never seen a good Rag player, but I always remember all the time someone has wiped my group or killed the key. I add them to my blacklist add-on, and guess what? They're from Rag. So, what this guy says aside, which, like, yeah, no, definitely not. This guy apparently just Googled Ragnaros players, because obviously you're not going to stumble upon a 2-year-old forum post. Googles Ragnaros players, finds this 2-year-old forum post, writes this in response to the original post, which is the exact opposite about basically don't be racist. And this guy's like, aha, I see your 2-year-old forum post about not being racist, and I am going to post exactly the opposite thing and say, yeah, no, Ragnaros players just suck. Like, nice fucking self-report, idiot. And then, of course, everybody's just like, ooh, holy necro. But then, 6 months later, 16 days ago, it gets necroed again! Which, like, at the very least, it looks like this guy said, edit, I didn't realize it was a necro until it was too late. And this one is like, whatever. It's the same thing about, like, I'm an Azralan player and I've experienced this too. But, I don't understand how people just fucking Google forum posts and then just respond. I saw another one that wasn't nearly as amusing. It's like the main thing I found amusing about this was this guy's response of just completely misunderstanding it, and the double necro, which, like, the double necro is just, and everybody at this point lost their mind, fucking 300 posts almost after this. But it's rare that you get the double forum post necro. But there was another one I saw about, I think it was like Arthas or something, and it was leading up to Shadowlands. There was like during the Shadowlands pre-patch, somebody posted speculation about where the story was going to go, and then like 3 years later, somebody posted something like, well, we already know that this isn't the case because, like, you know, Arthas got killed in Sepulchre of the First Ones. And it's like, yeah, but like when the guy posted this, the expansion wasn't even out. So obviously he couldn't see the future. He was discussing where he thought Arthas' story would go. He had no way of knowing that 2 years later or whatever, Sepulchre of the First Ones was going to do something with his character. And that one was weird because the guy, like, responded, but didn't even read the original post and the timestamp to realize, oh, hey, this was made before the expansion came out. Just people are so fucking stupid. Anyways, I saved the best two for last. Actually, I take that back. I started off strong with my favorite one, because like that, the fucking Dragonflight is no fun. I love that post. These are two of like the tamer ones, but still somewhat amusing. I love the double necro. But then this one tilts me. This one I actually get like angry reading this at how just blatantly stupid it is. So let's take a read. What do PvE players do when they get the best gear? And I hate his stupid little evoker face. It's just like, Evokers have the most punchable faces sometimes. But he says, do y'all just like stand around town and hope people inspect your gear? Maybe start storytelling inside Stormwind about those big, scary, predictable NPCs you beat because you were in an organized raid and had 8 hours to kill? All jokes aside, I have to ask because I am not and never will be a PvE player. What's the point of you spending all that time to get the best gear if you just, like, stand around town in it? Is it about the fulfillment of knowing you have higher item level gear than other players? Does that make you feel powerful? Personally, I find PvE extremely unrewarding and easy. I mean, think about it. PvE, fighting a predictable NPC that casts the same abilities at the same time over and over again until you get it right. PvP, absolute wildcard. You have no idea what's going to happen and have to quick react every single encounter. To each their own, I guess. And it just shocks me. Words. This is where I wish I could fucking... if I was actually doing this like as an actual video, I could fucking edit this together. But you have to do a lot of takes for this type of stuff. Like, doing a lot of these voices is not the easiest thing in the world. Keeping that up without, like, getting my throat like, anyways, to each their own. It just shocks me personally. It shocks me people actually get pleasure from PvE and brag about it. I just found out there's a whole esports WoW PvE league and lost my mind laughing. And if you scroll down, so I know a few people who raid at the high end, and had asked them back then with Denathrius. One of them would switch to getting the high end PvP, the other three would just stop playing until the next patch. Oof, that's worse than I imagined. And like, okay, I have to rant, right? Fucking clowns with the whole, you know, oh, PvP is just fighting a scripted encounter, hee-hee-hoo-hoo. And it's like, they've done LFR, right? It's like, okay, I guess, if you do LFR, I could see thinking that PvE is all a scripted encounter. But like, I feel like this has to be an intentional troll, and I'm like, just hard taking the bait, right? But, man, the entire point is not the gear. The entire point is the challenge of mythic encounters, which is definitely not just like, oh, you see the same abilities every single time, hoo-hoo, like, technically, but like a lot of these overlaps are like genuinely hard to deal with, and the entire challenge of mythic raiding, which is why I like it, is having to execute all of that perfectly across like a 10-minute fight like Razagath or something like that. And especially the harder mythic bosses, like, it's so fucking stressful at the end. You have to min-max the shit out of your damage, especially as a tank. Like, you have to perfectly rotate your cooldowns. Like, tanking the second phase of Diurna is so stressful. I have to basically call out externals and rotate my cooldowns perfectly as a brewmaster to survive that. But it feels great when I kill the boss. So I'm like, oh man, I played out of my fucking mind that kill. That's the appeal of PvE content. Just had to get that out of my system. And then Sun Tzu here says, we play another game until the next patch. And the dragon responds with, so like, what's the point then of getting that gear? To quit? I am shook. And PvE is popular? And then as this guy says, the people getting the best gear don't care about gear, so they keep playing. Gear is just a tool, it's not the point of playing. Thank you. I agree with that. And I'm just going to scroll down to, here. So Palindrome says, I'm mocking childish PvPers or something. And the dragon responds, "My dude, you literally fight an NPC and then brag about it." And I think this is the last one. Oh no. Yeah, here, where people are asking him if this is a bait thread, because it reads like a bait thread, and I'm pretty sure it's a bait thread. But he says, "It's really not bait thread. I'm just kind of bamboozled that people have the gall, the gumption, the audacity to brag about their high item level gear. And when they did nothing but slap an NPC for 8 hours with other people, and then once they get the gear, they log off and brag about it. I'm just deeply confused about what the point of endgame gear is if you aren't using it to, like, beat other players. Why not just play a single-player RPG? I don't know, because, like, the social element, I think somebody exactly says that. Where is it? Oh, yeah, exactly here. Palindrome says, well, any social aspect of a game is obviously beyond you. So, yeah, exactly. And I think, I'm pretty sure that's where the dragon stops responding. There is, where is he? Niccolo here. Niccolo, actually, I one time, when I was bored, a few days ago, I searched Harlden on the WoW forums, and I actually found a post by Mr. Niccolo over here, basically saying that he likes my leveling guides. So, you know, thumbs up, Niccolo. Probably never going to see this. I doubt you also happen to watch through, you know, all 7 hours of my leveling runs. But if you ever happen to, you know, I saw that post. Thanks. Glad you like the leveling guides. Anyways, on to the final of the WoW forum posts, and this one is a fucking doozy. This one is long, too. 194 posts, but there's a lot of really good ones in here. It's going to take me a bit to sort through all of the responses, because this is fucking wild. So, post is, 6 times I have been kicked. The Mythic Plus elitism is starting to get unbearable. I have been removed too many times for it to be a coincidence, and I'm starting to think that the very way we play the game is failing. Go back to Legion when it first came out. You never saw friggin' Demon Hunters doing what they do now. Or Paladins? Don't even get me started on Paladins. Why do Rhett think there's a reason in the group? You know, I was watching an Asmongold stream the other day, and he said something like, Mythic Plus, time for the runaround, and I completely agree with that. Why fight with every group when you can just play around the issue? Now, I have no fucking idea what most of this means, and neither does most of the responses. So as this person points out, pretty aptly, if it stinks everywhere you go, you're probably the one that smells. And then, if you have to call yourself pretty, you're probably ugly. That doesn't help my post at all. Do you not agree that there is a problem with the fundamentals? And I don't know what fundamentals you're referring to when it comes to getting kicked from groups. I don't get kicked from groups. Sounds like the only fundamental is agreeing with the Neckbeard Supreme. And now, obviously, this guy did, in his original post, mention watching an Asmongold stream. Now, I have nothing against Asmongold. Obviously, he's a bit out there sometimes, but that's, like, from what I can tell, a streaming personality. But I think when you're citing Asmongold as an example in your WoW forum post, you're kind of opening yourself up for mockery. And it gets worse. This person's saying, I don't do mythics, but if I did, I would run them with my guilds. And then when, in response to his thing about I've been removed too many times, this guy says, chances are you're probably doing something wrong. If you're consistently getting kicked, I would suggest looking at your attitude. That is usually a big reason people kick. Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me the common denominator person in those groups all. Then look in the mirror, OP. And this one I love, because I also have no idea what this means. In response to, why do Rhett think there's a reason in the group? Yeah, how dare Rhett Paladins search for logic, especially in the group? And I still have no idea what this fucking sentence means. And the response to the entire post, do you make as much sense in your groups as you do here? Because I have literally no idea what your second paragraph means. I can't even fathom the point. Is this a ChatGPT post? If so, what was the prompt that created it? This person agrees with him somehow. I don't know how you can agree with a post that's completely nonsensical. Pointless or OP is really friggin' horrible since you still get credit and even your shot of the loot if the group four-mans. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, here's his first response. Okay. I consistently play at the top level of my group, so that's not a problem. Every time the fundamentals come into question, the ladder turns into a screaming match between teammates. It's getting ridiculous, and we need to change M+ to stop the levels of toxicity when egos come into play. Which, I don't know what he means by fundamentals, man. It's just, what the fuck? The OP is an obvious troll. This is a common thread the OP posts about elitism, toxicity, etc. Just move along, nothing to be gained here. And I actually did check. He's posted like one or two things like this, but it's not like a completely obvious troll. I actually, after doing a bit of research, I think this might be a serious post, which is why it's so good. So this guy says, or chick, I don't know, M+ gamers are toxic. OP is a troll. Okay, maybe you are part of the problem, Chief. And I'm not entirely sure what he means by this, but he's clearly trying to mock this person, the one directly above him. But then, scroll down. This guy, the original poster, responds to Mythic Plus gamers are toxic, OP is a troll. Clearly missing the point. He just read OP is a troll and then responded, how can I be part of the problem when I never start trouble? Every single group there's toxic weirdos, and going from one mob to another takes a different pace from what they're used to. Having so many people that you invite turn into a group member that can't vote another player out isn't the reason anyone plays M+. The foundation is there, but it seems nobody can agree on the strategies for whatever reason. Once again, what the fuck? But let me keep going. I just want to find the rest of his posts to end here. I like this. You know, I was watching an Asmongold stream the other day. This is always a red flag in a post for me. Yeah. Let's see. Where I think there was a period of time where he stops responding for a little while, but then he comes back. And I'm mostly here just for the, OP's ramblings. Because there's a lot of people who are just like, oh, your post is stupid, which it's like, we all know his post is stupid. We don't need to read like a million different people saying your post is stupid. Let's see. Oh yeah, he took a long break here. And keep going. This is the stuff that, obviously wouldn't be in any final videos. This would be like only the parts where I'm reading out the actual ramblings. Here we go. So this person says, man, I would probably pay to watch a stream of some of you playing this game and getting kicked for no reason. It would be one of the most entertaining streams out there. And our friend here responds, why put no reason in quotes? I thought my reputation was well known around here for being an above average player, which is true. People keep saying I'm the issue, but in reality, how many groups form with that expectation? Most of them would take a look at it and then change around to a different result, dude. Message your M+ dungeon about the full run before you do it. Seems like people in these forums never have and never will. Which, I'm not touching that one. And in response to a post saying, if you're getting removed, then maybe you should run your own key. Then they can't remove you. Then again, they could always just leave. Absolutely not. Getting removed from those groups means I didn't do something unexpected. Getting that many players in the dungeon satisfied with your performance is a different story. What does this mean? I don't know what this means. I can't fucking decipher this guy's ramblings. It's so good. Okay. Someone responds to him on the Mythic Plus elitism. I'm going to stop you right there. What you need to understand is that if you're not running M+ with friends or guildmates that you've known for years and are in a Discord channel with on the side, you are basically taking your pride in your hands and asking people not to grab it and smash it against the pavement. Your friends and maybe your guildmates might not necessarily want to wound your pride, but Joe, gotta get my key done in time, random couldn't care less. He wants one thing. The only thing you can really do is improve yourself. So do what you can. Improve, improve, improve. Which, like, honestly, fair point. But, Triple over here says, I'll be honest, I couldn't understand a word you said, but the main point stays the same. Taking the content out of the hands of the players, you and I, then going in that direction with how we gear up, rides on that system working. We've played with how many expansions now where the fundamental idea that the game was built on gets carried out by the average player? I can't tell the difference. There's an old saying that I always repeat to groups that are having trouble getting the content done. Time it all and get no fall. As been called. Just, yeah, like, anybody who's like a regular Asmongold viewer Does he actually say that? Is that like actually an old saying that, as this guy would say? Like, I need to know how stupid this post is. If he's actually quoting Asmongold's phrases, or if he's just saying random Asmongold shit and claiming it as a quote. Oh god. So this person says, considering how many Mythic Plus dungeons I've done, period, I've rarely been kicked. Sometimes I deserve it, other times they are being toxic guild groups, but it's super rare unless you're the problem. And then, in response to whether or not he agrees with the fundamentals, no, just don't stand in fire. Don't flame. You left out literally all the details of what happened in each dungeon, and 6 kicks within what time frame? A week? Month? Year? To be honest, based on context and just general dungeon people knowledge, you were being toxic and got kicked because of it. It's wild, because most of my runs these days are pugs. I'll join for one run, and we keep going for a handful of keys dungeons afterwards. I've gotten power level through Dragonflight dungeons by tanks healers because I was nice. Stuck with me for 3 hours to get me to max. It's all about your attitude. And Triple replies, my attitude, if you have read my post, is very friendly, and I am always near the top of the DPS charts. The main issue is with other players trying to accomplish goals not intended by the majority. We all know dungeon or raid content can be challenging, right? Then why do people act like it isn't? They go in very confident and all of a sudden it turns back onto me. This has happened 6 times now and I'm just done with it. And this person effectively refutes it, saying, you didn't, let me make sure it's on the screen. There we go. You didn't include anything in your original post. I'm not going to read through 150 posts for context. Sorry. And what goals are these? When I run dungeons, especially keys, the only goal is to beat the timer. So I don't know what you're referring to. I've never had groups try to side quest unless it's in normals. And then it's not if you know what you're doing. It only gets hard in higher keys because mechanics turn into one-shots. I don't know what that means. And then in response to, this has happened 6 times, I don't know. I still need way more context. I'm multi-KSM'd in Shadowlands and done hundreds of Dragonflight dungeons already. I have yet to get kicked. Methinks it's still an attitude problem or being rude in chat. Then, once again from Triple, these goals I'm talking about, since you're pretending not to get it, are very simple and every player can consistently move towards them. Taking the time out of high-end content isn't acceptable at that level, and more players have been pushed carelessly around it. And you're telling me about what's hard in high keys? I consider myself one of the best players I'm currently aware of, so trust me, I understand it all. This isn't a toxicity issue. This is an issue with the fundamentals of the game being a different space than what was originally intended. There's a reason people go all day in these groups, because taking those goals away is incentivized for you or me, whoever frickin' wants to. Hopefully Blizzard sees this thread and can take action. Take action on what? I need to stop for a moment. Oh my fucking god. And it's still, I'm not going to keep reading this person's responses, because basically just telling him, like, no, you actually are kind of toxic. But he says, I am not elitist in any group until something happens that requires it. I always stay silent until a member of the group uses one of their goals to attack someone else, even though that player tries to communicate half the time if we're taking that approach. I feel like half the time I read these things, it's like my understanding of the English language is warped. Like, I'm saying words, and I'm like, grammatically speaking, these words don't make sense, right? But that's the post, and I have to read it as it is. And then this guy, obviously, like, somebody points out that, oh, yeah, well, you have no Mythic Plus dungeon completions. And he says, I don't only have one character. I've completed a ridiculous amount of high-level content, and my guild leader calls me one of the sharpest players he's seen in a while. If you don't believe me, then I don't know what to tell you. And when this guy points out that achievements are account-bound, you don't have a Runeforge on your DK's weapons, and he doesn't have KSM or any achievements linked on his account, the guy responds, why are you trying to tell me things I already know? I am using a different playstyle with certain characters, so it looks more like a group effort. What? I've been through it all in this game, so without extra tries, it turns into yet another one. Before you come at me, learn what runeforging is and how DKs use it. LOL. Owned. Just keep moving on. Still can't get over it. My guild leader calls me one of the sharpest players he's seen in a while. Oh god, this fucking thread kills me. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So this monk says, I love Asmon's words. I love Asmon as much as the next nerd, but to quote him as if he's some kind of philosopher? Yikes. Also, you talk about running M+, but you haven't run a single key above, what, a 0? Who are you to talk about toxicity when you haven't even made it to the first affix of the season? By the way, nice PvP gear on a tank. Now, once again, this is an alt that he's posting from. A lot of people hide behind their alts in the WoW forums, but he responds. Asmon is a warrior prodigy. How do you think he completes all the mythic content, dude? Maybe you need to watch a few more of his streams. Oh my god. That's so good. And then, in response to rune forging, the entire thing that they're talking about is he doesn't have his weapon enchanted. That's it. That's literally the only rune forging topic. So people are pointing out his weapon doesn't have an enchant on it, and he can easily enchant it with DK rune forging. And then he just keeps saying he knows how rune forging works, but dude, I don't even understand at this point. Trying to understand this is going to break my brain. And this is one of the last posts. He says, I'm well known on my server, and it gets me easily invited. I just have to go, hey, in trade chat once, and it's done. Before you try to put down others, work on yourself. I don't even know what this was in response to. Like this? Hard to believe you got invited 6 times, let alone kicked? And that was his response? Okay. And then this guy, this is the last response from the OP before the thread died. Shadowfang says, maybe it's because of your transmog. And if we scroll down, Triple here says, haha, you're literally in the most generic Shadowlands transmog that every player got for free. How ironic. Fucking owned. God damn it. Yeah, so there's I need to compose myself. I'm gonna need to go get a fucking glass of water after this, because at this point I've killed my throat with a combination of reading all this shit and laughing. That's the last one that I have for now. There are... I'm just gonna close this, but there are some good posts here. And for context, with the whole videos thing, some of these obviously are hard to make into their own video. Like the double necro one is amusing to me. The fact that a thread got necro twice, but I wouldn't be able to turn that into like its own video. But something like Triple's Descent into Madness, and something I didn't also include here is he has a bunch of other posts that are very similar. So stringing together like one person's insane ramblings into one video and like the back and forth in the responses, I think could make for a pretty entertaining video, especially because I just enjoy reading that, right? So I like to think like, what would I want to watch? And I love just reading this on my own, so somebody narrating this I think would be something I would personally want to watch, so I figure maybe other people would enjoy it as well. I've linked this to my guild, and they enjoy reading these things as well, at least some of them, right? But I think a few of those posts could make for good videos like that, but there is also one post in particular that I'm not going to show here, because if I were to make this into a series, it would be the first post that I would use for that. And because it's the video that I know for a fact would make for one of the funniest types of these videos, I don't want to show it in this particular segment here. I'll save it for later. But yeah, let me know what you think. Let me know if you enjoyed the WoW Forum 40-minute rants. That ended up being much longer than I thought. I actually filled a lot of time doing that. But now on to the next thing. So I don't know exactly how well this is going to work out, but at this point, I filled, let me check Adobe Premiere. I filled a good chunk of time, but last time it ended at, was it 5:40 or 5 hours 40 minutes was where the last segment ended, give or take. And this is probably going to last until 6 hours 20, which means I still have another 40 minutes to fill. And what I'm going to do here is something potentially a little bit odd. I don't know if everybody will enjoy this. But a while ago, I was playing the Hearthstone single player modes, specifically in this case, the Dalaran Heist and whatever the other one is, League of Explorers one, on Heroic. And there were 2 clips in particular that I recorded, because obviously I don't like really make Hearthstone content, but there was a period of time where I was like absolutely addicted to playing the Dalaran Heist on Heroic, and I beat I beat every single section of the Dalaran Heist on Heroic with every single class. So in total, I beat in Dalaran Heist on Heroic. It's like 9 classes in total. So 9 times 5, whatever 9 times 5 is. I don't feel like doing the math, but like, yeah, what is that? 45 times? 45 times. So I've, along with some other duplicate wins that I got when I was bored. So I played a lot of Heroic Dalaran Heist, and by the end of it, I think I got pretty fucking good at that, and I had like the meta for it down to a science. But there was this one deck archetype, like this one treasure, or actually 2 different treasures, that I could never get to work, because the way that Dalaran Heist functions is you have, like, in Hearthstone, you have like a deck of 10 cards that you start with, and then every single time you beat a boss, you get offered 3 options of card packs, effectively. It's like, there'll be like a Death Rattle package, and there's like 3 Death Rattle related cards. So it's kind of like Slay the Spire, except you have slightly less control over your deck, because instead of getting to pick specific cards, there's only 8 bosses in total. So you get offered less cards in total than like an entire Slay the Spire run, and like health doesn't carry over between games and stuff like that. And you get offered like little packages of cards that you have to build an archetype around. And then there's treasure rewards at, like, after the first boss you beat, you get a treasure reward. After the 3rd boss you beat, I think, you get another treasure reward, then 6th boss, and then 7th boss, or something like that. I forget exactly how it is. I think it's 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th. So in total, you get 4 treasures. 2 of them are passive treasures, and 2 of them are active treasures. The passive treasures are like constant effects that always apply to the game when you're playing it. So like all of your minions have 1 extra stat, or all of your opponent's cards cost 1 more, something like that. The active treasures are like actual cards in your deck with powerful effects that you have to play to get the benefit of. So something where it's like, you'll play like a card that says deal like 5 damage to all enemy minions, and then you can repeat that card like 3 times. So that's like an extremely powerful card, but you do still need to draw it and then play it. So there's like a trade-off, right? And there are, like, after playing 45 matches of that, you start to figure out very quickly which of those powers are good and which are bad. And a lot of them are just the very easy, like, kill everything or buff your units by a ton. But there are some, like, weird synergy treasures that work out really well. And I happen to get a particularly insane run using 2 of the worst possible treasures you can get. But I happen to get, like, the perfect synergistic package to make the worst treasures in the game work. And it ended up being one of the strongest decks I've ever gotten, despite being 2 of the worst treasures. So I actually did record that one, and this was months ago, like 2 months ago. And I've just been sitting on that footage for a while, like a really long time. And I really had no idea what I was going to do with it, because I'm not just going to upload a random Hearthstone video, right? And, you know, I have no idea if I'm ever actually going to cover Hearthstone content. I think it could be fun to, every once in a while, showcase, like, Dalaran Heist. But at this point, it's like, it's such old content that even though I personally find it to be a lot of fun, I don't really think there's that many people playing it. There's, like, not a huge community around that. And it's just too old to really catch on. I think if Hearthstone ever added, like, a good, dedicated, like, mode for that, for, like, or whatchamacallit, like the deck builder thing that they did and then completely abandoned for years, I think I would play that and maybe make videos for that. But I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just like gonna keep pushing Battlegrounds and whatever fucking garbage modes like Mercenaries that they keep pumping out. Anyways, yeah, so I am going to, for the rest of this run, showcase that particular crazy Hearthstone run I had, just because I feel like that's going to be a bit more entertaining than finding another random thing to talk about. And honestly, I'm kind of out of ideas here. I've exhausted a lot of my initial ideas, and I still have time to fill. So we'll see how that goes. So technically, we're going to be going way back in time to 2 months in the past Harlden, actually 3 months in the past, whenever I recorded this Hearthstone thing. And I hope you enjoy it. If you don't like Hearthstone, I'm sorry, but like, this is the best I can do. And I'm not gonna just let the speedrun play in silence. Like, I know some people are probably gonna complain in the comments. I get that this is probably like just the absolute most insane speedrun I've ever posted in terms of editing. And a lot of people are gonna be like, what the fuck is this shit? And just click off. But like, look, I gotta do what I gotta do, right? I don't want to post, however many hours of broken or silent audio. I figure people who just come for the actual speed elements of it, like, you can watch around it. You can still see in the background the general path that I'm following, and I kind of explained it earlier on anyway. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I'll be back at the very end for, like, the last 5 minutes to kind of narrate how the very end of the run went, because I think it's pretty good. But for now, it's Hearthstone time. So, 3 months ago, Harlden, take it away. Alright, so I figured I kind of need to record this in the off chance that I need it in the future. But I've created probably the most broken deck I've ever had, and it's on Priest, which I generally don't think is that strong. It's like very mid-tier. And it's with stuff that I just never would have expected to actually have work. So at first I was like, oh yeah, I'm building a Cthulhu deck. I got Cthulhu, got all that fun stuff, Twin Emperors, Twilight Darkmender, and then somewhere down the road, I picked up this card, Alystra the Immortal, and immediately after taking it, I was offered Bob's Tavern, where I got Everyone Get In Here, and got 3 extra copies of Alystra the Immortal in my deck. And I've literally never picked this, and I've played this a lot, and I've never managed to make it work, because it's so gimmicky, right? You have to get all these spells cast specifically on Alystra, and then, in theory, right, it just summons a big minion. But what I've managed to do here, which you'll see, is I managed to make it so playing Alystra summons effectively a nearly unkillable minion and multiple other beefy minions, copies it into my hand, and then when it dies, copies it again. So it's effectively an infinite combo, thanks to Seance over here, that just gives me infinite Alystras and infinite board control, and because it has lifesteal, infinite healing. It's just nuts. This is broken. It's a 1-card win condition. I draw Alystra, and I win the game. And I'm going to show that. So at the start here, I'm just going to toss my entire hand, whatever is offered, look for Alystra. The moment I draw Alystra, I win. So, Kalek. Alright. Somewhat difficult boss one. Okay, and it's the first card off.
Must fly again.
So,
you have reason to be frightened.
Now I win the game, right? I just win the game, plain and simple, because Alystra's in my opening hand, and because I have the green lensed glasses, whatever that power is. I forget the exact name because I don't pick it a lot. I can just play her on turn 1 because she's in the left side of my hand. So the insane thing about this is almost everything in this deck is using powers that I would generally consider to be like bad, like C tier or D tier. Alystra is generally not good. The green lens is generally not good. One of the other cards, which I haven't even really talked about, you might have noticed if I scrolled past it, is one of the worst treasures in the entire game, and I'm going to use it in this match. But yeah, Emerald Goggles, that's what I'm talking about. Elixir Vial is really good, though. Elixir Vial is like A or S tier, and that one I am using.
I will never be forgotten.
So we play Alystra. Elixir of Shadows, 2/2, summon a 1 copy. Boon of the Ascended, gives it 2 health and summons it copy with Taunt. Seance, adds it back to my hand. 2/2 with Lifesteal. 2/2 with Bounce back to my hand. 2/2 with Divine Shield. Oh, look at that. Another copy with Taunt. Oh, look at that. Another copy with Taunt. And then I'm going to slam this. Get another one. And then on my next Alystra, it'll just keep doing this. Everything you see here. This is what playing one Alystra the Immortal will give me every single time. Now, the thing about this is it doesn't copy all these things, so Illustra only copies hard cast spells. So that Boon of the Ascended I just cast, that's a hard cast spell. I used it for the first time. So that will get added to the list of things where playing a new Illustra will copy that. It also, in theory, would copy Shadow or Death, so Illustra could maybe kill herself. I don't know for sure. I'm not going to try it, because I don't want to fucking sabotage my entire game. But one of the other interesting things is because I have 4 Illustras in my deck, even though the exact wording on this card is Battlecry, recast all spells you cast on this minion this run. So it's this run, it's across all games within the adventure. And
only Jaina were here.
Even though the Battlecry specifies on this minion, it's not this specific Illustra. It's spells cast on the minion Illustra the Immortal. So I can cast spells on this Illustra, and then when I play this Illustra, she'll gain a copy of those spells. So it's not, there's not like a specific ID within your deck that it checks. No, it's every Illustra. You cast the spell on one Illustra, and it feeds into all the others. So having infinite Illustras lets you just keep this cycle going. It's actually crazy.
You don't understand the consequences of your
What do you?
actions.
Oh, okay, like you're gonna cast Cinderstorm? Okay. Yep. All right. Nice.
Feel the wrath of Calicos.
Ooh, spicy. And all right, we're gonna do this. Wow. Okay. You know, I kind of feel like having another Illustra, so I'm gonna do this. Kill off one of my minions, and that makes some room for another Illustra. All right, so can end my turn. We'll wait for this. Unfortunately, I don't get the full value because it's only gonna summon the weak ones. Actually, not even, because I'm already full on board space. But at least I get one more Illustra. And it doesn't really matter, like, I'm technically wasting space, but who cares? Because I literally get another Illustra back in my hand. Alright, and she goes up to, 917 with Divine Shield, Lifesteal, return to your hand, summons multiple big minions. Alright. That's it, Kalik? Nothing else? Alright. Figure out some board space. And, yeah, let's do another one.
Never be forgotten. Never forget. Never forget.
Cool.
I will never be forgotten.
Yep. Yep, we're getting through there. Alright. Now, at this point, I'm gonna actually not finish off Kalik, because here's the thing about this deck. This deck has one weakness. If I don't draw Illustra the Immortal, then I can lose. And actually, that almost happened to me one of the games in the middle. It was against Kara Stamper, and I didn't draw Illustra until like turn 7 or something, and I almost died. And then I played Illustra and I won the game. But here's the thing. Because I can't guarantee that she'll be in my opening hand, I did not get offered Right-Hand Man at the Bob's Tavern, so I didn't get that. No other way to guarantee it, but there is one way to maybe not guarantee that Illustra's in my opening hand, but make it statistically likely that she's either in my opening hand or my first few draws.
Dalaran could have been your
So I'm just gonna keep going through, let Kalik do whatever the fuck he wants, and then I'll kind of just prep ahead, because I want to make sure that I win my final battle against Khadgar. And in order to do that, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. But, you know, it's gonna take me a little bit to get to my cheat card. So we're gonna wait a little bit.
Never be forgotten.
Alright, this might give me it. Shadow Visions. Dupla Transmogrifier. So, this card is absolute fucking dog shit, but, in this one specific instance, choose a friendly minion, replace all minions in your adventure deck with copies of it. I mean, I only need one card to win. Literally, Illustra is the only card I need to win. So in this specific case, I use this on Illustra. All of my other minions become Illustra. It's impossible for me to not draw Illustra. And I just win. It's that simple. Alright. Get the rest of the shit out of the way, Calic. We gotta move on. I need to go fight Khadgar and get a turn 1 Illustra. Actually, it would be nice if I got a turn 1 handful of Illustras just to flex on him. Alright, what do I draw? Unidentified Elixir? Ah, it's the shit one. Nah, I'm not even gonna use that. See, Unidentified Elixir is really nice because over the course of the adventure, you can get multiple different versions of it. Alright, what do I get? Another Dupla Transmogrifier. Sure, why not? Why the fuck not? Look at my deck! It's just some spells, 25 Illustra the Immortal, and then some more spells. I'm just gonna do that. Okay.
God is powerful.
I mean, I suppose it is still theoretically possible. Oh, my game crashed. The deck is too powerful. It's too powerful for Hearthstone. It crashed the client. Okay, it said unable to reconnect to your game as long as I don't lose because of that. But no, usually what it does... That would be tragic, though. Imagine losing to a disconnect. But thankfully, in my experience, it's pretty forgiving with this kind of stuff. If you get, like, disconnected, it'll just give you a retry in the game. It doesn't auto-lose you. Because that would just be bullshit, right? And it's a single-player thing, so who cares? Alright, well, okay, then. Yep, there's Illustra the Immortal.
You tell Rafal his
See, actually, this is a pretty good hand. The only thing is, do I want the candles? The candles is nice for clearing out Khadgar's board. Yeah, sure. The only problem with this is I won't be able to cast Illustra turn 1, which is, like, the most first world problem to have, if we're being real. There we go. Gotta break that. Shadow Visions. It's all kind of not good. I guess you could do Resurrect. Summon a random friendly minion that died. Sure. And then we'll just wait. It doesn't really matter what Khadgar does. Like, little does he know, but he's already dead. Mess around with this stuff. I love the Hearthstone boards. They're so nice. Just hero power. I'll wait for him to play some minions. Oh, Sorcerer's Apprentice. I can handle that. Wait, what? I love the AI in this game, it's so good. Alright. Oh, right. It still takes up that spot in my hand. Yeah, whatever.
Never be forgotten.
Go, Illustra! Win the game for me, please.
I will never be forgotten.
Are you just gonna end our turn?
Your purpose awaits.
Ah.
Your purpose awaits. Your purpose awaits. Your purpose awaits.
Oh, nice. It also recasts Dupla Transmogrifier, just in case.
I wanna be just like Medivh.
Let me, kill off that minion. Don't want him to get, you know, any ideas about potentially winning this game. I guess I could play another Illustra.
I will never be forgotten. Faithless, faithless, faithless. I will
Let me just
never be forgotten.
end the turn. Not much else to be done here. I don't know. I don't really think that's going to be enough to save you, Khadgar. Hate to break it to you. So, and with one of those. Just for fun. Do another Seance. Dupla Transmogrifier. And, just Twin Spell. I think I'm ready to win now. What the fuck? Dumbest deck I've ever built in Dollar on Heist.
The Kirin Tor is on the run.
Actually stupid. That's pretty good. I think I have, yeah, about half of them now. I'm only missing Mage, Hunter, Rogue, and Paladin. But that was my first attempt at Priest, by the way. And I got that deck. Can't make this shit up, man. Yeah, maybe I was wrong about Priest being mid-tier. I mean, that felt really fucking powerful. Anyways, I don't know if I'm actually going to use this footage for anything, but if I am, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Feel free to throw the video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want to see more stuff like this. Maybe. I don't really know if I'm actually going to cover the Dollar Round Heist more, but I fucking love it. I play a lot of Dollar Round Heist. It's really addicting. But yeah, catch you in the next one. Peace. Alright, so yeah, that was a little bit of an interesting detour. It was fun getting to rewatch that. That was actually longer ago than I thought. That was like 4 months ago, probably more, like around 4.5 months ago. I forgot. It's been a hot minute since I recorded that. But yeah, obviously that was a while ago. Since then, I have actually beaten every single class on every single section, because Dalaran Heist has like 5 different levels, and I've beaten every level with every class. Really fun. Love that game mode to death, and I wish the Hearthstone team actually did more stuff like that instead of wasting money on, you know, pay-to-win game modes like Mercenaries. That Mercenaries is finally dying, though, which I'm kind of surprised about. Well, actually, I'm not terribly surprised. Like, it isn't fun. I really tried to like Mercenaries when it came out. I didn't buy any of the shit, because, like, I knew that definitely there was, like, a gotcha pay-to-win element, and I was like, fuck that, not paying money. But I was like, okay, maybe this is actually really fun and something that I'll enjoy, because I like Dollar on Heist, right? And I played it, like, for a few hours, and I'm like, this is just the most soul-crushingly boring gameplay experience I have ever played. It's just, like, that game mode, literally not a single person could have possibly sat down and said, yeah, Hearthstone Mercenaries, this is a really fun game mode. We should totally, like, actually ship this and spend more development time on it. Like, I truly cannot understand what makes it fun. It was the most generic, boring card game experience I've ever played. So I'm not surprised that it's dead. It was such a transparent way for Blizzard to just try and siphon money from people that I don't know. Sometimes Blizzard surprises me. But anyways, so right now what I'm doing is, I mean, there's only however many, like 10 minutes left in the video, give or take. I think, yeah, about 10 minutes left, because it's 50 minutes, a little over 10 minutes. And, well, the run's almost over. Now, as I said before, I already kind of mentioned it, it's a sub 7-hour run, so there's only 10 minutes left here. And as we get close to the end, I'll provide a bit more commentary on exactly what I tried to do here. But just to comment on some of the things that have happened in the background while I've been doing all this shenanigans stuff, I'll give a quick conclusion to the run, a little run overview, so to speak. So, in Waking Shores, just to reiterate, I did the campaign pretty much the entire way through with all the side quests up until Black Wagon Flight, which is the quest after the Obsidian Citadel where you have to escort Rathian and Sibelian on the wagon. Now, I didn't do all the quests at Obsidian Citadel. I also picked up the Neltharis dungeon quest and then promptly abandoned it later on by accident, which, you know, you're not supposed to do that, but I did. I fucked up on that one. Normally, you want to go there up until that part of the quest line. It's not necessarily the fastest, but it does give you Neltharis dungeon quest, which gives you one more potentially good hit from random dungeon queue, which I actually did get Neltharis, but then, of course, because I abandoned the quest, I kind of fucked myself over on that one. Like I said, I made a lot of mistakes this run, and even though this is actually my best run so far for 60 to 70, this is like an insane 60 to 70 run. I have not seen anyone else, at least in terms of like a real run like this of 10 to 60 fresh character, I have not seen anyone else get even close. The only runs that have a faster time than this one are ones on like, whatchamacallit, like Sepulchre, the first one's full mythic character gear. Oh yeah, you can see here. For whatever reason, my Storm Earth and Fire clones bugged out and pulled that elite mob, and I just typed in chat like a million question marks because I was just so insanely tilted by this point in time. This was an experience. But yeah, I don't think anyone has actually gotten close to this. So I have put world record in the title because I did a ton of research. I Googled and searched everywhere trying to find if there was an actual speedrun that matched mine. But the only runs that I could find were either runs like the ones I said, where it's like it uses cherry-picked like full mythic Sepulchre geared characters with like a ton of rested experience, right? Which, you know, isn't exactly an accurate measure. And even then, it's not that significantly faster. Obviously, people getting boosted, which not the same thing. And people using like really niche exploits and stuff like that, which I don't consider that to be an actual run, especially when it's like time sensitive, right? So as far as I'm concerned, and, you know, people can feel free to dispute me in the comments if you want, this is the fastest 10 to 70 run. It might even be the fastest 60 to 70 run that I can find. I cannot find a single run with this general circumstance of, like, fresh character type of thing that even comes close to my time. So I'm calling it a world record. You know, at this point, I'll be fully honest, the term world record has lost, like, any meaning that it has in WoW speedrunning. I wish speedrun.com was actually a good source for that, but I think everybody, myself included, has stopped even caring about speedrun.com. And because people will like just get boosted and say, oh, I got the world record, it's like I said, term has lost all meaning. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a world record, but I'd like to think my world record is probably the most legit world record out of all of them. I'll let the viewers decide what they find more interesting. If they want to watch someone get boosted, they can watch someone get boosted. If they want to watch me do an actual run with prep work, they can watch that. I feel like that's ultimately the deciding factor here. The true world record is the one that the viewers decide is the world record. So, you know, whatever. I'll leave it up to you guys watching. But anyways, to go back to what I was saying, right? So after Waking Shores, right, where I do up to Obsidian Citadel, all the side quests up to there, pretty much all of them. Obviously, I skip ones in the Ruby life pools. Really nothing changes there. It's the same side quests as I did in my Druids run. And you don't really do any side quests from Black Dragonflight onwards, so nothing changes there. Then I did Onaran Plains up until Marukai, and I did some stuff in Marukai. And I think, like I said earlier, if you didn't have Darkmoon Faire, and if you didn't have, like, yeah, it pretty much just Darkmoon Faire, I think, is the only serious modifier that we could consider. So if you didn't have that, then you can make the argument that staying in Onaran Plains a bit longer would be fine, because it does have a decent amount of side quests. I don't think you would do any in Marukai itself, but, like, obviously there's a few in Tirakai, which I actually did do. I went ahead and did the side quests in Tirakai. I did the side quests in the Lilac Ramble, because those are still efficient, even though I wasn't doing the main story quest. But there's a decent amount of efficiency with the Onaran Plains MSQ. I'd say kind of all the way through. Onaran Plains does slow down quite a bit towards the end of its MSQ, though, which is one of the reasons why I opted to skip it. It's not terrible, but it definitely is, like, something that you can absolutely skip. And I think if we were, like, putting together the perfect speedrun, I would definitely say that I made the correct choice in skipping it, because the most optimal thing to do in place of Onaran Plains would be just happening to get efficient dungeon queues, right? You just happen to queue into the perfect dungeon, like Ruby Life Pools. You might have missed it, but at one point I queued into a Ruby Life Pools, and my group was literally AFK. That was, when I mentioned earlier I got, like, some of the worst dungeon groups ever, the Ruby Life Pools was one of them. I did a pull, pretty standard Ruby Life Pools pull, and nobody followed me. Everybody was literally, for like the first minute of the dungeon, sitting AFK at the portal. I honestly don't know if they were bots or something. It was just such a surreal experience. I dragged the mobs back to the entrance, and they still stood there, did nothing, died. And then after I died, and I rezzed and tried to regain aggro and grab the mobs again, they still just ran in circles. It was like they were intentionally trying not to attack. My best guess is that, like, they started the dungeon and they were doing one of those things of, like, let's see if the tank, like, waits for us before he pulls. And then because I went fast and didn't wait for them all, they were probably in a guild group, and the guild person was like, whoa, let's just AFK and let this tank die or something like that. It's the only explanation that seems logical to me, because if it was just like new players, I mean, new players wouldn't have gone out of their way to AFK. They would have at least tried to do the pull, but these people were literally not attacking. So unfortunate experience there. Oh yeah, this one is funny. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. So I'm trying to do this section of quests because I'm like, oh, I have 5 minutes left. This quest line is really good. I'm absolutely going to be able to hit max level before 7 hours. And then if you see in the top right of the screen, this kill it with fire quest, I'm typing right now. Still can't believe this shit. It's a potion. I popped Potion of Shocking Disclosure on that big spider pole, and the quest item shares a cooldown with the potion. So I wasn't able to complete the quest because it has a 5-minute cooldown, and I'm 5 minutes away from getting sub 7 hours. So I literally basically bricked this quest because apparently the flamethrower shares a CD with potions. How the fuck Blizzard managed to fuck that spaghetti code up that badly, I don't know. I've literally never seen anything like this in my history of playing WoW. A fucking quest item that counts as a potion, or at least shares a cooldown with a potion. And at this point, I'm freaking out, right? Because I'm thinking, okay, I have sub 7 hours in the bag. And like, when you're, obviously, it's not like 7 hours is like a breaking point that like anybody has clearly said, oh yeah, this is a good time for leveling, right? But when you're close to getting a sub certain hour benchmark, you obviously want to get below that hour limit, right? So I can say sub 7 hours in the thumbnail and the title if I get sub 7 hours, and I'm this close, and then I get fucked by that quest. So at this point, I'm freaking out. I'm like, where can I find other experience? Because I didn't know where else to go. And I thought about going to the Furbolg area, but I went ahead and I killed this rare. And I'm like, okay, surely this rare is going to give me enough experience to level, right? Because I'm like literally half a bar away. So I kill this rare, touch a death hit, and I'm still sliver of a level away from leveling up. And now 2 minutes on the clock, it's getting close. And I'm not talking at this point of the run because I'm still just like in fucking panic mode. And I'm like, okay, well, there's that quest over at the Kirin Tor place where you shoot the dragons. That one's really quick. So I'm like, okay, where's the shoot the dragon quest? And then I realize that quest is locked behind the MSQ, so I can't get it. So I'm like, okay, well, there's that quest Riders in the Snow, right? Where it leads to the whole Tuskar with the Furbolgs area. And that's like the only thing I can think of. So I'm like, I know those quests are efficient. I'm just going to go there. I should be able to do that really quickly. And I head over here. I do this final quest. And oh man, obviously I've said before I managed to get it, and I got it with this quest, because this was just barely enough to get me to level. But holy hell, that was like such a stressful ending. Because for a while there, I thought I had it in the bag. And the fact that I had 2 of these in the same exact speedrun, because if you recall, right, earlier in this exact same run, I was doing basically the exact same thing, but to get a sub 4 hour 10 to 60. So I had 2 down to the wire sub X hour experiences in this run. Fucking wild. So there you go. I even show the slash played. Even on slash played, I got it in sub however many hours, sub 7 hours, right? So there you go. And this is the send off. So that's the end of the run. Thank you for watching, and let me know what you thought. I know it's been a pretty wild run.